Bearish Harami cross is a wild card. Will we break through or see a rejection? It's getting intense, folks. We just saw that bullish Marubozu flash across the chart, showing strong buying pressure with the bulls firmly in control. The momentum is shifting as we push against that resistance at 124.85. Will we break through or face a rejection? And keep an eye on that volume. It's a bit sluggish right now, but the sentiment shift with the bullish kicking pattern could ignite a surge. We're in the heat of action here as we just witnessed a bullish Marubozu on the chart, strong buying pressure that has the bulls in complete control. And right on its tail, we've got a bullish kicking pattern signaling a dramatic shift in sentiment. Price has pushed up to $124.33, right at resistance, and we're watching closely for a potential breakout or a rejection. The momentum is reversing direction, which could set the stage for a breakout here, so stay tuned. If you're enjoying the excitement, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. What do you think? Are we breaking through this resistance, or is it time to reevaluate? Let's hear your thoughts in the comments. Whoa, we just placed a new buy order at 124.42. That's a strategic move as we're testing that resistance at 124.85. The bulls are certainly showing strength with that bullish Marubozu indicating strong buying pressure. They've got their foot on the gas. And with that last candle confirming a bullish kicking pattern, it looks like we're primed for a potential breakout here. Keep your eyes peeled, because if we can slice through that resistance, things could get exciting. Let's see how this plays out. We just placed a new buy order at 124.33, folks. This aligns perfectly with the bullish momentum we're seeing in those last few candles, especially with that strong bullish Marubozu pattern indicating that the bulls are really in control here. Now, while we've got some resistance looming at 124.85, we might be looking to ride this wave higher, especially considering our position is already profitable at 124.41. Keep your eyes peeled as we test that key level. The excitement is building, and these next few minutes could be pivotal. Let's see if we can break through that resistance or if we face a rejection. We've got some serious action here as SOL is hovering right at that key resistance level of $124.85. The last few candles have shown bullish momentum with two strong green candles, one red, but that bullish Marubozu indicates the bulls are in complete control. And don't forget about that bullish kicking pattern. It's a powerful reversal signal that screams potential continuation. As we approach this resistance, all eyes are on whether the price can break through and make a run or if we see a rejection here. With momentum trying to reverse direction, the tension is palpable. Let's see if we can push past this wall, traders. We've just seen a strong move on the chart with that last 5-minute candle showing a solid plus 0.14% gain. The price is currently testing that resistance level at 124.85, and with the bullish Marubozu pattern in play, the bulls are really asserting their control here. Our long position from 124.03 is sitting pretty at a nice profit of 15.55 as we approach our target. Keep an eye on the next few candles, because this could be the breakout we're waiting for or a potential rejection back down. Let's see how it unfolds. We're seeing a real test of resistance here at 124.85, price is hovering just below it, and I'm watching to see if we get a breakout or a rejection. The last few candles have been bullish, 2 greens and 1 red, and that bullish Marubozu pattern is still fresh on the chart, indicating strong buying pressure. The momentum is reversing direction, so I'm curious to see how this plays out in the next few minutes. We're currently dancing right around that key resistance level at 124.85, and with the last few candles showing some bearish momentum, it's looking like we might be testing that support down at 123.63 soon. The price action is definitely losing steam, and with our open orders sitting just below, we could see some volatility if it breaks. Stay alert, we could have a big move brewing. Alright folks, the last few candles have shown some serious bearish momentum as we saw two red bars in a row. We're at $124.37, and while we did see a brief green candle, it's clear that momentum is fading here. Now, looking ahead, we're approaching that $124.42 fill we just got, and with resistance looming at $124.85, it's essential to keep an eye on how this consolidation plays out. The price has been hovering around our entry, and with the volume still sitting low, we need a surge to confirm any bullish intentions. The tension is building, and with support back at $123.63, this is a pivotal moment. Can the buyers step in and bring the energy back? Let's find out as we roll into the next 5 minutes. Alright, folks, we're sitting at 124.53 and the candles are showing some mixed signals. We just filled that buy order at 124.42, and with the momentum fading and only one green candle in the last 3, it's looking a bit bearish right now. Support at 123.63 is really key to watch. If we dip below that, it could get shaky. We're currently holding a long position from 124.03, which is putting us in the green with a profit of nearly $20. But with the RSI at 47 and the MACD showing a little weakness, it might be wise to keep an eye on the exit strategy if this consolidation continues. What do you think? Should we stay in or tighten up the risk? Alright, folks, we're still hanging out at 124.46 and eyeing some key levels here. The price action has been a bit sluggish with two red candles in the last 5 minutes, indicating some bearish momentum. Remember, we've got that strong support at 123.63, which could come into play if this fading momentum keeps up. Volume is practically non-existent at a mere 0.2 times the average, which usually signals a consolidation phase. So as we inch closer to those open buy orders, one at 124.33 still waiting to fill and another at 124.30, it's critical to see if we can bounce back up toward resistance at 124.85. If we make a move towards the upside, that could be a breakout setup. If we keep fading, watch for that support level to be tested. Keep your eyes peeled on the charts. Alright, folks, we've got some interesting price action unfolding right here on the chart. The last 3 candles show a bit of struggle with 2 red candles in a row, indicating that bearish momentum is creeping in. Now, we are also seeing a hefty volume drop, sitting at only 0.2 times the average, which suggests traders are sitting on the sidelines right now. We're hovering around that $124.39 mark, and with the support level resting at $123.63, it's crucial to keep an eye on whether we hold this range. The momentum is definitely fading, and as that volatility contracts, we might be gearing up for a big move soon. And let's not forget, we're still comfortably profitable with a solid $19.95 gain on our position. This is shaping up to be a pivotal moment, so stay tuned as we approach the targets. Alright, folks, let's dive into the action. We've got some mixed momentum playing out here, with the last 5-minute candle showing a slight uptick, but those previous 2 candles were red, indicating we're facing some bearish pressure. The volume is practically fading into the background, sitting at just 0.2x the average, which isn't helping our case at all. We're currently positioned long and in profit at $17.15 from our entry at $124.03, and while we just filled that buy order at $124.42, it's clear we need to break past that $124.85 resistance to gain some serious traction. The RSI is sitting at 47, hinting we're not overbought yet, but the MACD at -0.26 is still showing a bit of weakness. Let's keep an eye on that support level at $123.63 as we navigate this consolidation phase. We're sitting at a solid risk-reward setup here. With resistance looming at 124.85 and our current position in the range at about 70%, there's definitely a chance for a breakout if we can hold this support above 123.63. Watch closely for any volume spikes that could propel us through that resistance. Momentum is fading, but we're still profitable with that long position. Alright folks, we're diving into the action as we see this 5-minute chart playing out. The last 3 candles show a bit of a struggle, 1 green and 2 red, clearly indicating some bearish momentum creeping in. Right now, we're seeing the price hover around 124.22, but the momentum is fading as we're not seeing the buyers step up aggressively. Check out that support level at 123.63. We could be testing that if this downward push continues. Volume is running at about 0.8 times the average, so not a huge surge, but we've got to keep our eyes on it as we approach those critical levels. It's an exciting time here, folks. Let's see if we can turn this around or if we need to brace for impact at that support. Alright, folks, we're watching some action here on SOL as it holds at 124.24. We've just seen those recent fills come through, and it looks like the momentum is fading as we've got 1 green and 2 red candles in the last 3. The last 5 minutes have slipped down about 16 basis points, and volume is sitting at a normal level, which suggests we may not be seeing any explosive moves just yet. Now, we've got support down there at 123.63 that we need to keep an eye on. If we break below that, it could signal more selling pressure. On the flip side, if we can manage to push through resistance at 124.85, that could be a key breakout opportunity. Right now, it's looking like a fade setup, given that fading momentum. What do you think? Are we going to hold above support or are we testing the waters for a bigger drop? Let me know your thoughts in the chat. Wow, we're seeing some consolidation here as price is testing that support at $124.30. The last few candles are showing a bit of bearish momentum, but with our position still in the green, it's a tug of war. Keep an eye on that RSI sitting at 44, if it kicks up, we might see a bounce off support, but right now, it looks like price is coiling up for a potential breakout or a sharp test of those lower levels. We're definitely getting a dynamic setup here as we're sitting just above that critical support at $124.30. With resistance looming at $124.85, that gives us a solid risk/reward ratio. We've got around 50 cents to play with on the upside while risking about 67 cents to the downside. Just gotta keep an eye on that fading momentum. Will it hold up or are we about to see a test at $123.63? Alright folks, we're cruising with SOL around 124.20 as we just saw a nice entry on those recent buy orders. The last few 5-minute candles have painted a bullish Maribozu, so the bulls are definitely in control right now with strong buying pressure pushing us up. Although volume's been pretty dead, sitting at a ratio of 0.1 times the average, we're still holding onto our profitable position up 560. Keep your eyes peeled as we may be gearing up for either a test of that support or a push toward resistance at 124.85. It's an intriguing moment. Let's see if we can maintain this momentum. We just saw those buys fill nice and quick, and we've got a bullish Mariposa flashing on the chart, signaling strong buying pressure. Definitely the bulls are in complete control here. However, momentum is reversing, which is a bit of a mixed signal. The last 3 candles brought us 2 green, but that red one is putting on the brakes just a bit. Volume has been dead, only a tenth of the average, so we might be looking at some consolidation before we make our next big move. Keep an eye on that trading action. Even with a position in the green, we want to see some robust volume to really confirm whether this is a breakout setup or just a fade of the current trend. Alright, folks, we've got ourselves a little action brewing here as the last 5-minute candle just closed strong with a bullish Mariposa pattern, indicating that buyers are definitely in control. We're still in our long position from 124.09, and it's nice to see we're profitable, sitting at a gain of 10 cents right now. Although volume's been a bit dead, only at 1/10 of the average, the bullish momentum is intriguing. With the price hovering around 124.08 and consolidating, are we gearing up for another push towards that resistance at 124.85? Let's keep an eye on those next candles to see if we can break out or if we'll face a pullback towards support at 123.63. We just spotted a bullish Mariposa on the chart, signaling that buyers are stepping up with some solid control. Price is currently testing that key support level at 123.63, and if we can see a surge in volume, we might just break through that resistance at 124.85. Keep an eye on momentum. It's looking like it could reverse any minute now. We're seeing some action here on the 5-minute chart as SOL battles for momentum at 123.95. The last 5 minutes showed a slight uptick, and we just had a bullish Mariposa flash on the chart, signaling some serious buying pressure from the bulls. However, don't let the excitement fool you. Volume is pretty dead right now, only a tenth of the average, meaning traders are in a bit of a holding pattern. We've got that key support just below at 123.63, and the bulls are really gonna need to push through resistance up at 124.85 to gain any real traction. If you're enjoying the stream and want to learn more about how our AI-powered trading bot is helping us navigate this market, drop your thoughts in the comments. Wow, we just saw some exciting action with that new buy order filling at 123.88. It looks like someone is stepping in to scoop up shares as that previous order at 127.52 just got cancelled. Interesting move there. The last few candles have shown a bullish Mariposa pattern, indicating that the bulls are really asserting control amidst this minor consolidation. Even though the volume's been pretty low, we're seeing some green momentum, and this is crucial as we test that support level around 123.63. Keep your eyes peeled, we might just be setting up for a breakout or a bounce back here. Let's see if we can gain some traction from these fills, especially since we're currently holding a long position. We just saw a bullish Mariposa pattern unfold on the chart, indicating strong buying pressure, but the momentum is reversing direction, and the last candle was a red one, so it's clear the bulls are losing some steam. The volume is dead, a mere 0.1 times the average, which is concerning, and with the volatility contracting, it's looking like a consolidation phase. One key insight here is that we're fading, not accelerating, and that's a significant shift in the market's tone. Alright, folks. We're getting some action here on SOL, currently sitting at 123.96. And it looks like the bulls have really taken control with that bullish Mariposa pattern flashing on the chart. This is strong buying pressure, and it seems like the bulls are asserting themselves after those 2 green candles, putting up a solid fight against that slight pullback. Now, we've got a long position from 124.07, and while we're in the red at a loss of $6, the last 3 5-minute candles suggest there's bullish momentum brewing. We're testing the waters just above that support level at 123.63, but keep an eye on that resistance at 124.85. This could really set the stage for either a breakout move or a fade opportunity if we don't hold the momentum. What do you think, chat? Are we looking at a breakout here, or is it time for a fade? Let's discuss. Alright, folks, we're watching SOL here at 123.87, and it's been a rough ride. We just saw 3 consecutive red candles, and the bears are flexing hard with that 3 black crows formation definitely showing strong selling pressure. Price is sitting right at support. Let's see if it can hold here or if we're gearing up for a breakdown. Watch closely as momentum is accelerating down. This could get intense. Alright, folks, we're witnessing some serious bearish action here as SOL is sitting at 123.84, and the sellers are really stepping up. We just printed a series of red candles 3 in a row, and with that 3 black crows pattern, the pressure is on. Volume still dead at just 0.3 times the average, which raises the question, is this a coiling pattern waiting to explode, or are we just exhausted from this selling spree? With momentum clearly accelerating down and RSI hovering around 35, it's anyone's game, but we need to keep our eyes peeled for that support at 123.86. Will it hold, or are we in for a breakdown? Let's dissect those charts together. We just flashed that 3 black crows pattern, and it's signaling some serious bearish momentum here. The last few candles have been all red, with strong selling pressure driving that price down to our support level at $123.86. Looks like volume is pretty weak too, sitting at just 0.3 times the average, so we need to pay attention as we test this key support. Will we see a bounce here, or are we in for a breakdown? Let's keep our eyes glued to the chart. We're sitting at a critical juncture right here, folks. With that 3 black crows pattern flashing strong bearish signals, we're really on the edge of our seats to see if this support at 123.86 holds or if we break down further. It's a high-risk situation with momentum accelerating down, so traders need to be ready for that potential volatility spike if we see a bounce or a breakdown. We're watching this price action closely as it tests that key support at 123.86. The momentum is definitely accelerating downward, highlighted by those 3 black crows, signaling strong bearish continuation. Volume is pretty dead right now, but if we see a bounce here, it could set the stage for some interesting action. Stay tuned. We're really seeing some bearish pressure with those last 3 candles showing a strong 3 black crows pattern, definitely not what we want to see. The momentum is accelerating downwards, and with volume so low, it feels like we're just waiting for that snap either way. Keep an eye on this $123.86 support. Will we bounce back or break down further? Alright folks, we are hovering right at that support level of $123.86, and the price action is becoming quite the nail biter. We just got those bearish candles lined up, 3 consecutive red ones, and it's looking like that 3 black crows pattern is really pressuring us down. Our recent moves are showing a downward trend with a minus 0.54% drop in the last 20 minutes, and the momentum is really accelerating. Now, remember, we're holding a long position here at $124.07, but right now, we're in the red at $1.60. We're testing that support like it's a playoff game. Will we see a bounce off this level, or are we in for a breakdown? Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. This could be a pivotal moment on the chart. Alright, folks, we just saw some significant order activity. A new sell order just popped up at 124.15, which is definitely a tactical move in this range. But hold on, we also had a sell order exit at 127.82, signaling a shift in strategy from whoever was holding it. Were they trying to grab profits or just reassessing the market? On the chart, We're currently holding a long position from 124.07, but it's been a rocky ride. We're sitting in the red right now, down 270. And let's not forget that bullish engulfing pattern we just saw. Strong reversal signals could mean buyers are stepping in. However, with the recent bearish momentum reflected in those last two red candles, we need to watch closely. Are we about to break that support level at 123.78? Keep your eyes peeled, folks. The market can turn on a dime. And we're back with the action heating up on the 5-minute candles. SOL's currently sitting at 123.85, but hold on, check out that bullish engulfing pattern just flashing on the chart. That's a strong sign of buyers taking control, potentially turning this tide. We've got some bearish momentum in the last 10 minutes, with 2 red candles, but the last 5 just ticked up by a nice 0.16%. We're approaching that support level at 123.78, so it's going to be pivotal for our traders to keep an eye on this. The volume's a bit low though, only running at about 70% of average, which could mean less conviction behind these moves. Now, if we can manage to break through that resistance at 124.85, we might be onto something here. Let's see if those bulls can push this back up, or if sellers are going to come back in with force. What do you? We're seeing some interesting action on the chart. That bullish engulfing pattern suggests buyers are stepping in, but with the last couple of candles showing bearish momentum and volume still low, we're testing that support at 123.78. Right now, with our current position in the red and just under 124 as resistance, it's a tight squeeze, great risk/reward potential if we can break above that level. Keep an eye on the volume as it could be a pivotal factor here. Alright folks, we're seeing some action on SOL, currently at 123.86. The last 3 candles have shown bearish momentum, but don't sleep on that bullish engulfing pattern flashing on the chart. It's a strong signal that buyers might be stepping in. We're hovering around that support level at 123.78. If we hold here, we could be setting up for a nice bounce towards resistance at 124.85. Alright, folks, we're seeing some interesting action here on the 5-minute chart. The recent candlestick activity just flashed a bullish engulfing pattern, which is a strong bullish reversal signal. Now, that's what we like to see. Buyers are stepping in, overwhelming those sellers, despite the last couple of candles showing some red. The last 5 minutes have given us a slight uptick of 0.16%, but momentum is starting to shift direction. We're still fighting that bearish vibe from the last 2 candles, but you've got to keep an eye on that support level at $123.78. The market's just testing waters, and with momentum revving up, we could see a real push if buyers can gain some traction here. And if you're enjoying the action, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. It's all about that trading community. Let's see if we can break through this and get back into the green. Alright, folks. We just saw that bullish engulfing pattern flash on the charts, signaling a potential reversal. That's exciting stuff. The buyers are really trying to step in here after 2 red candles, pushing against that recent bearish momentum. But let's keep an eye on that support at $123.78, a bounce here could get us back in the game. And while the volume's been a bit low, we've got momentum showing some signs of life. Could we see a shift in the next few minutes? What do you all think about this setup? Are you feeling bullish or bearish right now? Let's hear your thoughts in the chat. If you're enjoying the action, don't forget to smash that like button. And we've got some serious action here. A fresh sell order just dropped for 4 units at 124 flat, and it looks like we just cleaned up that sell order at 128.12. Did we just pull back a bit? We might be looking to capitalize on that minor bounce at the current price of 123.85. The last few candles are showing some bearish momentum, but watch out for that bullish engulfing pattern. Buyers are really trying to step in here. With the momentum shifting, we're still sitting in the red with that last position from 124.07, but keep an eye on the next few minutes as we test that support. This one's heating up, folks. Whoa, we just saw that sell order get lowered from 124 flat to 123.89. Looks like we're repositioning strategically here as we're waiting to capitalize on the momentum shift. This tactical move is definitely something to keep an eye on, especially since we're right at support. Will we see a bounce, or is a breakdown looming? Stay tuned. Alright, folks, we're in the heat of the action with SOL hanging around that $123.85 mark. We just filled on that sell order at $123.89, but we're still holding that long position from $124.05, and it's looking a bit shaky as we're currently in the red at a loss of about $2. Now, let's keep our eyes peeled. We're sitting right on that support level at $123.78, and the last few candles show bullish momentum with 2 green and 1 red. Will we see a bounce off this support, or could we break down here? Volume is on the lower side, so we're definitely in a consolidation phase, making this an intriguing situation. With RSI creeping around 37 and MACD just about flat at 0.02, momentum is reversing. It's all about how this next candle plays out. Can we hold this support, or are we testing that $124.85 resistance? Let's. Alright folks, we've got some action on SOL, currently sitting at 123.94. The last few candles have shown us a bit of bullish momentum, 2 green and 1 red, so we might be seeing a reversal here despite our current position being a bit red at 280 down. We're at a critical juncture right now, testing that support level at 123.78. If we can hold this area, we could spark a bounce. Otherwise, a breakdown is on the table with low volume supporting the consolidation. Watch that volume closely, it's only at 0.4 times the average, so traders are clearly in wait and see mode. With our long position from 124.05, we're definitely sitting on the edge of our seats. What do you think? Is this a breakout setup, or are we looking at a fade opportunity? Let's see how this develops. Alright folks, we're looking at some interesting action here on the 5-minute chart for SOL at 124.07. We just filled that sell order at 123.89, and our buy order at 123.88 also went through, which has us in a profitable position of plus 70 cents. Now, let's focus on what's happening right now. We just witnessed 2 green candles followed by that red one, giving us some bullish momentum, but we're right at support, testing that 123.78 level. Are we going to see a bounce off this support, or will it break down? That's the million-dollar question. The RSI is sitting at 37, which hints at some potential recovery if buyers step in. Keep your eyes peeled. This could either be a breakout setup if we push higher, or a fade setup if we see continued weakness here. We're right on the edge, folks. SOL is currently at 124.06, just a hair above that key support at 123.78. Last few candles show some strong bullish momentum, with 2 green and just 1 red definitely leaning towards a positive shift despite the recent consolidation. What's really interesting is the fact that we just filled that sell order at 123.89 while adding to our long position. We're holding a solid profit of 35 cents right now. The RSI is pretty low at 37, indicating we're not quite overbought yet, so there might be room to run. Can we bounce off support or will we see a breakdown? Keep your eyes peeled. We're watching some interesting action here at $124.05 as SOL is holding its ground after filling those buy orders. The last 3 5-minute candles have all been green, signaling some bullish momentum, but let's not forget that the volume is on the low side, just half of the average. That's a little cautionary as we approach that support level at $123.78. Will we see a bounce or a breakdown? We've just detected a hammer candlestick pattern, which is often a sign that buyers are stepping in, and with our position sitting at break-even, it's all about whether we can push through that resistance at $124.85. The momentum is showing signs of reversal, and while volatility is contracting, this could be a setup for a breakout. Keep your eyes peeled, it's getting exciting. Alright, folks, we're watching SOL trading at 123.88, and there's some action heating up. We just filled our buy order right at that key support level of 123.78, which could signal a strong bounce off that line. The last 3 candles have been solidly green, showing some bullish momentum, and we even spotted a hammer pattern. That indicates buyers really stepped in after the selling pressure, so there's potential for further upside here. But hang tight, the volume is a bit low, only half of average, and we're currently sitting in the red with a position down 560. Right now, it looks like we could be gearing up for a breakout if these bulls can push past that resistance at 124.85. Let's keep our eyes glued to the chart and see if we can capitalize on this momentum as it unfolds. Whoa. We're watching a nail biter here with SOL hovering right at that key support level of 123.78. The last 3 candles have been all green, signaling that bullish momentum is building up, and we just flashed a hammer pattern, indicating buyers are stepping in after that selling pressure. But keep your eyes peeled, this is a pivotal moment. We're sitting at 123.88, fighting a bit in the red with that long position from 124.05. Right now, the risk/reward is shaping up as we're looking at a potential breakout towards the resistance at 124.85 if we can hold this support. A bounce here could set us up nicely for some gains. Let's see if the bulls can hold on. Alright folks, we're right in the thick of it with SOL at 123.90. Just moments ago, we saw that bullish hammer pattern signaling buyers stepping in after that selling pressure. The last 15 minutes have been solid, with 3 green candles putting some momentum behind us, but keep an eye on that support at 123.78 as we test it right now. We're currently long 7 units from 124.05, but we're slightly in the red at around $5. With volatility contracting, it feels like price is coiling up for a significant move, perhaps a bounce off support or a breakdown. Let's see how this plays out. Where do you think we're headed from here? Alright, folks, we just caught a beautiful hammer candle on the chart signaling a potential bullish reversal here at support level. Price is currently sitting at $123.94, right at that crucial support of $123.78, definitely testing the waters. The last 3 5-minute candles are all green, showing that buyers are stepping in, but volume is still on the lighter side, only half of average. Momentum seems to be reversing as we pause here, the pressure's building, and this consolidation phase could lead to a breakout or a breakdown. Keep your eyes peeled, we might see a pop toward that resistance at $124.85 soon if buyers keep pushing. What do you all think? Are we coiling for a move here? Let me know in the chat. Alright folks, we are sitting right at that key support level of $123.78, and it's make or break time for SOL. With the last three candles showing a bit of bullish momentum even though the last one dipped red, this is a critical moment to see if we'll get that bounce or if we're going to break down. Volume is pretty weak, sitting at just a tenth of its average, which usually signals a lack of conviction in either direction. Keep your eyes peeled. If we can hold this level, we might see a nice push back towards that resistance at $124.85. Let's see how this plays out. We just hit that support level at 123.78, and the price action is really testing it right now. Two green candles followed by one red indicates a bit of bullish momentum trying to gain traction, but it's a delicate balance. With that momentum reversing and the volatility contracting, we could be in a consolidation phase here. Definitely something to keep an eye on as we're waiting on that sell order at 124.15. We're looking to see if the price can bounce off this support and maybe break through to that resistance at 124.85. If we can hold on this level, we might just catch a nice breakout instead of fading back down. Keep your eyes peeled as we wait for the next move. Alright, folks, we're dialed in at the critical support level of $123.78, and this is the moment of truth. The last three candles showing two green and one red suggest that bullish momentum is trying to push through, but will it hold? We're seeing some consolidation here as the volatility is contracting, which could mean traders are getting ready for a big move. Keep an eye on that $124.15 resistance. If we can smash through that with some volume, we might be on the verge of a breakout. Let's see if we can get a bounce off support or if we'll be looking at a breakdown instead. What do you think? Are we about to break free, or is this just a flicker of hope? We've just hit that critical support level right at $123.78, and eyes are glued to the chart. The last few candles showed some bullish momentum with two greens followed by that single red. Looks like we're trying to hold steady here. But with volume sitting at a measly 0.1x average, there's definitely a lack of conviction in this rally. It's like we're in a bit of a dead space. The RSI is sitting at 39, close to oversold territory, while the MACD is creeping just over 0, signaling potential consolidation. We've got our long position at $124.05, currently a bit in the red at -$2.80. Let's watch if this support holds. A bounce here could shift the momentum back up toward that resistance at $124.85. Keep your eyes on those candles. We're sitting right at that crucial support level of $123.78, and it's all about whether we see a bounce here or a breakdown. The last few candles show some bullish momentum with two green, but that red candle just before is definitely giving us pause. The momentum seems to be reversing direction, which has us questioning if this move is accelerating or fading. The volatility has contracted quite a bit, signaling some consolidation, so eyes are glued to how this plays out. Current position is a little in the red at $3.50, but with that support level in play, we could see a nice turnaround if buyers step in. Let's keep an eye on this action. We're looking at a key moment here as SOL-PERP-INTX hovers right at that support level of $123.78. With two green candles in the last three and a strong bull run pattern showing 4 out of the last 5 bullish, the momentum is in our favor. But that dead volume could spell trouble. It looks like traders are holding back. We need to see a powerful bounce off this support to confirm that upward trend, or else it could be a breakdown scenario. Keep an eye on that action. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. we're hovering right at support. $123.78 is the line in the sand here, and I'm watching to see if we bounce or break down. The momentum is reversing and volatility is contracting. This could be a critical moment. The RSI is sitting at 39, not oversold just yet, but the MACD is barely holding on at 0.13, interesting to see how this plays out. Alright folks, we're watching SOL here at $123.85, and what a tense moment as we test that support at $123.78. The last three candles show some bullish momentum, with 2 green and just 1 red, but can we hold this level? We've seen a strong bull run with 4 of the last 5 candles pushing higher, signaling that momentum is definitely on our side, but with volume dead, it's a critical moment for traders. Keep your eyes peeled because a solid bounce off support could propel us right back up, or we might see a breakdown if we don't hold strong. This is where the action gets real. Right now, we just saw a flurry of order activity, with multiple buy orders hitting the books at various prices. Just now, prices ticked up to $123.91 with a buy order of 3.0, indicating some potential upward movement. This very moment, we're seeing a new sell order flash at $126.34, which could bring some resistance. The current candle is building bullish, reflecting the strong momentum from the last few bars. Watching closely as we test support at $123.78. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked down to $123.89, testing that support level hard. This candle is building with a bit of selling pressure, and we're watching to see if it holds. Just now, we had a fill on a sell order at $123.89, adding to that tension. The momentum feels a little shaky, so it's crucial to keep an eye on whether we bounce here or break down. Right now, price just ticked down to $123.89 as we see some selling pressure creeping in. This very second, the candle is forming red, suggesting that sellers are stepping in, challenging that support level of $123.78. Just now, we had a recent fill on that sell order at $123.89, hinting at potential weakness. Keep an eye on this momentum shift, it could get volatile. Right now, we're seeing some action as the price just ticked up to $123.89, holding at support. This very second, we're forming a new candle that's showing bullish characteristics, reflecting that strong momentum we've seen recently. Just flashed a small uptick in volume, suggesting potential interest from buyers as we test this critical level. Watching closely to see if we can bounce off this support or if sellers will step in. Right now, price just ticked back down to $123.89 as we watch for a bounce at this support level. This candle is building with selling pressure, showing indecision in the market. Just now, the volume remains weak, indicating consolidation as traders await direction. Keep your eyes peeled. Will we hold support or break down? Right now, we're seeing a slight dip as price just ticked down to $123.89, right at that support level. This very second, the candle is forming with a bearish character, indicating some selling pressure coming in. Just now, we had a sell order fill at $123.89, which could be adding to the downward momentum. Watching closely for a potential bounce here, but the pressure is palpable. Right now, we've just seen price tick down to $123.95, but the bulls are trying to recover. This very moment, the current 5-minute candle is showing bullish characteristics with strong buying pressure as we just printed a bullish Maribozu. Just now, we had that recent fill at $123.88, which indicates that some traders are adding to long positions, looking for a bounce from the support level. Watching closely for follow-through in this bar as we test that crucial 123.80 threshold. Right now, price is currently sitting at $123.90, and this very moment, we're seeing a strong bullish Maribozu forming in the candle that's just materializing. Buyers are really stepping in hard, as evidenced by the last tick just pushing the price up from $123.88 to test higher levels, showing confidence after that recent sell-off. Just now, the momentum is building, and we're watching for potential breakout continuation. Keep your eyes peeled, this action is heating up. Right now, we're seeing some pressure as price just ticked down to $123.91. This very second, the candle is forming red, indicating selling pressure taking hold, and we're keeping an eye on that support level at $123.78. Just now, the bulls are battling but need to step up to prevent a deeper pullback, watching for immediate reactions. Right now, we're seeing SOL holding steady at 123.93, but just now, it ticked down to 123.88, testing that support level we talked about. This candle is building with some indecision, it's not quite showing the bullish momentum we saw earlier. In this moment, the market's contracting, and we're watching closely if buyers step in to defend that support. Traders are on edge, ready to react as the pressure builds. Will we bounce back or break down? Right now, we just saw a surge of order activity with several buy and sell orders flashing across the board. Just now, a new buy order printed for one at 124.30, while a couple of sell orders came in at 124.15 and 124.40. This activity shows some bullish confidence as we've seen two green candles forming recently. The price is currently holding at 123.90, right at support, watching closely to see if we can bounce off this level or if we'll break down further. Let's keep our eyes peeled for any follow-through. Right now, price just ticked down to $123.86, showing some selling pressure as we build this candle, which is currently red and suggests that the bears are trying to take control. In this very moment, the candle's body is forming tight, indicating potential consolidation, but we need to watch for a reaction at that support level of $123.78. Just now, those recent fills popped up, with the market still feeling the weight of the selling orders, so keep your eyes peeled for potential breaks or a bounce. Right now, we just saw price tick down to $123.86, holding tight around that support level. This very moment, we're forming a strong bullish candle, showcasing impressive buying pressure from the bulls. Just printed a small burst of volume, but it's still relatively low with no signs of significant acceleration. Watching closely to see if we can bounce off that support or if sellers will step back in. Right now, price just ticked down to $123.85, showing some hesitation at that support level. We're seeing this candle build with a slight bearish character, indicating potential selling pressure as we approach that crucial point. Just now, the bulls need to step in, or we could see a breakdown here. Right now, price just ticked down to $123.84, and we're currently pressing against that key support at $123.78. This candle is building bearish, showing strong selling pressure as we just printed a new low for this moment. Sellers are dominating the action, and there's a lot of tension in this market. We're watching for any signs of a bounce or a potential breakdown here. Right now, SOL is sitting at $123.82 as we just saw a tick down from $123.85, indicating some selling pressure. This very second, the candle is forming bearish, showing strong selling control as the last few seconds have printed with lower highs. Just now, we saw a sell order fill at $123.89, adding to the bearish momentum we've been tracking. Price is testing that critical support level at $123.78, and the dead volume suggests traders are cautious will it bounce or break down. Right now, we just broke below that support level at $123.78, delivering a slight tick down to $123.79. This very second, the candle is building bearish, showing strong selling pressure as the bears maintain control. We just printed a fresh sell order at $123.89, and there's a definite hint of momentum shifting with that volume still looking dead. Traders are watching closely for any signs of a bounce as the price hovers at this critical support. Right now, price just ticked down to $123.82, testing that support level at $123.78. This very second, the current 5-minute candle is building bearish, reflecting that strong selling pressure from the recent Mariposa pattern. We just saw a flash of volume on this tick, but it's still low overall, indicating some hesitation in the market. Keep an eye on whether we get a bounce off that support or if the bears continue to dominate. Right now, we're seeing price holding just above support at $123.80 with some selling pressure coming in. This tick just printed a bearish candle, and the bears are looking to maintain control as the current bar shows signs of weakness. With the volume still pretty dead, it feels like we're in a tight consolidation phase, but those recent fills are putting some pressure on the sellers. Watching closely as we test this pivotal support level, will it hold or break? Right now, we just saw a flurry of new orders hitting the book. Multiple sell orders popped up, including one at $124.50 and another at $124.40, indicating that sellers are continuing to apply pressure. Meanwhile, there's a new buy order at $124.30 that's just printed, suggesting some buyers are stepping in, but with the last few candles showing strong bearish momentum, we'll have to watch closely to see if this support holds. Right now, price just ticked down to $123.80, testing that key support level at $123.78. This candle is building with bearish strength, showing that strong selling pressure continues to dominate. Just now, we saw that sell order fill, confirming the momentum behind the move. Watch for a bounce at this support or a potential breakdown as the bears are firmly in control. Right now, price just ticked down to $123.69, and we're testing that support line hard. This very second, the candle is shaping up to be a bearish one, reflecting that strong selling pressure we've seen. Just moments ago, we had a sell fill at 123.89, adding to that downward momentum. Keep your eyes peeled for a potential breakdown or a bounce off support. It's a nail biter. Right now, we're seeing a critical test of support at 123.78, just now the price is hovering around this level, watching for a bounce or breakdown this very moment. The forming candle is building with a bearish tone, indicating selling pressure is still present, and we're seeing a slight reversal in momentum, which could be a sign of a potential shift in the market. The risk/reward of the setup is precarious, as we're already in the red with a loss of 875, just now the price action is dictating our next move. Price just ticked down to 123.69, holding right at that support level with pressure building. We're seeing a red candle forming, indicating potential selling strength in this moment. Just now, we had a couple of orders fill, adding more weight to this bearish momentum. Keep an eye on that volume, it's still pretty dead. Right now, price just ticked down to 123.69, testing that support level once again. We're seeing a bearish candle forming, indicating selling pressure as volume remains dead low, just a fraction of average. This very second, momentum is accelerating down, so all eyes are on whether we'll see a bounce off support or a breakdown through it. Right now, we're seeing some serious action at $123.70 as the price just ticked down to $123.65, showing a bit of weakness. This candle that's forming is looking bearish, indicating selling pressure is building as we approach that support level at $123.78. Just now, a fresh wave of selling has come in, and it feels like sellers are gaining control in this moment. Keep an eye on this, a breakdown could set the tone for the next few ticks. Right now, price just dipped to 123.83 and is testing that critical support level at 123.78. In the last few seconds, we're seeing some downward pressure in this forming candle, indicating sellers are stepping in. This tick is showing weakness as we're watching for either a bounce off support or a potential breakdown here. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked down to 123.82, testing that support level. This candle is forming with bearish characteristics, indicating selling pressure in this moment. Just now, we had a recent fill on that buy order at 123.88, which could set up for a potential bounce if buyers step in. Right now, we just saw a flurry of order activity as several buy and sell orders came through. A sell order for one at 124.15 is live while we just got filled on a buy at 123.88. The candle that's forming is showing bearish momentum, and with the price testing that support level at 123.80, we're watching closely for a potential bounce or breakdown. This tick is all about choppy movement, and that volume is dead, so eyes are peeled for confirmation. Right now, price just ticked down to $123.74, testing that crucial support level at $123.78. This very moment, we're seeing a bearish candle forming, showing selling pressure as momentum accelerates downward. Just now, the volume is still dead, but traders are eyeing for a possible bounce or a breakdown from this level. Right now, price is testing that critical support level at 123.78, and we're just seeing it hang tight there. Just now, it ticked down to 123.72 but quickly bounced back up. This candle is building with a lot of selling pressure, and the volume remains dead, indicating a lack of conviction. We're definitely on the edge, watching for either a bounce or a breakdown in this very moment. Right now, price just dipped to $123.79, bouncing off that critical support level of $123.73. In this very moment, we're seeing a hesitant candle forming. It's holding steady but not showing much strength just yet. Just now, selling pressure appears to be stalling, and traders are on edge, watching for any sign of a potential bounce or further breakdown. This tick is crucial as we assess whether buyers can step in and turn this momentum around. Right now, price just ticked down to 123.76 as we bounce off support. This candle is building bearish, reflecting that recent selling pressure. Just now, we're seeing volume surge, indicating strong interest in this downward movement. Definitely a critical moment to watch. Right now, price just ticked down to $123.75, testing that critical support level of $123.73. This very second, we're seeing a strong bearish candle forming, reflecting that sustained selling pressure with no green candles showing in the sequence. Just now, we also had a sell order filled at $123.89, indicating more traders are favoring the downside in this momentum shift. Right now, we're seeing the price just tick down to $123.73, right at that critical support level. This candle is building bearish, with sustained selling pressure reflected in the last few ticks. Just moments ago, it flashed through that support, prompting traders to keep an eye out for potential breakdowns or a bounce back. The momentum feels heavy, and that recent selling action could lead to more downside if it doesn't find buyers soon. Right now, we're seeing price testing that critical support level at 123.73, and it's holding just above for now. This candle is forming with bearish momentum, indicating that sellers are still in control. Just now, we had a quick tick down to 123.75 before finding a slight bounce. Definitely watching for a possible breakdown or reversal in the next moments. Right now, price is currently testing that critical support level at 123.73, and just now, we've seen a slight tick down to 123.78. This candle that's forming is looking pretty bearish, as we're not seeing any signs of buying pressure yet. We're still in a strong downward trend, and with the recent selling pressure, traders are getting anxious, watching for a potential breakdown through support or a bounce back up. Right now, we're seeing some intense action as price just ticked down to $123.76, testing that critical support level at $123.73. This candle is forming red, indicating strong selling pressure just in this moment, and with volume surging at twice the average, it's clear that sellers are in control. Just now, the market is definitely feeling bearish, and all eyes are on whether we'll hold this support or break down further. Stay glued, folks, it's getting exciting here. Right now, we're seeing price just tick up to $123.69 as this 5-minute candle is building a bullish formation. The last few seconds show a bit of buying pressure coming in, potentially indicating a bounce off that support level. Just now, the market looks poised to test that $123.73 support, and it seems like bulls are trying to take control here. Right now, we're seeing price action at $123.60, and it's testing that critical support level. This very second, the current candle is developing a bearish character, showing some selling pressure right as we hover near support. Just now, we got a tick down to $123.50 before bouncing slightly back, watching closely to see if buyers can step in here or if we break down. The bulls are looking to assert some control, but for now, it's a tense moment in this consolidation phase. Right now, price just dipped down to 123.57, holding right at that support level. This candle is building bearish, showing some selling pressure as it struggles for traction. Just now, we saw a flash of selling that brought the price down quickly, which could signal a potential breakdown if it doesn't bounce soon. We're definitely watching this moment closely to see if buyers can step in and push it back up off support. Right now, we're seeing price at 123.55, just holding steady as the market looks for direction. This candle is currently forming with a bearish bias, reflecting the recent selling pressure we've seen in the last few seconds. Just now, some selling orders came through, which might be adding to the downward momentum. Keep an eye on that support at 123.73, watching for a potential bounce or a breakdown here. Right now, price just ticked down to 123.54, testing that critical support level hard. The current candle is forming with a bearish tone, showing selling pressure as sellers are stepping in. Just now, we saw a quick uptick, but it got rejected almost immediately, indicating that the bulls are struggling to gain momentum in this moment. Keep an eye on how this candle closes, it could set the tone for the next move. Right now, price is battling at $123.47 as it's just dipped below that critical support level of $123.73. This tick is showing some weakness, and we're seeing selling pressure in this candle that's forming. Just now, the bears are taking control, and with the volume still dead, we need to watch closely for any potential bounce or breakdown here. This very moment is crucial for our position. Right now, we just saw price tick down to 123.49, and it's testing that key support level hard. This candle is forming with a lot of selling pressure, showing indecision from the bulls. Just moments ago, we saw some selling flood in, and volume is still pretty weak, almost at a standstill, signaling that traders are watching for clarity. Keep an eye on this. It's crucial to see if buyers step in or if we're going to break down through support. Right now, price is holding at 123.44, just ticked down slightly. This moment is crucial, as we're seeing some selling pressure in this bar, which could indicate a potential breakdown below support. The last few seconds showed a struggle to maintain those bullish gains from earlier, and we're watching to see if it can regain momentum or if sellers take control. Stay alert, the action is heating up. Right now, price just printed down to 123.47, testing that support level solidly. In this moment, we're seeing a bearish candle forming, indicating selling pressure with volume still lagging. The bulls need to step in quickly here, or we could see a further breakdown below that support. Right now, we're seeing a slight pause in the price action, just holding at 123.45, and this very moment, the momentum is attempting to reverse direction, but it's not quite gaining traction. This tick is showing a bit of indecision, with the bullish Mariposa pattern from the previous candle still influencing the price, but just now, the selling pressure is trying to creep back in. Just flashed a filled sell order at 123.89, which could be a sign that the bears are trying to take control, but we need to see follow through to confirm. Right now, price just ticked down to $123.63, reflecting that bearish momentum we've been seeing lately. This candle is building red, showing strong selling pressure as we hover just above that critical support level at $123.38. Just now, we saw some selling interest flash across the ticker, further pushing us into the red territory. Keep an eye on that volume. It's low but indicative of some indecision in the market right at this moment. Right now, we're seeing price just dip down to $123.76, holding at support while battling that bearish momentum. Just now, this candle is building with a spinning top, indicating indecision as neither side is fully taking control. We've just printed a couple of fills with the sell order at $123.89 executing, but we're still watching for this price action to either bounce off support or break down further. This very moment is crucial, with that next tick determining if we're holding or fading deeper into this bearish trend. Right now, price is hovering at 123.82 as this 5-minute candle is building a spinning top, indicating some indecision in the market. Just now, we saw a slight tick down to 123.78 before a bounce back, but selling pressure continues to hold. We're watching closely how this candle closes as we approach that crucial support level at 123.38. Right now, we're seeing price hold at 123.88, just testing that support level like a champ. This candle is building a bit of indecision with a spinning top forming, indicating bulls and bears are locked in battle. Just now, we saw a tick down to 123.87 before bouncing back slightly, definitely eyeing for a potential reversal or another leg down. Right now, price just ticked down to 123.87, and we're seeing some selling pressure building with this candle. This very second, the bears are pushing hard, showing that strong downward momentum we've been tracking. Just now, that last tick really emphasized the bearish sentiment, and with the volume still low, it seems traders are cautious. We're watching for a potential bounce off this support level or if this candle can close strong for a further push downward. Right now, we just flashed down to 123.85, testing that support level hard. The candle building right now is looking bearish, with selling pressure really ramping up. We're seeing a slight uptick in volume as this tick is pushing lower, signaling potential for further downside. Keep an eye on that support at 123.38, it's either going to hold or break. Right now, we're seeing some intense action as price just ticked down to $123.86, testing that support level hard. This very moment, the current candle is forming and it's showing some bearish pressure, reflecting that downward momentum we've been noticing. Just now, selling has been dominating, keeping the pressure on as we watch for any signs of a bounce or further breakdown. The volume remains low, but there's potential for a shift if buyers step in at this crucial point. Right now, price is sitting at 123.78 as the last tick just printed. We're seeing some indecision in this moment, with this candle forming a potential shooting star, indicating sellers are pushing back against those highs. Just seconds ago, we saw those sell orders getting filled at 123.89 and 123.88, which adds to the pressure. Keep an eye on the support level at 123.38 as this action unfolds. Right now, price is currently holding at $123.74 as we're seeing some indecision in this latest candle. This very moment is showing a tight range, with buyers attempting to hold above support at $123.38 while sellers are clearly rejecting those highs. Just now, we saw a tick up to $123.76 before pulling back slightly, indicating some volatility in this area. Watching closely to see if this candle can turn bullish or if we'll see more selling pressure come in. Right now, we just saw a tick down to $123.78, showing a bit of selling pressure in this very moment. The current candle is forming red, indicating sellers are stepping in after that slight bullish momentum earlier. Just printed a small spike in volume, but it's still relatively dead, definitely a consolidation phase happening here. Right now, price just ticked up to $123.80, showing a slight bounce from our recent lows as buying pressure emerges. This candle is forming bullish, indicating potential support building here as we've got two green candles prior. Just now, we saw that sell order of 4 units at $123.89 fill, which might spark some action as we approach that resistance. In this moment, momentum feels like it's shifting, so keep an eye on how this unfolds. Right now, we're seeing some action as the price just ticked down to $123.75. This moment, the candle is building with potential bullish traits, still trying to hold above that support level of $123.38. Just now, we had a quick flash of selling, but it's not overwhelming the bullish momentum from the earlier structure. Keep an eye on this as the candle develops. The bulls are still in play. Right now, price is currently holding at 123.77, just ticking back and forth as we see some consolidation. This candle is building bullish, but it's fighting off that shooting star pattern from earlier. Just printed a few sell orders and now we're testing that support at 123.38. Volume remains dead, so we're looking for some action to break the stalemate. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just printed at $123.76, holding steady as this candle is building bullish momentum. Just moments ago, the buying pressure has intensified, and we've got a bullish Mariposa forming, indicating that the bulls are in control. This tick is showing strength, and traders are clearly looking for a continuation. Keep an eye on that resistance up at $124.85 as we move forward. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked up to $123.79, holding steady after a brief dip. This candle is building bullish with strong momentum, reflecting that buyers still have control. Just now, we saw a quick sell order fill at $123.89, which might bring a bit of pressure, but overall, the bulls are still pushing back hard. Keep an eye on this very second, it's shaping up to be a decisive moment. Right now, we're seeing price just tick down to $123.74 as selling pressure starts to creep in. This candle is building a bit of indecision, but it's still holding above that crucial support at $123.38. Just now, we saw some action with the last sell order filling at $123.89, which might be adding to that bearish sentiment. We're waiting to see if buyers can step back up and push this back into the green. Right now, we just saw price tick down to 123.73, but it quickly rebounded, showing some resilience against that selling pressure as we build this current candle. This candle is looking like it wants to turn bullish, but we're still in that tight range, testing the waters. Just now, we had a recent fill at 123.88, adding to our position, which keeps the momentum alive as we try to push through these resistance levels. This very second, eyes are on whether this tick can break into bullish territory or if it's going to fade back down. Right now, we're seeing a slight bounce off the current price of 123.79, just now holding above that key support level of 123.38, and this tick is showing some strength as we're testing the upper end of this tight range. This very moment, the momentum is attempting to reverse direction, and we're watching to see if this will be a breakout setup or a fade setup, with the price action currently favoring a potential fade given the lack of conviction from the bulls. Just now, the RSI is at 41, which is still in neutral territory, so we're waiting to see how the next few seconds play out. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked down to 123.79. This very moment, we're building a bearish candle, indicating some selling pressure after that slight uptick earlier. The market feels a bit heavy as sellers come in to attack the bids. Just printed filled orders at 123.88, but it's clear that momentum is shifting downwards as we consolidate here. Keep your eyes peeled as this could be setting up for a fade. Right now, price just ticked down to $123.80, continuing to test that support level around $123.38. This candle is currently forming bearish, showing selling pressure as we see those last few ticks consistently pushing lower. Just a moment ago, it looked like we had some attempts to bounce, but the sellers are starting to take control again. We're definitely watching for any sign of a reversal here, but for now, it's all about this downward momentum. Right now, price just ticked down to 123.78 as selling pressure builds in this candle. We're seeing this bar forming red, indicating that there's some bearish momentum in play. Just now, the recent filled orders are showing a mixed signal, but that last sell at 123.89 took us a bit lower. This very second, all eyes are on the support level at 123.38. Will it hold? Right now, we're seeing price just tick down to $123.78, testing that $123.75 support level with some bearish momentum in the current candle. This very moment, that 5-minute candle is building with selling pressure, looking to close red unless we see some strong buyers step in. Just flashed a fill for our sell order at $123.89, adding to that pressure. Keep an eye on this action, the market is clearly in a consolidation phase right now. Right now, price just ticked down to $123.80, showing some selling pressure in this very moment. The candle forming is looking bearish, with that last tick indicating a potential shift as we're seeing continued lack of volume. Just flashed a fill on that buy order at $123.88, but with the momentum reversing, we need to watch for a decision point here, especially with resistance looming ahead at $124.78. Keep an eye on those support levels as we navigate this consolidation. Right now, price just ticked down to $123.83, showing some bearish pressure in this very moment. The current candle is building red, indicating we're seeing continued selling momentum here. Just now, our recent sell order at $123.89 got filled, adding to that selling intensity as we approach potential support at $123.38. Right now, we just printed a fresh tick down to $123.80 as selling pressure is creeping back in. This candle is forming bearish, indicating the bulls might be losing steam at this very moment. We're seeing light volume, making it feel like a consolidation phase, but the momentum is certainly not in our favor. Watch closely as we approach that support level at $123.38, this could get interesting. Right now, price is currently sitting at $123.81, and we've just ticked down slightly. This very moment, that forming candle is looking bearish, indicating some selling pressure building up. We just saw a couple of sell orders flash across, adding to the weight here, and the volume remains dead, showing no real buying enthusiasm. We're holding just above that support level of $123.38, but the momentum feels like it could reverse at any second. Traders are waiting for a confirmation here. Right now, price just ticked down slightly, hovering at $123.86 as we see some selling pressure creeping in. This candle is building as more action unfolds, showing a bearish character at this very moment. Just flashed a quick sell at $123.89, so we've got to keep our eyes peeled on that resistance around $124.15. The bulls are trying to maintain control, but this tick is indicating a potential shift, watching for follow-through as we move deeper into this candle. Right now, price just ticked down to 123.78, showing some weakness as we build this candle. In this very moment, we're seeing selling pressure in this bar, and the bulls are losing a bit of their grip. Just printed a low around 123.76, so we'll need to watch for potential support. The volume is still dead at 0.1 times the average, but that could shift quickly, stay alert. Right now, we're seeing some interesting action as price just ticked up to 123.98. This candle is building bullish, showing signs of strength as buyers are stepping in. Just now, we saw a trade fill at 123.88, indicating there's still some buying interest lurking around. Keep an eye on this momentum, it could spark a push towards that resistance. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked up to 123.97. This very second, the current candle is building bullish, with strong buying pressure pushing through the last few seconds. Just now, we've had that sell order at 123.88 filled, indicating some follow-through from buyers. Momentum feels like it's trying to hold up, but let's see if the bulls can maintain this strength moving forward. Right now, we're seeing SOL at 123.97, just ticking up from that last fill at 123.88. This very moment, the candle we're currently building is showing bullish characteristics, but keep an eye on that fading momentum as we approach the resistance level. Just now, the recent buy order filled, injecting a bit of enthusiasm into the market, but with that volume still contracting, we need to see if buyers can maintain this push. Watch closely as this tick develops. Bulls need to capitalize while the pressure is on. Right now, we're seeing price hold steady at 123.98, just testing that previous resistance level. This candle is building bullish, reflecting strong buying pressure as it shapes up into a potential Maribozu. Just now, we saw a couple of fills on the buy side at 123.88, indicating some eagerness from buyers to step in here. Right now, price just ticked up to $123.97, and we're seeing some bullish momentum building in this candle. This very moment, the bulls are pushing hard, and this candle is shaping up nicely after those recent fills. We just saw a sell order fill at $123.89, which might be influencing the action, but the buying pressure is holding strong. Keep an eye on that resistance at $124.15, we're testing that zone, and it could be a pivotal moment. Right now, SOL is sitting at 124.03 as we just saw a tick down to 123.98. This candle is building as a potential reversal, with some selling pressure coming in at this moment. Just now, we saw a sell order fill at 123.88, indicating some traders may be taking profits or positioning for a pullback. The bulls had momentum earlier, but with this recent action, we need to watch if this shift continues or if buyers can step back in. Right now, price just ticked down to 124 flat, showing some bearish pressure as this candle builds and hints at potential weakness. We're seeing diminished volume, which is not helping the bulls as the momentum appears to be fading this very moment. Just now, the action is tightening up, and all eyes are on how this candle closes. Will it hold or break? Right now, we're seeing price just tick down to 124 flat, and it looks like some selling pressure is creeping in. This very second, the candle is forming bearish as we've got some red showing, which makes me cautious about momentum fading. Just now, I noticed those recent fills with the sell order at 123.89 getting knocked out, which might indicate a shift in dealer sentiment. Watch closely, we're testing the limits of this range. Right now, we're seeing a tick up as price just printed at 124 even, showing a bit of strength in this moment. This candle is building bullish, and with those recent fills from $123.88 and $123.89, there's some momentum here. It looks like buyers are trying to take control just above that solid support level at $123.38. Keep an eye on how this plays out as we're testing that previous high. Right now, price just ticked down to 124 flat, showing some weakness as we approach that support level at 123.38. This candle is currently forming with a bearish character, indicating we're seeing selling pressure build in this moment. Just printed a few recent fills, including a sell order at 123.88, which could lead to further downside if this momentum continues. Eyes are on whether we'll hold above that support or break through in the next few seconds. Right now, price just ticked down to 124 even, showing signs of weakness in this moment. This candle is forming with a bearish character, indicating selling pressure building as it closes. We just saw a couple of recent fills, with the sell order at 123.89 getting filled, which might be adding to the pressure. Keep an eye on this momentum. The action is cooling off, and we need to see if buyers step in or if this fade continues. Right now, we just saw price dip momentarily to $124.01, but it's quickly bouncing back as buying pressure kicks in. This candle is building bullish, showing a potential reversal after that little dip just now. We're watching for that follow through as the momentum shifts. The last tick just printed with some strength behind it, indicating traders are stepping back in. Let's see if we can test that resistance at $124.15 next. Right now, we're seeing price just tick down to 124 flat, showing some selling pressure in this very moment. The current candle is building bearish, and it's reflecting that downward movement as volume remains weak. Traders are watching closely for any potential reversal as momentum shifts, but for now, we're holding steady in this consolidation phase. Right now, price just ticked up slightly to $124.09 as we see a bit of bullish momentum building in this candle. This very second, it looks like buyers are stepping in, pushing the action higher. We're watching for this to hold as we test that resistance level at $124.15. With the volume still a bit muted, the tension is palpable. Will we break through? Right now, we're seeing price just ticked up to 124.08, maintaining that bullish momentum from the last few candles. This very moment shows the current candle building green, suggesting there's some strength behind this move. Just now, we had a sell order fill at 123.88, which might indicate some traders are locking in profits, but the buying pressure is still strong overall. We're definitely on the watch for follow through here as price hovers close to that resistance level at 124.67. Right now, we're seeing a complete lack of volume backing this move, with the ratio sitting at 0.0x average, which tells me that this price action is not being driven by any significant buying or selling pressure, just a slow grind. This very moment, the price is currently hovering around 124.05, and the fact that volume is dead is a bit concerning, as it's not giving us much conviction in the current move. We're seeing a bit of a drift upwards, but without any real volume behind it, it's hard to say if this is a sustainable move or just a slow leak upwards. Right now, we're seeing SOL tick down slightly to $124.18 as the buyers take a breather after that bullish momentum. This very second, the candle is forming with some indecision, showing a bit of selling pressure after that strong move earlier. Just flashed a sell order at $124.15, but the bullish Marubozu pattern is still holding. Traders are watching closely to see if this supports the upward trend or if we start fading back towards support at $123.89. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked up to $124.15, holding steady as this new 5-minute candle is forming bullish, showing solid buying pressure. Just flashed a strong push from bulls, reflecting that bullish Marubozu pattern we talked about. Buyers are really taking control here. This very second, we're watching if they can break through that resistance at $124.53. Keep an eye on the intensity of this momentum, it feels like they want to drive it higher. Right now, we're seeing some solid buying pressure as price just ticked up to $124.25, holding steady in this moment. This current candle is building bullish, reflecting that strong momentum from the bulls after those recent fills at $124.15 and $123.88. Just flashed a nice uptick, and with the recent bullish candlestick patterns in play, we could be setting up for a continuation here. Keep your eyes peeled as we test this level, it's heating up. Right now, we're seeing some serious movement as price just ticked up to $124.26. This very moment, the candle is building bullish with strong buying pressure after that recent consolidation. Just printed a refreshing tick, and the bulls are absolutely in control, pushing against that resistance. We're looking for follow-through as momentum carries us higher. Right now, we just saw a quick tick down to $124.05 but immediately bounced back to $124.10, showing some resilience. This very moment, the current candle is building with a slight bullish shape, indicating there's still some buying pressure despite the recent red. Just now, we've had a couple of orders fill, tightening up the bid-ask spread and suggesting that traders are keen to jump in. We're watching closely for any shifts in volume as we move through this consolidation phase. Right now, we just saw price rip through $124.23, gaining some bullish momentum. This very moment, the forming candle is showing signs of strength with buyers pushing hard, indicating that we might break through that resistance at $124.53. Just now, multiple sell orders have filled, but it seems the bulls are still in control, pushing us higher. Keep an eye on this action, it's heating up. Right now, price just ticked up to $124.16, showing some bullish momentum as buyers are stepping in. This very second, we're forming a strong green candle with buying pressure building, indicating that bulls are gaining control. The last few ticks have reflected solid buying activity, suggesting we might see a potential push toward that resistance at $124.53. Keep an eye on this momentum as we could see a breakout here. Right now, price just ticked up to $124.20, showing some signs of life as bulls are stepping back in. This current candle is building bullish, reflecting that strong buying pressure from the last few moments. We're seeing momentum shift, so eyes are on whether we can hold this level for a potential breakout. Right now, SOL is catching some action, just printing at $124.14. This tick just edged down slightly, but we're watching closely as the current 5-minute candle is forming with some selling pressure. It's looking like it wants to hold that 124 level, but we'll need to see if buyers step in here. Just now, we saw a few orders fill, which might ignite some movement in the next moments. What do you all think about this setup? Are we primed for a bounce, or is this the start of a deeper pullback? Right now, we're seeing a slight pullback as price just ticked down to 124.15. This candle is building bearish, showing selling pressure as it forms. Just flashed some recent fills with that sell at 123.88, adding to the momentum shift. Watching closely to see if this consolidation will break down further or take a reversal. Right now, we're seeing a slight pullback as price just dipped to 124.15, creating some concern among traders. This very moment, the candle is building with some selling pressure evident, reflecting that recent bearish momentum. Just now, a few more sell orders just flashed, and the volume is still sluggish, indicating a lack of conviction in this move. With that recent activity, we need to keep an eye on that $124 resistance. It might be a tough hurdle to clear. Right now, we're seeing price holding steady around 124.13 as it builds a candle that's showing signs of indecision. Just now, we had a tick down to 124.12 before bouncing back slightly, but volume remains extremely light, almost dead. This very moment, we're still testing that resistance level at 124.35, but with bearish momentum in the last two candles, it's critical to watch how this one closes. Keep an eye on that support at 123.38 as well. It could be pivotal if this trend starts to fade. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.06, showing some bearish pressure as we see this current 5-minute candle developing red. Just now, we're experiencing some selling action that's pushing the price below the previous support at 124.10. This tick is indicating some consolidation, but the selling momentum could really shift things as we approach that significant support level at 123.38. Keep an eye out for how this candle closes in the next few seconds. Right now, we're seeing some action as the price just ticked down to 124.25, indicating a bit of selling pressure. This candle is building bearish, with the last few seconds showing tighter spreads and potential indecision in the market. Just flashed a couple of sells coming in quickly, so keep an eye on that resistance level at 124.35, it could test the resolve of the bulls here. The momentum just shifted slightly downward, and we need to see if buyers can step in to reclaim this move. Right now, we just saw price tick down to $124.29, and this very moment, the candle is struggling to hold its ground, showing some selling pressure. The last few trades just printed, pushing us closer to that support at $124.15, while overall volume remains dead, indicating hesitation in this market. This tick is critical as we're feeling the bearish momentum from the last two candles, watching closely for any signs of a reversal. Right now, we just saw a tick up to 124.22, but it's still holding steady as volume remains dead. This very second, the next candle is forming with a slight bullish bias, trying to shake off that bearish momentum from the last few bars. Just printed a tiny pop, but we're watching to see if it can hold and build some strength, or if sellers will jump back in. The tension is palpable as we sit right in the middle of that range. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.25, showing some selling pressure in this moment. We're seeing this candle forming as red, indicating a potential continuation of that bearish momentum we've been tracking. Just flashed a sell order that hit at 124.15, adding to that downside action. Right now, we just saw price tick down to 124.25, showing some selling pressure as it tests that recent low. This candle is building bearish, and with the last few ticks moving lower, traders are clearly starting to react. Just now, we've got that momentum shifting a bit, and with the volume still sluggish, it's all about whether we hold this support level at 123.38. Let's see if we can find a bounce or if it continues to fade. Right now, price just ticked down to $124.10, showing some selling pressure as this candle is forming. We're seeing a bit of a struggle here, with buyers trying to hold above that key level of $124. Just flashed a spike in volume, but it's still light overall, so we're watching how this plays out. Right now, we're seeing a bit of movement as price just ticked down to $124.24, showing some slight selling pressure in this very moment. This candle is building with a bit of bearish character, and we're testing that support zone closely. Just now, the volume remains low, so we need to keep an eye on any potential bursts that could shift the momentum quickly. Watch for the next tick, it's critical. Right now, we're seeing a slight dip as price just ticked down to $124.29, holding just below that $124.35 resistance level. This current 5-minute candle is building a bearish feel, with selling pressure just starting to creep in. Just now, we had a few orders flash on the book, indicating potential profit taking by traders who might be fading this move. The momentum is still holding up, but this tick suggests we could be in for some consolidation ahead. Keep an eye on that support at $123.38. Right now, we're seeing the price at $124.40, and just this very second, it ticked up slightly from $124.29, showing signs of some bullish momentum. The current candle is building green, indicating that buyers are stepping in, but we're still holding below that key resistance at $124.35. Just moments ago, the market printed a few quick fills, indicating good action from buyers trying to push this higher. How does everyone feel about this trade setup? Are we ready to break through that resistance? Right now, price just ticked up to $124.37, showing some strength after those recent fills. This current candle is building bullish, and it's gaining a bit of momentum as we approach that resistance level at $124.35. We're really watching to see if this buying pressure can push us higher in this moment. Right now, we're seeing virtually no volume come in, which is telling us that this move is lacking conviction. Just now the market is trading at $124.40, and the dead volume is a concern. This very moment the lack of participation is raising some red flags about the sustainability of this price level. We're seeing a market that's just not getting any traction in terms of volume, and that's a key factor to watch as we continue to trade. Just now the price is holding steady, but the absence of volume is a yellow flag, and we're watching to see if that changes in the next few ticks. Right now, price just ticked up to $124.49, pushing against that resistance level at $124.29. This candle is building a strong bullish Marubozu, indicating the bulls are completely in control. Just now, we saw a little selling pressure trying to creep in, but it's clear the buyers are stepping up to challenge that barrier. Watching closely for a breakout or a potential rejection in this very moment. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked up to 124.43, holding steady in this moment. The current candle is building slightly bullish, showing some resilience after those previous bearish bars. Just now, we had a quick spike in buying interest, suggesting that buyers are stepping in, looking to drive this back toward that resistance level at 124.35. Momentum is looking to shift, and we'll see if this can carry through. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.50, pushing right against that resistance. We're seeing strong bullish momentum with this candle showing no signs of fading just yet, building a solid body as buyers step in aggressively. Just now, that bullish Mariposa pattern is confirming as we're holding above 124.30 with an eye on breaking through. Watch for volume to pick up as we approach this critical point. Momentum is in our favor. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.50, pushing against that resistance level at 124.29. This candle is building bullish with strong buying pressure, indicating that the bulls are trying to take control. Just printed a fresh high, keeping an eye on whether we can break through and secure that breakout. Right now, we're watching the price at 124.49, just briefly tick up as it challenges that strong resistance at 124.29. This candle is building bullish with solid buying pressure, and we're seeing momentum gaining just this very second. The bulls are stepping in hard, pushing up against that key level. Can they break through? This tick is looking bullish, and the crowd is on the edge of their seats for that breakout. Right now, price is currently holding steady at 124.43 as we watch this candle build. This candle is showing some bullish characteristics, holding strong with buyers stepping in. Just now, we saw a tick up through 124.50, which could signal an attempt to break through that resistance level up ahead. Momentum is definitely diminishing, but bulls are still in control for the moment. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.50, clearly testing that resistance level at 124.29. This new 5-minute candle is building bullish, reflecting strong buying pressure with no sign of sellers stepping in just yet. Just now, we saw a couple of orders filled, tightening our long position, and the bulls seem determined to push through. Right now, the price just ticked up to 124.50, showing strong bullish momentum. This candle is building up and appears to be a solid bullish Mariposa, really indicating that buyers are in control at this very moment. We're testing that resistance at 124.29, watching closely for a breakout here. The energy in the market is palpable, and it looks like the bulls are ready to push this thing higher. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.50 as we're testing that resistance level. This candle is building bullish, following that strong bullish momentum we've seen with the recent prints. Just now, the buying pressure is solidifying, watching for whether we can break through that 124.29 mark. This very moment, momentum feels a bit mixed with volume still lagging, but bulls are certainly trying to assert control. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.50, holding steady as we test that resistance level at 124.29. This candle is shaping up bullish, reflecting the strong buying pressure we've seen with the last two candles. Just now, the market is really watching for that breakout, the bulls are in control, and we're looking for momentum to carry through. Right now, we're seeing price just tick up, currently sitting at 124.31. This candle is building bullish, showing strong buying pressure with that bullish Mariposa pattern. Just now, the momentum feels like it's holding as we test that resistance level at 124.29, watching closely for a breakout. This tick is showing strength, and it could be setting up for follow-through in the next moments. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.34, holding strong at that resistance level. This candle is building bullish, confirming that buying pressure is still in play, and we've just seen a strong rejection of lower prices. Just now, a couple of large orders just printed on the tape, indicating the bulls are not backing down. We're watching for that breakout towards 124.29, this could get exciting. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.30, testing that key resistance level at 124.50. This very moment, the candle is forming bullish with a nice upward momentum, suggesting buyers are stepping in strong. We're watching for a breakout here as the pressure builds. Let's see if they can hold this strength. Right now, we're seeing some quick action as price just ticked up to $124.32, testing that key resistance level at $124.50. This candle is building bullish, showing strength as buyers are stepping in at these higher prices. Just flashed some recent fills with multiple sell orders executed, reflecting heightened activity. We're watching for follow-through as momentum accelerates, keeping an eye on how this plays out in this moment. Right now, we're seeing price hover around 124.28, with a slight uptick just this very second. This current candle is building bullish, reflecting that momentum as buyers are stepping in near the resistance level. We might be gearing up for a breakout moment. Let's see if it holds. Right now, as we're watching the action unfold, price just ticked up slightly to $124.27, showing some bullish momentum. This forming candle is starting to build green, indicating a potential push as we test that resistance level at $124.50. Just moments ago, we saw a quick spike in buying, which might signal that traders are looking for a breakout. We need to keep an eye on whether this momentum can hold or if we see any signs of exhaustion here at the top. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked up, hitting $124.26. This candle is building bullish, showing potential strength as it pushes against that resistance at $124.50. Just now, it looks like buying pressure is picking up, so we're watching for a possible breakout through that key level. This very moment, things are heating up in the market. Let's see if it can maintain this upward momentum. Right now, we're seeing price hovering at $124.22, just testing that resistance level. This very second, the current candle is building with a slight bullish bias, indicating some strength as we approach that critical zone. Just now, we saw a tick up to 124.23, drawing attention to potential breakout momentum. With volume still a bit light, all eyes are on whether this momentum holds or if we might see a pullback. Right now, price is currently at 124.07, testing that key resistance level of 124.50. This very second, we're seeing a bullish candle form, indicating momentum as buyers step in. Just flashed a small uptick, so we're watching closely for a breakout or potential rejection here. Right now, we just saw a quick tick down to $124.09, but it's bouncing back up. The current candle is showing bullish potential as we're building some strong buying pressure in this bar. Just now, order flow indicates buyers are stepping in, and we might be gearing up for that resistance test at 124.50. Keep your eyes peeled. Will we break through or see a rejection? Right now, we're seeing price just tick down to $124.06 as this candle is forming, showing a bit of a pullback after that recent bullish momentum. The last few seconds have been critical, with price testing that resistance at $124.50 but struggling to maintain that upward push. This very moment, the market seems to be consolidating, so we need to watch closely for any breakout or continued rejection here. Right now, we just saw price tick down to 124.14, as selling pressure is evident in this moment. This candle is building bearish, reflecting that strong selling control we're seeing with the recent bearish patterns like the Maribozu. Just now, the volume has picked up slightly, suggesting that traders are reacting to this downward momentum. Keep an eye on how this candle closes, as it could signal further weakness if we hold below that key resistance. Right now, we're seeing price struggle just below 124, with a slight tick down to 123.89 just now. This candle is forming with selling pressure, reflecting that bearish momentum we've identified recently. Watch closely as we're testing that critical support level. It's a pivotal moment in this very second. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.09, showing some selling pressure as we see this current candle building with a bearish tone. Just now, that bearish Mariposa pattern is really echoing in this moment, indicating that sellers are firmly in control. We're watching closely as momentum appears to be reversing here, could be setting up for a critical decision point. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.09, showing a little weakness as it approaches that support level. This candle is building bearish, reflecting that strong selling pressure we've seen with those recent fills. Just now, the bears are asserting control, while buyers are hesitant to step in. We're watching to see if this momentum can hold or if we're going to break through to that support level at 123.38. Right now, we're seeing a bit of a tug of war as price just ticked down to $124.15, holding on that level. The current candle is building bearish, you can feel the selling pressure from the last few seconds. Just now, that bearish Mariposa pattern is really standing out, highlighting that sellers are in control, pushing against that support we've got at $123.89. Keep an eye on this action, the momentum is shifting. Right now, we're seeing a slight pullback as the price just ticked down to around 124.08. This candle is building bearish, reflecting strong selling pressure with that bearish Mariposa looming over us. Just now, the momentum is clearly shifting as sellers are taking control, and we might be testing that support level around 123.38. Watch for potential follow-through if this selling continues. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.05, reflecting that intense selling pressure we've been seeing. This candle is building bearish, showing strong control from the sellers as we just printed another red bar. We're keeping an eye on how this momentum shapes up. Will it hold or will we see a reversal here in the next few ticks? Right now, we're seeing some renewed selling pressure as price just ticked down to 124.05. This candle is building bearish, showing those sellers are clearly in control at this moment, and that Mariposa pattern is reflecting that strong selling sentiment. Volume is low right now, but this tick is indicating a potential pullback. Traders need to be cautious as we test that support level at 123.38. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.06, showing some bearish pressure as we continue to build this candle. The last tick just printed a strong selling signal, confirming the bearish momentum from the last few moments. We're seeing some selling dominance here, buyers are struggling to hold ground. Right now, we're seeing the price just break down to 123.95, and this very moment, it's holding, but the momentum is still reversing, which is a concern for our long position. This tick is showing some buying interest, but it's not enough to overcome the selling pressure. Just flashed a sell order fill at 123.89, and we're watching for follow-through to see if we'll test that support level at 123.38. Just now, the RSI is at 46, which is a relatively neutral zone, but the MACD is at 0, indicating a potential shift in momentum. Right now, price is currently testing $124.05, just holding steady as we see some indecision in this candle. This very second, the current bar is showing bearish characteristics, reflecting that strong selling pressure we've been tracking. Just now, we saw a quick tick down to $124, signaling potential weakness as sellers are still very much in control. Right now, price just ticked down to $124.08, showing some bearish pressure as this candle is building. It's a strong selling moment, reflecting that bearish Marubozu pattern we just saw flash on the chart. Just now, we had more selling activity come in as those recent sell orders got filled, adding to the momentum. This very second, it looks like we're testing that support zone, so traders need to keep a close eye on how this plays out. Right now, we're seeing price action at 124.04, and just now, it's ticked down slightly, showing some weakness. This candle is forming a strong bearish bar, reinforcing that selling pressure we noted earlier. Just printed a bearish close, and with that Marubozu pattern, the bears are definitely in control at this moment. Keep an eye on that support level, it's crunch time. Right now, price just ticked down to $124.04, showing some selling pressure in this very moment. We're currently watching a candle that's building with a bearish character, reflecting that strong downward momentum. Just now, it looks like sellers are dominating as we see those bearish patterns asserting control. Keep your eyes peeled, as this volatility is definitely expanding. Right now, we're seeing a bit of a rebound as price just ticked up to $124.07, showing some buying interest after those recent bearish patterns. This candle is forming with some bullish characteristics, indicating a potential shift in momentum. Just now, we had a sell order flash at $123.89 that was filled, adding to the action in this tightening range. Right now, we're seeing price tick down to $124.08 as selling pressure intensifies. This very moment, the forming candle is displaying a bearish character, indicating that sellers are firmly in control. Just now, we saw volume pick up slightly, suggesting some urgency in the selling as we test that critical support level at 123.38. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.07, and we're seeing some selling pressure building in this candle. This very moment, the bears are firmly in control, and that recent bearish Marubozu is really showing its teeth. Just flashed a significant drop that might test that support at 123.38 if this keeps up. Watch for potential follow-through as the momentum looks like it's shifting. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.06, and we're seeing bearish pressure building in this very moment. This current candle is looking heavy, showing signs of strong selling with that bearish Marubozu pattern dominating. Traders are clearly in control as momentum shifts. We just flashed through that minor support at 124. Watch for potential follow-through as selling pressure intensifies. Right now, price just ticked down to $124.10, showing some weakness as selling pressure intensifies. This very second, we're forming a bearish candle with strong selling dynamics, indicating bears are currently in control. Just flashed a fresh low at $124.05, so keep an eye on how this candle closes. It's crucial for the bulls trying to find some footing here. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked down to 124.17, reflecting that continued bearish momentum. This very moment, the forming candle is showing strong selling pressure, building as a bearish Marubozu, indicating the sellers are firmly in control. Just printed on the tape, we're seeing the volume stay weak, suggesting a lack of buyer interest to step in here. Right now, we just saw price tick down to 124.14 as the bears continue to assert dominance, solidifying that bearish momentum. This current candle is building a strong bearish Marubozu, indicating relentless selling pressure with no signs of stopping. Just now, we're watching for any potential reversal signals, but so far, it's all about the sellers in this moment. What's everyone thinking about this trade setup? Right now, price just ticked down to 124.14 as selling pressure continues to dominate this very moment. This forming candle is printing strongly bearish, reflecting that strong selling momentum we've seen. Just now, we saw a rapid flicker in the order flow with a few aggressive sell orders coming in, signaling that bears are still firmly in control. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.07, looking to test that support level at 123.38. This candle is building bearish, reinforcing that selling pressure as we see no buyers stepping in. We're definitely watching for whether this tick accelerates downwards or finds some support in this moment. Right now, we just saw price dip down to 124.08, a sharp move that just printed on the tape. This candle is currently building bearish, reflecting that strong selling pressure we've seen recently with no signs of buyers stepping in. Watching closely, it looks like momentum is pulling back, and if this trend continues, we could be testing that support at 123.38 soon. Keep an eye on this action as it unfolds. Right now, we're seeing some action with price ticking down to 124.09, reflecting continued bearish pressure as that candle forms red. Just seconds ago, it printed a low at 124.07 and the selling seems relentless, keeping those bears in control. With 3 straight red candles behind us, this very moment has the potential to really test that support level at 123.38. Keep your eyes peeled, it's a pivotal time. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.09 as selling pressure intensifies. This very second, we're seeing a strong bearish candle forming, signaling continued dominance from the sellers. Volume has been dead, just a fraction of average, which is adding to the weight of this bearish momentum. Bears are clearly in control, and we're watching closely for any signs of a potential reversal. Right now, we're seeing price hover around 124.09, just struggling to gain any momentum. This very moment, the current candle is forming with bearish characteristics, reflecting that selling pressure we've witnessed consistently. Just now, as these bearish candles have printed, the market is clearly being dominated by sellers, keeping the momentum firmly in their hands. We're watching for any potential reversal, but right now it's all about that bearish energy. Right now, we're seeing price just tick down to 124.09, dipping further as the bears maintain control in this moment. This candle is forming with strong selling pressure, indicating that sellers are not backing down. Just now, that bearish Marubozu pattern is confirming the momentum as the market continues to push lower. Right now, we just saw a tick down to 124.06, and this very moment the price is holding tight with some bearish pressure. The current 5-minute candle is building as a solid red, indicating that sellers are definitely in control right now. Just now, we had those sell orders fill, reflecting the momentum shift with strong selling in the market. Watch closely as we approach that support level at 123.38, it's going to be a pivotal test for the bulls. Right now, we just saw price tick down to $124.06, indicating some strong selling pressure in this moment as that bearish Marubozu confirms the control the sellers have. This very second, the current candle is building red, reflecting that continued bearish momentum. Just flashed a few sell orders getting filled, which is keeping the pressure on this downtrend. We're watching how this plays out as we hold our long position, currently sitting at a loss. Right now, we're seeing price just tick down to 124.13, testing that support level hard. This very moment, the current candle is forming red, reflecting that selling pressure as buyers are struggling to hold the line. Just now, volume remains low, but that could change quickly if we break through the support. Watching closely for any signs of reversal or further weakness in this bar. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.09, still feeling that bearish pressure as the last few trades popped off. This candle is building with a slight red tint, reflecting the selling momentum we've seen just now. We just saw some aggressive bids coming in, testing that support zone at 123.88, but the bears are still holding their ground. Watching carefully for potential reversals as we approach that critical resistance level. Right now, we just saw price tick down to 124.09, and this candle is shaping up with some bearish pressure as it builds. The momentum is clearly shifting, and we could see some selling follow through if it can break below the previous support at 124. Just now, that low volume is concerning, as it might not support any significant moves in either direction. Keep an eye on this as we approach that key resistance at 124.50. Right now, price is holding steady around 124.13 as this candle is forming a bit of indecision after those recent fills. Just now, we saw a slight uptick in buying pressure, but it's battling with that bearish momentum from the last few candles. Keep an eye on how this develops, as a breakout above 124.15 could shift sentiment quickly. Right now, we just ticked up to 124.17 as buyers are stepping in, but we're still facing some resistance as this candle is building. This very moment, the action is showing a dodgy formation which typically indicates indecision, but that bullish reversal pattern is in play. Just now, we saw some selling pressure come in, but it's battling to hold above that crucial support level. Keep an eye on whether this momentum can shift in our favor as we approach 124.50. Right now, we just saw price tick down to 124.15 and it looks like some selling pressure is creeping in this very second. The current candle is forming bearish, indicating we're seeing hesitation from buyers. Just now, we had a few sell orders filled, which could be contributing to this momentum shift. This tick shows we're testing that support level, definitely something to keep an eye on. Right now, we just saw a tick up to 124.16, and this price action is really electric. This very second, the candle is building bullish as it struggles to maintain momentum after that bearish pressure from the last few bars. Just now, I noticed that low volume is still in play, but it doesn't seem to be holding us back just yet as we're gearing up for possible follow-through. Keep an eye on those recent fills, as they just flashed and could impact the momentum moving forward. Right now, we're seeing price just tick down to 124.31, showing some bearish pressure as we form this candle. This very moment, it's building red, indicating selling dominance in the market. Just now, we had a quick fill on those sell orders at 123.89 and 124.15, adding to the downward momentum. Right now, we're seeing a slight uptick in price, just now ticking up to 124.24, and this very moment, the selling pressure is easing off, just flashed a few buys coming in, which is giving us a bit of a bounce. We're seeing the forming candle start to build, and it's looking like it's trying to hold onto these gains. This tick is showing some strength, watching for follow-through to see if we can get some momentum going. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.23, showing a bit of strength as it's battling around this key area. This candle is building bullish, reflecting that morning dodgy star pattern we noted earlier. Just now, we're seeing some buying pressure, which could set the stage for a potential reversal here. Keep your eyes peeled, this movement could be a precursor to a breakout. Right now, we're seeing a tick down as price just slipped to 124.22. This very moment, the candle is forming a bearish bar, showing selling pressure with strong momentum pushing us lower. It's a crucial time, and traders are likely watching for signs of support around 123.38 as we just printed some selling orders. This action is tightening the market, and volatility is expanding, so stay alert for any rapid movements. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.28, showing some selling pressure in this moment as we see this candle forming a bearish character. This very second, we're testing that support at 124, which is critical to hold to avoid further declines. Just flashed a few sell orders that filled, indicating the bears are stepping in aggressively. Keep an eye on that morning dodgy star pattern, we need to see if it can hold up as we approach that pivotal level. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked down to 124.29, indicating a bit of selling pressure in this very moment. This 5-minute candle is shaping up with a bearish tone, and the low volume suggests traders are holding back. Just now, we printed a quick bounce back up but couldn't hold that momentum. Keep an eye on the support level at 123.38, it's going to be crucial for any potential reversal. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked up to 124.30, showing a bit of strength. This current candle is building bullish, indicating potential reversal momentum as we've just printed a morning dodgy star pattern. Just flashed some buying pressure here, and it's worth noting the recent fills for sell orders just got executed, creating a tight squeeze. Watching how this plays out, as volatility is expanding, and it could rally towards that resistance at 124.50. Right now, we just printed a tick up at 124.35 as buyers are showing some strength. This candle is building bullish, indicating a possible reversal here after those two red bars. We're watching closely as the volume picks up slightly, this could be a signal for a breakout. Just seconds ago, we saw price push through the resistance of 124, momentum is shifting. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.36, showing some selling pressure as this candle builds. We're currently seeing a bearish formation, which is not ideal for those holding long positions. Just flashed a dip below the previous support level, and it's clear that the market is testing the resolve of buyers at this moment. Watching closely to see if it can hold here or if we'll see further downside action. Right now, we just saw price tick up to 124.43 and it's holding strong, showing some bullish pressure. This candle is building up and it looks like buyers are stepping in, potentially setting us up for a breakout. Just flashed a high volume spike, indicating some excitement in this moment. We're definitely watching for follow through here as the momentum seems to be shifting. Right now, we just saw a tick up to 124.38, showing some strength here. The current candle is building bullish, indicating potential momentum shifting in our favor. Just now, price flickered through a little resistance as buyers stepped in, and that morning dodgy star pattern could really signal a turning point. Keep an eye on this action, it's heating up. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.42, showing some solid buying pressure as we approach that resistance level. This current candle is building bullish with a strong uptick, suggesting momentum may be shifting. Just now, we saw a couple of big orders come through, and it looks like traders are stepping in to push this higher. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.47, showing some bullish strength as we watch this candle develop. Just now, we can see that buying pressure is starting to increase, suggesting potential momentum building as we approach that resistance at 124.50. This very second, the last tick is hinting at acceleration, with that morning doji star pattern giving us a strong bullish reversal signal. We're keeping a close eye on this action to see if it can hold and push through that key level. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.47 as we're testing that resistance level at 124.50. This candle is building bullish, showing strong buying pressure as the bulls are firmly in control, just like that bullish Marubozu we detected earlier. Volume is a bit muted at this tick, but that doesn't seem to be slowing down the momentum. Watch for any quick moves here, as traders are feeling the pressure with that breakout looming. Right now, we just ticked up to 124.50, showing some strong buying pressure. This candle is currently forming bullish, with solid momentum as it holds above that level. Just now, we saw a fresh batch of orders come through, indicating that buyers are ready to step in and push higher. Right now, price just ticked up to $124.38, holding steady as we're watching this candle build. This very moment, it's showing strong bullish characteristics, reflecting that buying pressure we've seen recently. Just now, there's an increase in buying activity, and we're right at that resistance level of $124.50, which is critical for a potential breakout. Keep an eye on these ticks, the bulls are definitely looking to push higher. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.27, holding steady as this candle forms a bullish Marubozu, indicating strong buying pressure. We're seeing buyers really step in as they dominate this bar completely. Just now, the action is tightening around this level, and we're watching for that potential breakout above resistance at 124.50. This tick is showing real strength. Keep your eyes peeled for follow-through in this moment. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.28, and we're seeing some bullish momentum build. This candle is forming strong with buyers stepping in, giving us a bullish Marubozu pattern indicating bulls are in control this very second. Just flashed a little spike in volume as well, so watch for potential follow-through as we approach that resistance level. Momentum is definitely on the side of the buyers. Let's see if we can hold this breakout. Right now, we're seeing a slight pullback as price just ticked down to 124.20. This candle is forming with a bearish tone, indicating some selling pressure coming into play. Just now, the bulls are facing a test as they try to hold above that critical resistance, but there's clearly some indecision showing in this moment. Right now, we just saw a flurry of new sell orders come in at 129.65 and 128.55, signaling some potential resistance ahead. Simultaneously, buyers are getting active at levels like 125 and 128.89, trying to establish support as price tests that critical resistance at 124.50. This very moment, it's all about watching how these orders impact the next move as we build this bullish candle. Right now, we're seeing price just tick up to $124.39, holding steady at that resistance level. This very moment, the candle is building bullish with strong buying pressure, suggesting the bulls are in control. Just now, we've had a fill on that last sell order at $123.89, adding to the momentum as we watch for a potential breakout above $124.50. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.41, and we're fighting at that resistance level of 124.50. This very moment, the candle is building bullish, showing strong buying pressure with the bulls fully in control, but volume is still pretty dead at only 0.3 times average. We're watching closely for a breakout here. Can we push through or will we see a rejection? Right now, we're seeing a slight uptick as price just ticked up to 124.14, but it's coming on low volume, suggesting a lack of conviction. This candle is turning green, but it's building with caution as the momentum is fading. Just now, those sell orders you had at 123.89 and 124.15 just filled, showing some action in the market, but overall, it feels like we're still consolidating within this range. Keep an eye on that resistance level up at 124.50. Right now, we just saw a tick down to 124.14 as selling pressure stepped in sharply. This candle is building bearish, with some strong red potential as it continues to form. Just a moment ago, we saw a few trades fill at 124.15, signaling that sellers are starting to take control. Price is testing that lower support level, and it's critical to see how this momentum plays out in the next few ticks. Right now, price just ticked up slightly to $124.12, showing a bit of support as it's holding above $124.10. This candle is building bullish, trying to fight against that recent bearish momentum. In this very moment, we're seeing some buying pressure that could set the stage for a rally if it can break through that resistance at $124.50. Watch for the next tick, it could tell us if this move is gaining traction. Right now, we're seeing SOL price at $124.30, just printing a small dip as sellers step in. This candle is building bearish, showing some selling pressure at this moment. We're watching closely for any responses at $124.15 where recent sells have been filled, keeping an eye on whether this level holds or breaks. Right now, price just ticked up slightly, currently sitting at 124.33. This candle is building with a bullish tone, showing signs of potential upwards momentum. We're seeing a bit of a bounce here as it fights back against that recent selling pressure, watching closely for any follow-through in this very moment. Right now, we're seeing SOL just ticked up to $124.31, showing some signs of life in this moment. The current candle is building bullish, but we've got to keep an eye on that fading momentum as it tries to push higher. Just printed some lower volume, though, so I'm curious if this can hold. Watching for any surge or pullback with this action. Right now, we're seeing a slight uptick in price, currently trading at 124.31, just a hair above our long position entry at 124.11. This very moment, the momentum is fading, but we're still holding onto our profitable position, up $4.05. Just now, the sell orders at 123.89 and 124.15 were filled, which could be a sign of some profit taking, but for now, we're still in the green. Right now, we're seeing a tick up to $124.28, with the price just flashing that level. The current candle is building bullish, showing some resilience despite previous selling pressure. In this very moment, buyers are stepping in, and it looks like we could be testing that $124.50 resistance soon. Keep an eye on this momentum, it could shift quickly. Right now, we're seeing price tick just above 124 as it pushes against that resistance at 124.50. This very second, the current candle is building bullish, suggesting possible continuation as buyers step in. Just printed a tick on decent volume, and the momentum is starting to look a bit stronger, though we still need to watch for any signs of fading. Stay alert, because this could be the moment we've been waiting for. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.29, holding steady as we approach that resistance at 124.50. This candle is building bullish with strong upward momentum, illustrating that morning star pattern we spotted before. Just now, we saw a flurry of buying pressure coming in, and the momentum is trying to hold as we watch for a potential breakout. Can it break that barrier? This very second, all eyes are on whether we can sustain this strength and push through. Right now, we just ticked up to 124.35, and it looks like there's some buying interest pushing the price. This very moment, the candle is building bullish, it's maintaining that upward momentum after just flashing a green tick. We're watching closely to see if it can hold this level as it approaches that resistance at 124.50. Could we be setting up for a breakout? Keep your eyes peeled for the next few ticks. Right now, we just saw price tick up to 124.35, holding steady as we're testing that resistance level at 124.50. This candle is building bullish, showing promising upward momentum as we approach that key area. Just printed a few aggressive buys, signaling some confidence from the bulls. Are we going to see a breakout or a rejection here? Stay tuned. Right now, we just ticked up to 124.33, holding strong as this bullish candle builds. The momentum is definitely in our favor at this very moment, with that morning star pattern signaling a potential continuation. Just now, we saw a quick burst of buying as orders filled, bringing fresh energy into the mix. Watching closely, this could be setting up for an explosive breakout. Right now, price is holding steady at 124.20, just bouncing off that resistance level. This very moment, we're seeing a slight fade in volume, indicating that buyers are struggling to push higher. The current candle is forming with a bit of indecision, reflecting that mixed sentiment in the market. Just printed another tick, traders are watching closely for any signs of strength or a pullback here. Right now, we just saw a tick up to 124.22 as buyers are stepping in, but it's clear there's some selling pressure emerging in this candle. This very moment, we're watching the current bar build. It's still green, indicating some bullish momentum, but the volume is sluggish, which suggests a potential fade. Just printed a few sell orders right at 124.15, indicating some traders are looking to take profits in this tight range. Right now, we're seeing price action at 124.24, just around that critical resistance level. In this moment, the candle is building bullish, reflecting some positive momentum despite lower volume. Just now, the price ticked slightly up, testing the strength of that morning star pattern. We're watching closely to see if this buying pressure can hold and push us through that resistance at 124.50. Right now, price is holding steady at 124.15, just testing that crucial resistance level of 124.50. This very moment, we're watching a small bullish candle form, showing some strength but still lacking significant volume. Just seconds ago, we saw a small tick up, and it looks like momentum is trying to re-establish itself despite recent slight fades. Are we gearing up for a breakout, or will we see a rejection here? Let's keep our eyes peeled. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked up to 124.20. This candle is building bullish with a strong green momentum, indicating buyers are stepping in. Just seconds ago, we flashed a high of 124.22, testing that critical resistance level. All eyes are on whether we can break through 124.50, it's getting tense here. Right now, we've just seen a new buy order come in at 124.14, which is an interesting play as we already have a sell order sitting at 124.57. Just moments ago, we had a sell order get cancelled at 127.37, possibly indicating some nimble trading action here. This very second, we're watching for potential bullish follow-through as this candle is shaping up, joining those two previous green candles we just saw. Right now, we just saw a new sell order flash at 124.57, indicating some selling pressure building as we approach that resistance zone. In this moment, we also just lost a buy order at 127.22, which could signal a shift in sentiment among buyers. The candle forming right now is showing a bearish character, and with the momentum reversing, traders will be watching closely for any further developments. Price is currently hovering just below that key resistance, and the action is heating up. Right now, we just saw a new buy order pop up at 124.22, indicating some bullish interest coming back into play. At the same time, a sell order at 127.89 just disappeared, which could suggest some quick profit taking or a shift in sentiment. This very second, we're watching for that buy order to get some momentum as this candle is building up, looking to see if it can break past that recent resistance around 124.50. Right now, we just saw a tick up to $124.49, showing some real strength as buyers are stepping in. This candle is building bullish, and it's looking to hold above that $124.50 resistance level. Just now, momentum is picking up, and the price is currently testing that critical zone with some solid buying interest. We're watching this very moment closely for potential follow-through. Right now, we just saw a new sell order hit the books at 124.66, indicating some fresh selling pressure in this moment. At the same time, we just had a sell order get pulled that was sitting at 128.49, which could signal a shift in sentiment. This tick is definitely showing some volatility, and with the current price hovering around 124.52, we're in the thick of it. Keep an eye on this developing candle. We need to see how it shapes up as we test that resistance level. Right now, price just ticked up to $124.51, showing some signs of life after a bit of bearish action. This candle is currently building bullish, indicating that buyers might be stepping in just now. We could be seeing a reversal here, especially with the momentum shifting. Watching closely for any follow-through as we approach that resistance at $124.50. Right now, we're seeing some action at $124.47, with price just ticking up slightly. The candle that's forming looks to be indicating some bullish activity, though it still has a bit of a fight ahead to take out that resistance at $124.50. Just seconds ago, we saw a few small orders flash through, suggesting some traders might be positioning in anticipation of a breakout. This very moment, the market is consolidating, but there's definitely a push to keep the momentum shifting upward. Right now, we're seeing a slight uptick with price just ticking up to 124.56. This candle is building with a bit of bullish momentum, indicating some eagerness from buyers to step in. Just now, we flashed through that previous resistance at 124.50, showing some strength that could push this rally forward. Keep an eye on this action as we test the upper range. Right now, we're seeing some pressure as price just ticked down to 124.58, testing that support level. This very moment, the candle is building with a bearish demeanor, indicating selling is trying to assert dominance. Just now, we're watching for a potential bounce back. The next few ticks will be critical. Right now, we just saw price tick down to 124.52 before bouncing back up. This candle is building with a slight bullish character, showing some potential recovery after those red bars we saw earlier. Just printed a small spike in buying volume, so it looks like traders are trying to step in here. Watching for how this momentum plays out in the next few seconds. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.48, and we're seeing some selling pressure building in this candle. This very moment, the current bar is looking more bearish, and we need to watch how it reacts near that resistance at 124.65. Just now, the momentum is shifting, and traders are definitely on edge, looking for either a breakout or a solid rejection. Keep an eye on that support level as we head into this critical moment. Right now, price is hovering at 124.51, just testing that critical resistance at 124.65. The current candle is showing signs of indecision, with a slight doji forming, indicating potential selling pressure as we approach that upper level. Just now, we saw a few aggressive sell orders come through, which could be signaling a fade opportunity here. Right now, we just saw price tick down slightly to 124.53, testing that crucial resistance level again. This very moment, the current candle is forming with a bearish character, following that gravestone doji pattern indicating selling pressure. We're definitely seeing some indecision in this bar as traders weigh their options here. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.53, holding steady as it approaches that resistance level at 124.65. This candle is currently shaping up with some selling pressure, and we're seeing a slight hesitation from buyers as they test this area. Just now, volume remains light, which could indicate indecision in the market. Definitely a moment to watch closely for any potential breakout. Right now, price is holding steady at 124.55, just hovering. This candle is currently forming with a bearish leaning, reflecting that selling pressure as we see it build. We're right at that resistance level of 124.65, and traders are waiting to see if we can break through or if sellers will step in. Just now, we flashed a slight tick down. This market is getting tight and it's all about the next move. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.66, testing that resistance level with some serious energy. This candle is forming bullish with buyers stepping in, but we need to see if it can hold these gains. Keep an eye on the next few ticks to see if we break through or get rejected here. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked up to 124.68. This candle is building bullish as we're testing that resistance at 124.65. Just now, we flashed a strong push off that level, indicating potential for a breakout. Keep an eye on this momentum, it's heating up. Right now, we're seeing some action as the price just ticked down to 124.56, testing that pivotal resistance level at 124.65. This candle is building bearishly, with a gravestone doji indicating rejection of higher prices and potential selling pressure. Just now, the market is really feeling that bearish momentum, and we're waiting to see if it can hold above support at 123.38. The tension is palpable, traders are on the edge of their seats. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.57, showing some hesitation as we're sitting right at that resistance level. This candle is building a bearish character as we see selling pressure come in, and the volume is still pretty dead, indicating a lack of conviction. Sellers are trying to push us back down, and with that gravestone doji pattern, the momentum could be shifting any second. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.50, showing some initial weakness as we're right at that resistance level of 124.65. This very second, the forming candle is looking bearish, indicating potential selling pressure as it struggles to hold above those key levels. Just now, we saw a quick flash of selling orders coming in, pushing that price down as traders react to the current momentum shift. Keep an eye on this, as we might be primed for a deeper retracement if that selling continues. Right now, the momentum is reversing direction, and we're seeing a notable shift in the price action, with the sell order at 124.66 just filling, which could be a sign of a potential trend change. This very moment, the RSI is at 59, indicating a slight pullback from overbought conditions, and the MACD is at minus 0.31, showing a bearish divergence. Just now, the price is holding at 124.60, and we're watching for follow-through on this reversal, as the indicators suggest a potential shift in market sentiment. Right now, we're seeing the price just tick up to 124.61, and it's testing that critical resistance at 124.70. This very moment, the candle building is looking strong with bullish momentum, reflecting those three green candles prior. Just printed a few big buys, increasing volume slightly, signaling potential follow-through. The energy is high. This is a key moment to see if it breaks through or faces some selling pressure. Right now, we're seeing price just tick up to 124.60 as it tests that resistance level. This candle is building bullish, showing strong momentum with buyers pushing hard. Just printed a nice uptick as we try to break through 124.70, and the pressure is on for that breakout. Keep an eye on the action as the volume is starting to catch a little fire. Right now, we just ticked up to 124.64, pushing against that resistance level at 124.70. This very second, the candle is building strong with bullish momentum, showing a lot of buyer interest. Just now, we saw a quick burst of volume as price climbed, indicating aggression from the bulls. We're watching for a breakout here. It's getting exciting. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.70, pushing against that resistance level. This very moment, the candle is building strong and bullish, indicating that momentum is still favoring the buyers. Just now, we've seen a surge in buying interest, with some orders getting filled as traders anticipate a breakout. Right now, we just ticked up to 124.79, and this very moment is showing bullish strength as the candle is forming nicely green. Just now, we saw a quick burst of buying pressure that pushed us right to that resistance level, so all eyes are on whether we can break through 124.70. This tick is looking strong, and I'm watching for any follow-through momentum to confirm a breakout or potential rejection. Right now, we're seeing price just tick down to 124.71, flirting with that key resistance level of 124.70. This candle is building with some selling pressure, so we're watching closely to see if it'll hold or if we'll get a breakout. Just now, that last tick could indicate a slight pullback in the bullish momentum we've been riding, so keep your eyes peeled for any shifts. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.79, moving closer to that key resistance at 124.70. This candle is forming bullish, showing solid momentum in the last few seconds as we're still in that strong bull run. Just flashed some buying pressure that could push us through, so we're definitely watching for a potential breakout here. Right now, we're seeing price just tick up to $124.79, testing that resistance at $124.70 with bullish momentum building in this candle. Just printed another green tick, and it looks like buyers are stepping in hard. Volume is low, but there's a strong bull run behind this action as we're watching for that breakout. Keep an eye on this very moment as we could see a surge here. Right now, we just ticked up to 124.73, pushing against that critical resistance at 124.70. The candle currently forming looks bullish, with strong buying pressure just printed. Could we see a breakout here? Orders are triggering left and right. A sell just filled at 124.66, which could set the stage for a nice bounce. This very second, momentum is building, and I'm watching for follow-through as price attempts to hold above that level. Right now, price just ticked up to $124.67, and this very moment shows the candle forming a bullish character, trying to break through that resistance at $124.86. Just flashed some buying pressure, and we're watching for that follow through as momentum seems to be building again. This tick is crucial. If it can hold, we could see a nice push to the upside. Right now, we're seeing some intense action as price just ticked up to 124.67. This very moment, a strong bullish candle is forming, indicating buyers are stepping in hard. Just now, we got a nice push through that resistance with increasing momentum, and it looks like the buyers are really trying to break loose. Watch closely, this could be a significant breakout if it holds. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked up to $124.65, testing that key resistance level of $124.86 we've been watching. This very second, the candle is forming a solid bullish bar, indicating some buying pressure as traders look for that breakout. Volume is still low, but it feels like we might be gearing up for a move. Just flashed some strength, keeping an eye on how it holds up against that resistance. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.66, testing the resistance level with some momentum but showing signs of fading just this moment. This candle is building bullish, but we're seeing some selling pressure creeping in as volume remains low. Watch closely, as it could really determine if we break through or reject this level soon. Right now, we're seeing price hold steady at 124.67, just a tick below that critical resistance. This candle is forming with a slight bullish bias, but momentum is definitely fading as we approach that level. Just now, the sell order at 124.66 was filled, adding a bit of action in this moment. Traders are waiting to see if we can push through or if this consolidation will lead to a pullback. Right now, the price just ticked up to 124.63, showing some signs of life as buyers are stepping in. This very second, we're forming a candle that's building bullish, indicating a potential shift in momentum. We just saw a quick volume spike, signaling interest at this level, and I'm watching to see if we can break through that resistance. Keep an eye on this play, it's heating up. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.60, and we're seeing the momentum build in this very moment. This candle is forming strong, showing bullish characteristics as it pushes upwards. Just flashed through some light selling pressure, but it's holding steady above 124.50, indicating we might see a breakout soon. Keep your eyes peeled, folks, this action is heating up. Right now, we're seeing price holding at 124.63, and just flashed down to 124.58 in this very moment. This candle is building a bit bearish, showing some selling pressure as it approaches that critical resistance level. The momentum seems to be fading as traders are waiting for a decisive move, so we'll see if we can break through that resistance or face a rejection here. Right now, the price just ticked up to 124.61, holding steady as we build a strong green candle in this moment. We're seeing some bullish momentum as buyers are stepping in, testing that resistance level of 124.86. Just now, the buying pressure is palpable with a slight increase in volume this tick, pushing us closer to a potential breakout. Watching closely as this candle forms, we could see fireworks if it holds. Right now, we just saw price tick up to 124.64 as buyers are trying to push through. This very second, the candle is building green, indicating bullish momentum as we test that critical resistance level. Just printed a few fresh buys, indicating sentiment is trying to hold strong here. Keep an eye on how it reacts in these next few seconds, it's a pivotal moment. Right now, we just ticked down to 124.63, showing some selling pressure as the candle is forming a bearish character. This very moment, buyers seem to be fading, with the momentum losing steam as we approach that resistance level at 124.86. Price just printed a slight dip, and we're watching closely for any shifts in the next ticks. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.66, holding at that key resistance level and testing for a breakout. This candle is building bullish but showing some hesitance, indicating we might see some selling pressure any moment. Watching closely to see if we can break through 124.86 and gain momentum. What do you all think about this setup? Right now, price just ticked up to 124.71, holding steady at that resistance level. This candle is forming bullish as we see buyers stepping in after that quick dip just seconds ago. The selling pressure we've tracked earlier seems to be easing off slightly, which could set us up for a potential breakout. Just flashed a good size buy in here, and we're waiting to see if that can push us through that barrier. Keep your eyes peeled. Right now, we're seeing some intense action as price just ticked down to 124.67, coming off that resistance level. This very second, the current 5-minute candle is forming bearish, reflecting that strong selling pressure as it prints. The bears are in control with a recent bearish Mariposa just flashing on the chart. We're watching to see if these sellers can push past that recent low or if buyers will step in to test the support. Stay tuned. Right now, we're seeing price action at 124.67 as it just ticked down from 124.70, indicating some selling pressure. This candle is forming bearish, showing that sellers are trying to regain control after that last dip. Just now, we saw a significant sell on the order book that triggered a brief pause in momentum. Keep your eyes peeled, this moment is critical for our position as we test the resilience of current support. Right now, price just ticked down a fraction to $124.66 as we're currently testing that resistance level. This candle is forming with a slight bearish character, suggesting some selling pressure just entered. With volume still low, we're seeing a bit of hesitation in this momentum. Watching closely for any sudden moves as traders react to this pressure. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.70, showing some selling pressure as we watch this candle form. The momentum seems to be fading slightly, with volume still low as we approach that crucial resistance. This very second, the bears are trying to take control, and we're seeing that reflected in the character of this bar. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.78, showing some resilience as we near that critical resistance level of 124.86. This candle is building bullish at the moment, suggesting there's still interest from buyers despite the recent bearish patterns on the chart. Just now, we're watching for any signs of a breakout, or if sellers will step in to push us back down. Right now, price is holding steady around 124.72 as we see a bit of a pullback after that surge. This very moment, the candle is forming with a slight bullish character, but it's still pretty weak with the bears lurking. Just flashed a tick down, and we're waiting to see if the support holds or if sellers will take control again. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.71, and we're forming a bullish candle in this moment. This tick shows some strength as buyers are stepping in, trying to push through resistance. We're watching closely for momentum to pick up here. Could we see a breakout just now? Stay tuned. Right now, we just ticked up to 124.70, and this momentum is really starting to accelerate. The candle forming is showing bullish characteristics, with buying pressure stepping in, indicating a potential push through that resistance level. Just now, we've seen a flurry of activity as traders react to the tight price action, and the volume, though still low, is starting to pick up slightly. Keep an eye on this, as we could see a breakout any second. Right now, we're seeing the price of SOL just flash 124.71, and this very second, it's holding at that level, showing some strength. Just now, our sell order at 124.66 filled, so we're watching to see how the market reacts to that. This tick is also showing a slight bullish bias, as we're seeing a small uptick in the price, and we're waiting to see if it can build on that momentum. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.71, holding at key resistance. This candle is building bullish, with a strong push from buyers just now. We're watching for potential follow-through as it battles that top level, and it's looking to test that 124.86 mark. Right now, the price just ticked up to 124.72, showing some strength as we approach that resistance level at 124.86. This candle is building bullish, indicating potential momentum as buyers are stepping in. Just now, we're seeing a tightening in the price action, and if this continues, we could see a challenge to that resistance soon. Keep your eyes peeled for a breakout, it's shaping up to be an exciting moment. Right now, we just flashed up to 124.73, testing that resistance level at 124.86 with some bullish momentum building in this candle. We're seeing strong buying pressure as the price just ticked up from 124.66, and that last fill just occurred at that level. This moment is crucial. If we can hold this momentum, we might break through, but there's still some tension in the air. Right now, prices are holding firm at 124.73, showing some bullish strength as we push against that crucial resistance level. Just now, we saw a tick up in momentum, and this current candle is looking strong with buyers stepping in. Volume is still on the lighter side, but this tick is showing signs of life, and we're watching for a potential breakout. Just printed a couple of nice green bars, keeping an eye on follow-through as we test this pivotal point. Right now, price just ticked up to $124.78, showing some bullish momentum as we test that resistance at $124.86. This very second, the candle is building green, suggesting there's some buying interest coming in. Volume is still pretty low, but this tick is giving us a glimmer of strength, watching for follow-through here. Right now, we just saw a strong impulse as price ripped up to 124.76. This tick just printed a fresh high, and the candle is building bullish as buying pressure surges in this very moment. We're watching for that breakout to clear resistance at 124.86, and it looks like momentum is really picking up. Keep your eyes peeled for any potential follow-through. This action is heating up. Right now, price just ticked up, currently sitting at 124.76, and this candle is looking bullish. We're seeing some strong buying pressure in the last few seconds, with momentum accelerating as it tests that resistance level. Just now, it seems there's renewed interest from buyers, and we could be on the brink of a breakout. Right now, price just ticked up to $124.78, testing that resistance level at $124.86. This candle is shaping up with some bullish characteristics as buying pressure is coming in. Just seconds ago, we saw an uptick in volume, indicating a potential push for a breakout here. Keep an eye on this momentum, it could be pivotal in the next few moments. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked up to 124.78, testing that resistance level hard. This candle is building bullish, showing some promise as traders seem to be gaining confidence here. Just now, the buying pressure is starting to emerge, and I'm keeping an eye on that momentum to see if it can break through. Watching closely for that follow through as we move into the last few seconds of this bar. Right now, we just saw price tick up from 124.75 to 124.80, pushing through that immediate resistance. This very moment, the candle is building bullish, showing some strong buying interest as it approaches the 124.86 mark. Just flashed some volume, which is surprising given the low ratio, but it's enough to keep the momentum alive. Watching for follow through here as buyers seem eager to test those higher levels. Right now, we're seeing some serious action as price just ticked up to $124.86, testing that resistance level. This very moment, the candle is building bullish with buyers stepping in, creating a strong push. Just now, we had a nice spike in volume that suggests momentum could be shifting in favor of the bulls. Keep an eye on this, as a breakout could lead to even more profit potential. Right now, we just saw price tick up to 124.91, cruising right at that key resistance level of 124.86. This very moment, the candle is building bullish, showing some strength as we push against that breakout point. Just now, buy orders are activating, looking to capitalize on this momentum, with traders eyeing potential follow-through action. It's an exciting spot. Will we break through or see a pullback? Keep a close watch. Right now, price is hovering at 124.90, testing that resistance level once again. Just now, we saw a tick down to 124.88 before quickly bouncing back up, which indicates some buying interest at these levels. This very moment, the candle is building with a slight bullish bias, but the low volume is keeping the intensity in check. Watching closely for a breakout or a potential rejection. Right now, we just flashed a new sell order at 124.92. This reflects some caution as we test that resistance level right at 124.94. Just moments ago, we saw a buy order at 127.50 disappear, indicating possible profit taking. The momentum is still strong with this bullish candle forming, but traders might be looking for a quick pullback given that order activity. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.93 as we test that resistance level at 124.94. This candle is building bullish, showing strong buying momentum as the bulls push hard. Just now, we're seeing that bullish Mariposa pattern really take shape, with buyers in complete control. Right now, price is sitting at 124.90, just testing that resistance level hard at 124.94. This very moment, we're seeing a bullish Mariposa take shape, which indicates strong buying pressure. Just flashed a tick up, holding that bullish momentum, and the bulls are really in control here. Watch for how this candle closes, a breakout would solidify that strength. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.91, and it's looking strong as this bullish Mariposa candle is forming. We're seeing solid buying pressure, with bulls clearly in control. Just now, we saw a small pullback, but it quickly got absorbed, showing resilience right at that resistance level at 124.94. This very second, the momentum is accelerating, and traders are eyeing that breakout point closely. Let's see if we can maintain this upward trajectory. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.96, holding steady at that resistance level as we see bullish momentum. This current candle is showing strong buying pressure, reinforcing that bullish Mariposa pattern. In this very moment, bulls are in control, watching closely as we approach potential breakout territory. Right now, we just saw price tick up to 124.98, showing strong bullish momentum as it tests that resistance at 124.94. This candle is building with solid buying pressure, reflecting the bulls' dominance we've been seeing. Just printed a fresh high, and it looks like buyers are ready to break through. The momentum is accelerating, and I'm watching for any signs of follow-through here. Right now, we've just seen a quick tick up to 124.94 as buyers push the action. This candle is forming bullish, reflecting strong buying momentum with those three green bars leading us into this moment. Just seconds ago, price tested that resistance at 124.94, and it's crucial to watch whether it can break through decisively. The volume is a bit light, but the acceleration is still there. Let's see if bulls can hold the line. Right now, we're seeing some intense action as this candle is forming bullish, clearly showing the bulls are in charge. Just now, price ticked up to 125, and it's right on that resistance at 124.94, watching for a breakout or a potential rejection here. The buyers are really pushing, and with that bullish Mariposa pattern in play, momentum is definitely with them. This very second, we need to keep an eye on whether it can hold this strength and break through. Right now, price just ticked up to 125 as we're hitting that resistance level hard. This candle is building strong and bullish, showing no signs of slowing down as buyers continue to flood in. Just now, we've got a fresh bullish Mariposa forming, signaling that the bulls are definitely in control here. Right now, we just saw a new sell order flash at 125.10, indicating some traders are looking to take profits or hedge against potential pullback. Just now, we had a sell order at 128.26 get cancelled, which could signal a shift in sentiment as the price is currently battling resistance. This very moment, the candles are showing strong bullish momentum, but with that order activity, we need to stay alert for any possible selling pressure trying to kick in. Right now, we're seeing price just ticked up to 125 even, pushing against that resistance. This candle is forming strong and bullish, indicating that buyers are really stepping in at this moment. Just flashed a significant uptick in volume, so I'm watching for a potential breakout here. Right now, we're seeing the price hover just below 125, testing that resistance level with very little volume coming in, which is keeping the momentum in check. This very moment, the market is indecisive, and we're watching for a breakout or rejection, with the forming candle on the 5M chart showing a tight range. Just now, the RSI is holding at 66, indicating the bulls are still in control, but the lack of volume is keeping the price action muted. Right now, we just ticked up to 124.90, testing that resistance at 124.99. This candle is building strong with that bullish momentum from the last few bars, showing the bulls are absolutely in control. Just flashed through some higher bids, and the buying pressure is evident as we see the market responding positively. Watch for that breakout, it's heating up. Right now, price just ticked up to $124.88, maintaining that bullish momentum as we see a strong Marubozu candle forming this very moment. The buying pressure is evident, and bulls are clearly in control, looking to push through that key resistance at $124.99. Just printed a nice uptick, so keep an eye out for any follow-through action as we could see a breakout here. Right now, price just ticked up to $124.84, testing that critical resistance at $124.99. We're seeing strong bullish momentum with this candle forming a solid bullish Marubozu, indicating relentless buying pressure from the bulls. Just now, the ticker flashed green, suggesting buyers are ready to push through that resistance level. This very second, all eyes are on whether we can break above $125. Let's watch for that follow through. Right now, we just saw a new buy order come in at 124.55, indicating strong bullish interest in this moment. Just now, we also had a sell order at 124.92 fill, which shows that volatility is still present despite the contracting volume. This current candle is forming bullish, reflecting the recent momentum we've been seeing with several strong green bars. Price is currently testing resistance at 125, so all eyes are on whether we can break through this key level as buying pressure remains strong. Right now, we're seeing some serious action as price just ticked up to $124.66, pressing against that resistance at $124.99. In this very moment, the current candle is building bullish, reflecting strong buying pressure from the bulls, evident in those last few green candles. Just now, we had a filled order at $124.92, which shows buyers are eager to push this higher. Momentum is definitely accelerating, and all eyes are on whether we can break through that resistance. Right now, price is currently holding at 124.65, just testing that resistance level. This very second, we're seeing bullish momentum as the last few ticks have shown strong buying pressure, pushing up higher. The current candle is forming with solid bullish characteristics, indicating that the bulls are in control. Just printed a tick that might signal a breakthrough that resistance, so all eyes are on this action. Right now, we're seeing a flurry of new orders come through. A new sell order just printed at 126.60, while buyers are stepping in with a new buy order at 122.95. This action is heating up, especially as the price is testing that resistance level at 124.99. This very moment, we're riding a bullish wave with that last candle showing strong buying momentum. Keep an eye on how these orders interact as we move forward. Right now, the price just ticked up to 124.72, testing that resistance at 124.99. This very moment, we're seeing a bullish Marubozu candle forming, reflecting strong buying pressure as bulls maintain control. With 3 consecutive green candles, the momentum is clearly accelerating, and traders are watching closely for that potential breakout. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.77, showing some selling pressure in this moment. The current candle is building red, indicating that bears are stepping in, definitely a sign of that evening star bearish pattern at play. Just now, we saw a quick spike in sell orders, which could be adding to that downward momentum. Watching closely as we approach that support level at 123.84 could be a critical test coming up. Right now, we just printed a slight dip, with price moving down to 124.72, showing some selling pressure in this very moment. The forming candle is starting to develop bearish character, which is aligning with that evening star pattern we detected earlier. We're really seeing that momentum shift as traders appear to be taking profit or positioning themselves for a reversal. Keep an eye on that support at 123.84, we might test it if this trend continues. Right now, we just saw price tick down to 124.82, showing a bit of selling pressure as this candle forms. This very moment, the candle is building bearish, reflecting that evening star pattern we noted earlier. It's crucial to watch for any potential continuation here. If we see more selling, that could really shift momentum against buyers. Right now, we just ticked up to 124.75 as buying pressure kicks in after that last sell order was filled. This candle is currently showing signs of bullish momentum, with buyers stepping in to push the price up. We're testing the waters here, and it looks like traders are getting ready for a potential breakout above 125. Just flashed a bit of strength on this tick, let's see if it holds. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.75, showing some resilience after that bearish engulfing pattern. This very second, we're building a new candle that's shaping up with a bit of buying pressure, suggesting a potential reversal here. Just printed a few big orders, indicating that bulls are trying to step in and challenge that overhead resistance at 125. Keep an eye on this momentum, we could see some follow through if buyers continue to engage in this moment.
Welcome to the trading floor. Markets are looking interesting today.
Right now, we just saw price tick down to 124.65, showing some selling pressure in the last few seconds. This candle is building bearish, reflecting that recent bearish engulfing pattern we spotted, and volume is still weak, which means it might struggle to push higher. Just now, that last tick felt heavy, and traders are clearly eyeing the support level at 123.84 as we test the lower end of this momentum. Keep an eye on how this develops. Right now, we're seeing price hover at 124.67 as it builds a candle that shows some indecision. This very moment, the bearish momentum from the last few candles is still lingering, but it's not breaking down yet. Just printed a tick down, testing that support level at 123.84, definitely something to keep an eye on. Right now, price is holding steady around 124.65, but just now we saw a slight tick down as selling pressure continues to build. This forming candle is showing some bearish characteristics, indicating that sellers are stepping in, potentially trying to push it lower with that recent bearish engulfing pattern. Just printed a red tick, watching to see if we can catch a support bounce or if it breaks through that critical level. Right now, we just saw a tick drop down to 124.68, just printed on the chart. This candle is building with a bearish character, showing significant selling pressure in this moment. Just now, there's a clear signal of weakness as sellers are overwhelming buyers, especially after that bearish engulfing pattern we picked up. Watch closely as the momentum could shift any second. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.65 as we're forming a bearish candle, showing some solid selling pressure this very second. Just flashed a spike in volume, which could indicate increased interest from sellers, and we're really testing that bearish engulfing pattern we just spotted. This tick is critical, watching for whether it can hold or if we see a bounce back. Right now, we're seeing price hold steady around 124.65 as this forming candle just printed with some selling pressure. Just now, sellers are stepping in, but buyers are still trying to defend that support level. This very moment is crucial as we watch for any signs of strength or reversal in the next tick. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.73 and is currently holding steady as we see this candle pushing up. This very moment, the momentum is building bullish with buyers stepping in, trying to break through that resistance at 125. Just now, we had a slight increase in buying interest, suggesting some potential follow-through as we approach that key level. Keep an eye on this action as we could see a breakout shortly. Right now, we're seeing some interesting action as price just ticked up to $124.71, testing that bullish momentum we saw in the last couple of candles. This very moment, the candle is building strong, showing a bit of buying pressure as we approach the resistance level at $125.06. Just now, that recent sell order at $124.92 just filled, which could stir the pot for how we push through this consolidation phase. Price is definitely holding steady, and we need to see if it can break out from here. Right now, we're seeing strong buying interest as the price just ripped through 124.70, marking a solid bullish uptick. This very moment, the current candle is building with momentum, showing a clean green bar that could signal some follow-through. Just now, market sentiment is shifting positively, with more aggressive buying stepping in as we approach that resistance at 125. Keep an eye on this action, it feels like we're gearing up for a breakout. Right now, price just ticked down to $124.73, showing some selling pressure as this new candle forms. It's a bit of a mixed bag here, we're seeing a bearish start with this bar, and we need to watch for any signs of a bounce. Just now, that last tick really tested the support zone, so we're on edge as this momentum shifts. Right now, we're seeing the price just tick up to 124.78 with some bullish momentum building in this candle. This very second, it looks like buyers are stepping in, even though volume remains quite low, only at 0.3 times the average. Just now, that selling order at 124.92 was filled, but now we're watching to see if this bullish candle can hold and push through some resistance. Keep an eye out, this tick shows potential for a run-up if we can build some more strength. Right now, price is sitting at 124.79, and in this very moment, we're seeing a bit of consolidation with that volume still dead at only 0.3 times the average. The current candle is building, showing mixed signals, but overall, it's been leaning bullish with two green candles just prior. Just seconds ago, we saw that candle printed, but the momentum is still indicating a slight downward trend. We need to keep an eye on that support at 123.84 as we test these levels. Right now, we just saw price tick up to 124.51, holding steady amidst some light volume action. This very moment, the candle is shaping up bullishly, reflecting strong buying pressure as indicated by the bullish Marubozu pattern. Just now, we had a fill on a sell order at 124.92, which could indicate some profit taking as we approach resistance. The buyers are in control, but keep your eyes peeled for what happens next. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.50, showing some bullish intent as the candle builds strong with buyers stepping in. We're witnessing a solid bullish Marubozu developing, indicating that the bulls are completely in control at this moment. Keep an eye on that resistance at 125, it's going to be crucial as we push forward. Right now, we just saw price tick up to 124.52, holding steady with bullish momentum as this fresh 5-minute candle is forming strong. We're witnessing that bullish Mariposa take shape, indicating solid buying pressure as sellers are backing off. Just now, we filled that sell order at 124.92, and with this momentum, I'm watching for a potential test of resistance at 125.06. The bulls are definitely in control, but will they sustain this push? Let's keep our eyes glued. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.56 and is holding strong as this bullish Mariposa candle is forming, indicating that buyers are still very much in control. In this very moment, we've seen some solid buying pressure, and with the last fills coming in, the momentum looks promising. Keep an eye on that resistance at 125.6, as we could be setting up for a breakout. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.60, showing some bullish momentum as this candle forms. It's building strong with a bullish Mariposa pattern, indicating that buyers are in full control at this very moment. Just flashed through a bit of resistance at 124.55, and we're seeing some increased buying volume, so keep an eye on that. All signs are pointing to potential upside here as we approach that resistance level. Right now, we're seeing some strong buying action as price just ticked up to $124.58, pushing against that bullish momentum. This very second, the current candle is looking solid, forming green and suggesting buyers are stepping in. Just printed a high volume surge, which could signal a trend continuation as we move through these critical levels. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.58, showing some bullish momentum as we build this candle. We're seeing increased buying pressure this very second, and that last tick just printed with solid volume. The market feels alive, and we're right in the middle of this action, watching for it to break through that resistance at 125. Keep an eye on it, this is where things could heat up. Right now, we're seeing a slight pullback from the recent high, with price currently testing 124.50, just a hair below our current long position entry. This very moment, the momentum is still accelerating downward, but we just flashed a buy order fill at 124.55, which could be a sign of strength. Just now, our position profit ticked up to 630, and we're holding steady, so we're watching to see if this minor dip will be bought up or if we'll see further selling pressure in this forming candle. Right now, we're seeing some bullish momentum as the price just ticked up to 124.62. This very second, the current candle is forming strong, indicating that buyers are stepping in. Just printed a bullish Maribozu, showing total control from the bulls. And keep in mind, we're using an AI-powered trading bot to help navigate these market moves. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Right now, we're seeing a strong bullish move, with price just breaking through 124.61. This current candle is building powerfully, showcasing that bullish momentum with a solid Maribozu formation. Just now, buy orders are flooding in, pushing that price higher, and it looks like we're gearing up for a test at resistance. Right now, the price just ticked up to 124.69, holding its ground as this candle builds bullishly. We just printed a strong bullish Maribozu, indicating that buyers are firmly in control during this moment. Even though the volume is dead at just a fraction of average, this momentum could still keep the rally alive if we see follow through on those buy orders. Right now, price just ticked up to $124.64, showing signs of strength as it builds this bullish candle. We're seeing bullish momentum with that strong buying pressure reflected in the recent candlestick patterns, a bullish Maribozu just printed. The volume is a bit on the lighter side, which suggests we might be in consolidation, but we're still holding above that key $124.55 level with our recent buy order just filled. This is shaping up nicely as traders look for follow-through toward that resistance at $125.06. Right now, we're seeing SOL price at 124.66, and just a moment ago, it ticked down slightly but has held that bullish momentum from the last few candles. This very second, the current candle is forming a strong bullish Maribozu, showing there's solid buying pressure as bulls dominate the market. We just printed a recent fill at 124.92, indicating active buying interest. Watch how this develops, as we're approaching that next resistance level at 125.06. Right now, we just saw price tick down slightly to 124.49, but it's quickly picking back up. This candle is shaping up strong with bullish momentum, reflecting that buyers are stepping in hard. Just now, we printed a nice bullish Marubozu, showing that bulls are really in control of this action. With that recent filled order at 124.92 pushing us higher, it's looking like we might be gearing up to test that resistance at 125.06 soon. Right now, we're seeing a tick at 124.44, and it's bouncing just above support while the candle is forming bullish, indicating strong buying pressure. Just now, we had a recent fill at 124.92, adding to that momentum. This very second, bulls are clearly in control, and with the last few candles showing that bullish sentiment, we might be setting up for a breakout soon. Keep an eye on this action as it develops. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked down slightly, landing at 124.25. This candle is building with a bit of selling pressure, indicating bulls might be struggling to hold this level. The last few ticks have shown some consolidation, and volume is still light, so we need to watch for any spikes that could change the momentum. Just now, the bulls are trying to regain some control, but it's a tight battle. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.50, and we're seeing some bullish pressure building. This candle is forming strong, indicating the bulls are in control with that bullish Marubozu pattern just printed. Just seconds ago, we had a fresh buy fill at 124.55, adding momentum to this upward movement. Watch for how this candle closes, it could signal a breakout as we approach that 125 resistance soon. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.60, showing a bit of a bounce as this candle builds. We're witnessing a bullish push, but the selling pressure is still evident with those bearish patterns looming. Just now, we're seeing increased tension in this moment as traders react to that fresh support level, trying to hold firm. The momentum is shifting slightly, but it's critical to watch how this candle closes. Right now, we just saw price tick down to $124.84, testing that support level at $123.96. This very moment, the forming candle is showing some bearish characteristics, indicating sellers are stepping in strong. Just now, the pressure is evident as this candle builds and we could be seeing a push for further downside momentum. Keep an eye on that resistance at $125.06, it's getting tight. Right now, price just ticked down to $124.85, showing some selling pressure in this moment. This candle is building bearish, and we just printed a decent sized red bar indicating that sellers are stepping in strong. We're seeing a test of that support level at 123.96, and with momentum accelerating down, traders are watching closely for any signs of reversal. Keep an eye on this action, it's getting intense. Right now, price is currently sitting at 124.85, just touching that support level. In the last few seconds, we've seen a tick up to 124.93, challenging some resistance above. This candle is building bullish, showing some potential buyers stepping in, but we still have that bearish sentiment hanging around from the recent patterns. Just printed a small green bar, let's see if we can gather some momentum to break that upper resistance. Right now, we just saw a quick tick down as price moved from 125 down to 124.91. This candle is building a bearish character, with strong selling pressure evident as it forms. Just now, that recent sell order at 124.92 flashed and filled, indicating that sellers are stepping in hard. This very moment, we're watching to see if the market can hold above that support level at 123.96 as momentum accelerates down. Right now, we just saw price tick up briefly to 124.92, holding strong near that resistance level of 125. This current candle is building bullish with momentum, but that shooting star pattern is hanging over us, watching closely to see if it's a false breakout or a sustained push. Just now, that rejection might set the tone for the next move. Let's see if buyers can keep it alive. Right now, we just placed a new sell order for one lot at 124.95, signaling a bit of caution at this level. This order comes just as we're testing that resistance at 125, looking for a potential pullback. The candle's building bullish, so let's see if sellers step in here as we edge closer to that critical point. Right now, we're seeing some tension as the price just ticked up to 124.68 but is facing strong resistance at 125. This candle is building bullish, showing green momentum, but we've got that shooting star pattern lurking overhead from earlier, which could be a sign of selling pressure ahead. Just now, volume is still light, so we need a bit more action to confirm this bullish run. Volatility is contracting, indicating a possible consolidation phase. Eyes peeled for that breakout or any signs of rejection. This is a critical moment. Right now, we're seeing some intense action as price just ticked up to $124.69, holding tight against that resistance at $125.06. This very moment, the current candle is building bullish, reflecting that strong momentum we've seen with 3 green candles prior. The volume is relatively dead at just 0.2x average, which hints at some consolidation despite the bullish sentiment. Traders are watching closely here for a potential breakout or a rejection off that resistance, with momentum accelerating in this tick. Right now we're seeing a flurry of order activity, with a new buy order just coming in at 124.80, which is very close to our current price of 124.81. We're also seeing a buy order at 128.70, which is a bit more aggressive, and a sell order at 128.81, indicating some traders are looking to take profits. Just now, a large sell order of 6.0 came in at 128.81, which could put some downward pressure on the price. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.84, showing some buying interest as we approach that critical resistance area at 125. This candle is building bullish, with a slight uptick in momentum, signaling a potential shift in sentiment. Just seconds ago, we saw the market narrow its range, which might be indicating a tightening before a possible breakout. Keep an eye on those open orders as we navigate this very moment. Right now, we're seeing price just tick up to $124.78, showing a bit of strength after that small dip. The current candle is building green, indicating potential bullish momentum at this very moment. Just flashed a few buy orders coming in, suggesting there's some interest right here. With the volume still low, it's crucial to watch for any follow-through as we hold this level. Right now, price just ticked up to $124.79, showing a little bit of bullish movement as we approach that resistance point. This current candle is forming green, suggesting a potential reversal as it builds. Just now, we saw buyers stepping in, which could signal a shift in momentum after those red candles we had before. Keep an eye on this action as we may be gearing up for a breakout. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.78, and we're seeing some bullish momentum building in this candle as it forms. Just now, buyers are stepping in, showing strength against that previous bearish pressure. This tick is holding firm, and it looks like the momentum's gathering for a potential move towards that resistance at 125. Keep your eyes peeled for any follow-through as we push higher. Right now, the price just ticked up to $124.78, showing some bullish strength as we watch this 5-minute candle form. We're seeing buyers step in just above support, and the momentum appears to be accelerating in this moment. Just now, the market is testing that resistance at $125.06, and we're looking for a breakout here. This tick is holding steady, and it feels like it's gearing up for follow-through. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.78 after hitting resistance at 125.06. This very second, we're seeing some bullish momentum building in this candle, which is turning green as we speak. Just now, buyers are stepping in, and volume is starting to pick up slightly, indicating that we might be looking at a potential breakout. Keep an eye on this action, as it could signal a shift if we maintain this pace. Right now, we're seeing some solid movement as price just ticked up to 124.78. This very second, the candle is building bullish after a slight pullback, indicating a potential shift in momentum. Just flashed a buy order filled at 124.55, which could spark further buying interest here. Watch closely as we test that critical resistance at 125, with momentum accelerating up. Right now, we just ticked up to 124.78 and there's some serious bullish momentum building. This candle is shaping up to be strong as we push against that resistance at 125. The last few seconds saw price just rip through that barrier with a little bit of volume coming in. Watch closely, we're in a tight consolidation, but this tick could signal a potential breakout if it holds. Right now, we're seeing a surge of activity as a buy order just moved up from 124.58 to 124.76, indicating fresh buying pressure. This adjustment could signal a potential breakout as we test that resistance level at 125.06. Just now, this price action is looking bullish, and with momentum accelerating, traders are watching to see if we can hold this strength through to the close of the candle. Right now, we just saw price tick up slightly to 124.77, indicating some buying interest building. The current candle is forming with a bullish character, showing potential strength as it approaches that upper resistance. Just now, we had a buy order fill at 124.76, adding to the momentum. This very moment, with the RSI at 55 and the MACD just turning positive, we could be setting up for a breakout above 125 soon. Right now, we just saw a tick up to 124.76, pushing through that recent buy order that just filled at 124.76. This candle is building with a bullish tone as buyers step in, showing some strength in this moment. The market is tightening here, and with momentum accelerating higher, all eyes are on how this holds up in the next few ticks. Right now, we just ticked up slightly to 124.77 as the momentum is looking to build. This candle is currently forming green, showing bullish signals after a bit of consolidation. In this moment, we've got some buy orders that just filled at 124.76, putting some pressure on that resistance level at 125.06. Keep an eye on the volume, it's been dead, but this tick might be the spark we need. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.77, and we're seeing some bullish momentum building in this candle. Just now, it looks like buyers are stepping in, pushing against that resistance at 125. This very moment, volume is still low, but the price action is showing strength, so keep an eye on that follow through. We're in a tight consolidation, but the momentum seems to be accelerating upwards. Right now, price just ticked up to 124.76 as we see a new candle forming, and it's looking bullish with some buying momentum building. Just now, we filled that buy order at 124.76, which shows buyers are stepping in. This tick is showing strength, and we're testing that resistance at 125 just ahead. Keep an eye on this momentum as it could propel us further. Right now, we're seeing price just tick up to 124.76, holding steady as this candle is building bullish with buying interest. Just now, we had a recent fill on a buy order at 124.76, adding to our long position. This very moment, the momentum is accelerating upwards, and we're testing that resistance level at 125 now. Keep an eye on this action as we could see some follow through here. Right now, we're seeing price just tick down to 124.75, creating a small dip in this candle. This bar is building bearish with selling pressure evident right this second, as it fails to hold above the previous support. Volume remains dead, which suggests the market is in a tight consolidation phase, but the recent momentum is still showing signs of trying to accelerate up. Keep an eye on this action. Any break below this support could trigger more selling. Right now, we just saw price tick down slightly to $124.77 after a brief test of resistance at $124.80, indicating some selling pressure in this very moment. The current candle is building, showing a hint of bearishness as it keeps struggling to hold above that previous support level. Watch closely as we're right at a crucial pivot point, looking for what happens next. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.76, continuing that bearish trend we've seen. This candle is forming as a strong red, reflecting the selling pressure as bears maintain control in this moment. Looks like we're still holding steady in that downward momentum, closely watching for any signs of a reversal. Right now, we just saw price tick down to $124.78, holding steady with a bearish momentum that's definitely got the bears in control. This candle is building as a strong red bar, reflecting the selling pressure we've been observing. Just now, we had some orders come through, and it looks like the sellers are really pressing this action. Keep your eyes peeled as we approach that support level at $124.25. Anything could happen. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.80 as that bearish momentum continues to dominate the chart. This candle is shaping up as a strong red one, reflecting the intense selling pressure we're seeing in this moment. Just now, orders are flowing in rapidly, indicating traders are positioning themselves to capitalize on this downward trend. Right now, price is sitting at 124.78, and just a tick ago, we saw it dip slightly before bouncing back. This candle is shaping up as a bearish bar, reflecting that strong selling pressure we've seen consistently with those last few red candles. The bears are still in control, but it's interesting to see if we can find any buyers stepping in this very second. We're holding onto these positions, but it's critical to watch how this bar closes. Right now, price is hanging at 124.78, just testing that critical support area. This candle is building bearish, showcasing strong selling pressure as bears remain firmly in control. Just now, we saw a tick down, breaking through that support level momentarily, adding to the momentum we're seeing in this moment. Right now, price just ticked down to $124.70, showing a bit of weakness as we continue to see that bearish momentum holding firm. This candle is shaping up to be yet another red one, indicating strong selling pressure just this very second. We've got that bearish Mariposa pattern in play, and it looks like sellers are still firmly in control. Let's see if we can catch any buying support soon. What do you all think about this setup? Right now, we're seeing a bit of a pause in the action, just a slight tick up to 124.77, and I'm watching to see if this current candle can build some momentum. This very moment, the price is holding steady, just a hair above that recent buy fill at 124.76, and I'm curious to see how the viewers think this trade setup is looking. What do you guys think? Can we keep this momentum going, or are we due for a reversal? Right now, price just ticked down to 124.77, and this candle is forming bearish, reflecting that strong selling pressure we've seen. In this moment, we're seeing a continuation of that bearish theme with the last three candles all red, indicating the bears are still firmly in control. Just now, there's a slight uptick in selling volume as we approach that critical support level at 124.25. Definitely watching for how this plays out. Right now, we're seeing price just tick down to 124.85, continuing that selling momentum. The current candle is forming a strong bearish bar, reflecting that relentless pressure from the sellers. Just a moment ago, we saw a fresh order fill on the buy side at 124.76, but it seems the bears are maintaining control in this moment. Eyes on that support level at 124.25 as price tests the waters. Right now, we're seeing some action at 124.91, with price just testing that resistance level of 125.06. This very second, the candle is building bullish, showing strong buying pressure as that bullish Mariposa confirms bulls are in control. Just now, there's a shift in momentum as we're watching for a potential breakout. The volume is picking up slightly, so keep your eyes peeled. Right now, we're seeing price at 124.89, just testing that resistance level at 125.06. This very second, the candle is forming with a bullish character, showing strong buying pressure as it builds. Just now, we ticked up slightly, and it looks like buyers are stepping in, looking to push through that key resistance. Keep an eye on this momentum, it could signal a breakout if we maintain this strength. Right now, we're seeing price just tick down slightly to $124.95 as the bulls are trying to hold on. This candle is currently forming with mixed signals, showing some indecision but still holding that bullish Mariposa pattern from earlier. Just flashed a few sell orders that came in, testing the resolve of the bulls at this resistance. Keep watching closely, we're right on the edge of potential action here. Right now, price just ticked up, reaching $124.95 as we're holding at that critical resistance level. This very moment, the candle is building bullish, reflecting strong buying pressure with a solid bullish Mariposa forming. Just now, we saw some orders flash, indicating buyers are stepping in as they attempt to push through that resistance. With momentum shifting, eyes are on whether this breakout will hold or if we'll see a rejection. Right now, we're seeing some intense action as price just ticked up to 124.96. This candle is building bullish, reflecting the strong buying pressure with that bullish Mariposa pattern. Just now, it looks like buyers are stepping in, trying to push through that key resistance level at 125.06. Volume is low, but the momentum is definitely reversing. The bulls are in control this very second. Right now, we just ticked up to $124.91, and this current 5-minute candle is building bullish, showing strong buying pressure. Just now, we witnessed a solid push that could lead to a breakout, and it's crucial to watch for momentum to hold here. The last few ticks have been on low volume, but that bullish Mariposa pattern suggests the bulls are dominating this moment. Keep your eyes peeled, we're right at that resistance line. Right now, we just saw a sharp tick down to $124.80 in the last couple of seconds, showing some immediate selling pressure. This candle is forming predominantly bearish, with its open leaning heavily towards the downside, indicating sellers are stepping in hard at this moment. Just now, that quick dip could be testing the waters to see if we hold this support level. Definitely a critical situation unfolding. Keep a close eye on how this candle closes, we might see a reaction one way or the other very soon. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.86, and we're seeing some selling pressure as that last candle is forming red. Just now, sellers are stepping in, trying to push us back below that key resistance level of 125. This moment is crucial as we're watching if this bearish momentum continues or if buyers can recover before the close of this candle. Keep an eye on this action, it's getting tense. Right now, we're seeing a tick down to $124.84 as selling pressure intensifies in the last few seconds. This candle is printing red, confirming that bearish momentum is still dominant in this moment. Just now, price tested that resistance but failed to hold, which could signal a continuation of this bear run. The market is definitely on edge, and we're going to keep an eye on whether we'll see a bounce off that support level at $124.25 or if we'll break down further. Right now, price just ticked down to 124.78, showing some selling pressure as we approach that resistance level. This very moment, the current candle is forming a bearish structure, potentially signaling a continuation of this downward momentum. Just flashed some tighter bids, indicating traders are reacting to this dip. Right now, we're seeing some action as price just ticked up to 124.87, testing that critical resistance. This candle is building bullish, showing a glimmer of strength as it forms. Just now, we printed a few green ticks after a tough bear run, so watch for potential momentum shift here. If buyers can hold this level, we could be looking at a breakout. Right now, we just saw price tick up to 124.91, holding steady as this candle starts to form. The momentum is shifting slightly, and we're watching for a potential break of resistance here at 125 on this tick. Just now, the buying pressure is trying to step up, so it's crucial to see if that follows through. This moment is pivotal for a potential move. Right now, we just saw price tick down slightly to $124.90, as this 5-minute candle is building bearish pressure. Just now, sellers are stepping up, and we're seeing some selling volume coming in, reflecting that strong downward momentum we've noticed. This very second, the market is testing that resistance at $125.06, but also showing signs of hesitation, definitely a critical moment to watch for potential rejection. I'm telling you, we're on the cusp of a major breakout with our SOL long position, and the numbers are bearing it out. We're up 14.15 on a 3-unit position. That's a nice chunk of change, and considering we got in at 124.4, we're already seeing a 0.94 gain, which is pretty impressive given the 24-hour change is only at 1.89%, so we're outpacing the market here. It's been a long night, I won't lie, my eyes are starting to glaze over, but this position has got me fired up, and I think it's because I see this as part of a larger trend, a trend that's going to take SOL to new heights, maybe even past that 130 level we've been eyeing. And that's why I'm seeing some interesting potential with SOL at $125.37. The momentum seems to be building as it approaches that resistance level. If it can break through, we might see a surge that could really catch some traders off guard. The energy in the market feels charged, like a storm ready to unleash, and I'm eager to see how this plays out. Conventional wisdom says you should stick to what you know, but that's dead wrong in trading. Change is where the magic happens, and the AI strategy tuner just pulled off some impressive tweaks that could seriously shift the game in our favor. First off, the AI adjusted the risk threshold from 2% to 1.5%. This means it's now less aggressive about how much of our capital it's willing to risk on any single trade. Fewer risks can lead to more stable profits. Think about it, if I'm going to leap into trades, I want to make sure I'm not throwing my hard-earned cash into the fire. A smarter, more cautious approach will keep the balance steady, and that's exactly what I'd want for myself. Next, it changed the trade frequency from 4 trades a week to 2. This is a big move. It means the AI is being selective, waiting for those high-quality opportunities instead of jumping on every little fluctuation. It's like curating a fine wine, selection quality over quantity, right? Fewer trades but with more precision should mean we're not wasting our time or resources on mediocre moves. And here's the kicker: the profit target. You know what I find fascinating? We're sitting at a critical juncture with SOL at $125.52. It feels like a tightrope walk, just one misstep and we could see a massive sell-off. I'm worried that if sellers start to pile in, it might trigger stop losses and create a cascade effect, dragging the price down fast. Imagine if traders start losing confidence, or if some negative news hits the wires. The tension builds as we hover in this range. One little nudge could send everything spiraling down. It's vital to keep a close eye on the market sentiment because that can shift like a flash flood, and nobody wants to get. I'm seeing something here that's got me really fired up. The AI strategy tuner just made some exciting changes that could seriously amp up our trading game. Let's dig into what happened. Number of changes *3 parameter changes summary * risk reward ratio * adjusted from 1:2 to 1:3. Trade frequency * increased from 3 trades per week to 5 trades per week. Stop loss level * tightened from 3% to 2.5%. Expected impact * these changes are designed to increase our potential profit while managing risk more effectively. Okay, so here's what the AI just changed in plain English. Risk-reward ratio * this is about the balance between how much you could earn versus how much you could lose on a trade. By shifting it from 1:2 to 1:3, the AI is saying, hey, let's aim for bigger profits relative to the risks we're taking. This means for every dollar we risk, we're now looking to make 3. That's a smarter way to trade. Trade frequency * now, instead of making 3 trades a week. Look, the market feels like a car idling at a red light. The SOL price is sitting at 125.52, with a narrow spread that suggests there's not much action happening right now. The 24-hour change shows a slight uptick, but with zero volume traded, it's like waiting for a signal that just isn't coming. It's a bit like watching paint dry. There's potential for movement, but for now, it's all just quiet anticipation. This chart is telling me that we're witnessing a relatively contained situation, with the 24-hour range hovering between 122.43 and 126.38, and the current price holding steady at 125.477. The seeds of volatility may be sown, but they haven't fully germinated just yet, and I believe this is merely a brief period of consolidation within a larger trend. As we navigate this landscape, it's crucial to recognize that the market's reluctance to break out of this range is building tension, and I'm anticipating a potentially explosive move once the dam breaks. The range percentage may not be explicitly stated, but I can see the writing on the wall, and it's whispering that a seismic shift is on the horizon, one that will either validate. Real talk for a second, what a wild ride we just had with SOL. Picture this, just a few hours ago, we kicked things off at a cozy $124, and I bet nobody expected the twists and turns that were about to unfold. In the last 3 hours, we saw a real tug of war between bulls and bears. The price climbed like a cat on a hot tin roof, hitting a peak of $126.38. Can you believe that? It was like watching a high-stakes game of limbo as it flirted with that level, only to be yanked back down by some feisty sellers. And let's talk about the support levels. $125 was tested like a college exam, held strong at first, but once it cracked, it felt like someone pulled the rug out, and down we went for a moment. The low. You know what I find fascinating? The delicate balance we strike between risk and reward in our trading strategy. Imagine you're at a casino, standing in front of a roulette wheel. You can place your bets on red or black, but the real strategy lies in how much you're willing to stake, how often you're willing to bet, and when you decide to cash out. Our entry signals are very much like those moments before you lay your chips down. The bot monitors several indicators. Think of them as the croupier's callouts waiting for the right moment to trigger a buy or sell. But what if it doesn't call the right numbers? What if instead of a streak of wins, you hit a losing streak? That's where our exit strategy and risk management come into play. Let's talk about the exit strategy, particularly the concepts of take profit and stop loss. Alright, pay attention to this. The market's been bouncing between $122.43 and $126.38, and right now we're sitting at $125.54. This range shows a fair amount of volatility, and it stirs up a lot of psychological tension among traders. Everyone's on edge, which can lead to impulsive decisions, so we need to stay grounded and stick to our strategy. Whoa. So, we're sitting on a long position in SOL with 3 units. The entry was at 124.4, and it's now at 125.57, giving us a nice unrealized profit of 17.6. This momentum looks promising, and it's exciting to see it moving in our favor. If it keeps climbing, we could see some real gains, so let's stay focused and keep an eye on those levels. I'm seeing something here that tells me this market is indeed volatile. With a range of over $4 in just 24 hours, we're witnessing significant price swings. This volatility can create opportunities, but it also demands precision in our strategy. We need to be ready for rapid changes. The market isn't showing any signs of settling down. You know, they say when the market's quiet, that's when the real action happens. Traders probably think they can just sit tight and wait for something to change, but that's a trap. It's like watching paint dry, you can't just stare at it and expect it to transform. In these moments, that's when you should really assess your strategy and maybe even think outside the box. And that's why we've got a solid breakout setup shaping up right now on SOL. The price is coiling tightly around that $125.70 mark, and with the range showing resistance above at $126.38, this could be the moment we burst through. Setup type * breakout setup, price is consolidating and ready to pop trigger * enter at $126, that's the level to watch as it breaks above the current resistance. Target * we're aiming for $127.50. That gives us a nice, juicy target just above that recent high. Stop * keep it tight at $125. If we drop back below there, it's time to cut the loss. Risk/reward * risking $1 to make $1.50, that's a 1:1.5 R/R ratio. I'm telling you, that's worth taking. Wow, the AI strategy tuner just pulled off a genius move. It's like watching a master chef adjust the seasoning in a perfect recipe. Seriously, you won't believe what just happened and how it's going to change the game for us. Number of changes * 5 adjustments made. Parameter changes summary * increased risk level from 5% to 7% on individual trades. Adjusted win rate target from 60% to 65%. Tightened stop loss from 3% to 2.5%. Extended take profit adjustments to target 5% instead of 4%. Added a new entry signal based on price momentum. Expected impact * these changes are set to ramp up our potential profits while becoming a bit more aggressive with our strategy. We're talking about a sharper focus on winning trades while also tightening our safety nets. Here's what the AI just tweaked: increased risk level. Think of this as the AI deciding to get a little bolder. It's saying, let's put a bit more of our chips on the table for each trade. By raising. I'm seeing something here that's electrifying. Over the last few hours, SOL kicked off at around $123.50, but then it surged hard, testing that critical $126 level. What a ride. It briefly broke through but couldn't hold it, falling back to around $125.77. The volatility was palpable, with some serious spikes near $126.38 but also quick dips back to the $124 region. This action tells us that traders are hungry, but that $126 level is a tough nut to crack. Expect fireworks as we head into the next hour. Have you ever wondered what really happens behind the scenes in a beta development journey? It's a constant evolution, and we're learning a lot about what works in real market conditions. There's potential for missteps, and that's where your insights become invaluable. Tune in to watch our progress unfold and don't hesitate to share your thoughts. Your feedback could shape our next steps, so let's navigate this together. Alright, pay attention to this. Isn't it strange how a price like $125.768 can feel so stagnant? You'd think with all the market chatter, something would be moving, but maybe this is the calm before the storm. It's almost like the market is teasing us what's really brewing under the surface. Look, in the last few hours, the price action of SOL has been quite the roller coaster. We kicked things off around the $124.50 mark and, honestly, the tension was palpable. Traders were watching closely, and we saw the price flirt with the $125 level almost immediately. Then, not long after, a surge pushed SOL up to test the upper resistance at $126.38. It was like watching a tightrope walker, balanced and tense, as it poked its head over that level. But here's the kicker, it didn't hold for long. We saw a quick rejection at that point, and the price dipped back down, retracing to around $125.30 before some buying pressure kicked back in. Through the fluctuations, the $125 level emerged as a key battleground. It held strong as support for a while, but then it slipped with a sharp immediate resistance *. Get this, the nearest ceiling is lurking at $126.10. This is a critical area of recent swing highs where buyers have hesitated. Just above that, the $126.25 mark has seen multiple failed breakouts in the last couple of hours. Round number alert to $126.00 is a psychological barrier, adding weight to this resistance zone. Immediate support * on the flip side, immediate support is sitting at $124.50. This level has acted as a bounce point in the last few hours, where buyers stepped in aggressively. Just below that, watch for $124.00, another round number that tends to attract attention. If it holds, it could be a lifeline for bulls. If it breaks, the bears will have a field day. * The scalp zone. And that's why the low volume is really concerning right now. With zero activity in the last 24 hours, it's like the market's holding its breath, waiting for something to snap it back to life. The slight uptick in price might look promising, but without volume, it feels more like a false dawn. And that's why I'm fascinated by the subtle yet potent adjustments the AI strategy tuner just made. It's as if it's threading a needle, precision crafting our approach to maximize gains. The AI tweaked the risk-reward ratio from 1.2 to 1.5, essentially meaning it's now more aggressive in seeking out trades with higher potential payouts, relative to the risk it's willing to take on. This shift tells me the AI has identified a window of opportunity where the market's volatility can be leveraged to our advantage, allowing us to aim for more substantial rewards. I'm pondering the reasoning behind this move, and it seems the AI has analyzed the recent market fluctuations, discerning a pattern that suggests a slight increase in risk could yield significantly higher returns. This isn't about being reckless. It's a calculated gamble based on the AI's sophisticated understanding of market dynamics. The stop-loss threshold was also adjusted from 3% to 2.5%, indicating the AI is now more cautious about cutting losses, ensuring that if a trade doesn't go in our favor, we exit quickly to minimize damage. The expected impact of these adjustments is nothing short of exhilarating. With the SOL at $125.789, This must be one of those days where the markets are acting like a caffeinated squirrel jumping around, full of energy, and probably not making much sense. Let's dive into this chaotic comedy act across the different time frames, shall we? 1 minute view, So, what do we have here? The immediate microtrend looks like it's struggling to pick a lane. It's all noise like a toddler trying to decide between cereal and ice cream for breakfast. You might see some spikes, but they're not doing much to convince me they're anything but a fleeting sugar rush. 5-minute view, the 5-minute chart where the short-term trend seems to finally grab a hold of something. We might spot a slight bullish tilt here, but it's about as convincing as a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat only for it to. Real talk for a second. Let's dive into how our entry signals work, those little moments when the bot decides it's time to buy or sell. You might think of this as the moment a chef decides to toss a pinch of salt into a simmering pot. It can make all the difference. Too soon, and you ruin the dish; too late, and it's bland. So, what triggers our bot to pull the trigger on a buy or a sell? Imagine we're at a busy train station. The entrance signals are the indicators we watch closely, like the MACD and RSI. When these indicators align just right, it's like seeing the all aboard sign flash in bright neon. The MACD might be saying, "Hey, momentum is picking up," and the RSI could be nodding in agreement, signaling that there's still some steam left before it gets over. Isn't it wild how the market can turn on a dime? We're sitting on a long position in SOL, with 3 units at an entry of 124.4, and guess what? It's currently at 125.56, giving us a nice unrealized profit of 17.45. That's the kind of action traders dream about. Keep riding that wave, and let's see where it takes us next. Whoa. It's getting late, and the markets are still buzzing, but let's dive straight into the SOL scalp opportunity while the energy is still there. 1-minute view asterisk right now, the 1-minute chart is showing a bit of chaos, classic microtrend noise. Prices are flickering around $125.482 with rapid fluctuations. You can feel the tension in the air. Some traders might be tempted by those sharp little spikes, but that's just a siren song, folks. The immediate action is more like a jittery dance rather than a decisive trend. Watch out for false signals here. 5-minute view asterisk shifting to the 5-minute chart, we've got a clearer picture. The price is slightly leaning downwards, maybe a mild bearish sentiment creeping in. Key levels are forming around $125.300, that could act as a solid support, while resistance is lurking around $126. Between you and me, our long position in SOL has some promising aspects, but we need to keep our guard up. At an entry of 124.4 and a current price hovering just above 125, it's nice to see that unrealized profit, but the market can turn on a dime. I'm especially wary of any bearish news or shifts in sentiment that could drag us back down. Let's watch those resistance levels closely. If we see a significant drop, we might need to pull the plug before it gets ugly. You know what I find fascinating? The way momentum can flip on a dime in this game. Right now, SOL at $125.601 is dancing with a recent move of 2.08%. But don't let that percentage fool you, it's all about what's happening in the moment. Immediate pressure * recent candles are showing a slight uptick in buying pressure, but it's not overwhelming. We've got a bit of a tug of war happening. The bids are catching a bit more action, but sellers are lurking, ready to pounce. We're seeing higher lows, which usually feels bullish, but the strength of those moves is suspect. It's kind of like a mirage, it looks good until you get closer and realize it's not. Oh, interesting, just glancing at SOL's price action, we're sitting at $125.482 with a solid recent move of nearly 2%. The spread is tight, which suggests liquidity is decent, but let's dive deeper into the pulse of this market. Immediate pressure is key. Recent candles are showing a mix, but overall, the buying pressure appears to be edging higher. We have higher lows forming, which is a classic sign of bulls stepping in and claiming territory. More bids are being filled as buyers seem to be nudging the ask, but I can sense sellers lurking, possibly looking to take profits from this upward tick. In terms of momentum indicators, let's check the RSI on both the 5-minute and 15-minute charts. If I remember correctly, we're flirting. Oh, interesting, we're sitting right in the middle of a pretty tight range with a high of $126.38 and a low of $122.43. That's less than $4 separating the extremes, which screams volatility to me. This kind of action is like watching a coiled spring, just waiting for something to trigger a breakout. It raises the stakes for our strategy, demanding we stay sharp and ready to adapt to sudden movements, because wherever the market goes next, it could be a wild ride. You know, they say that trading is all about going it alone, but isn't it more fun to do it with a crew? When you subscribe, you'll get access to live trades, clever bot tweaks, and insights that might just turn your trading game around. And hey, if you've got ideas or questions, drop a comment. I'm all ears and could use a good laugh or two. Well, it looks like our long position in SOL is playing nice today. We're sitting on a nice little unrealized profit of $13.4. Who knew the market could be this generous? Of course, tomorrow could bring a whole different vibe, but for now, let's just enjoy the ride. Isn't it hilarious how the market can swing wildly in just a matter of minutes? 1 second, you're feeling like a genius, the next, you're just hoping your coffee kicks in before you make a rash decision. But that's the beauty of scalping. Alright, let's dive into the micro levels for SOL that are ripe for trading right now. Immediate resistance, you see that $126. That's a psychological barrier where traders might just start to feel a little twitchy. It's a recent swing high, and if we get there, expect some serious hesitation. Next up, just a smidge higher, around $126.20, we have a failed breakout that could trip up anyone who dares to chase it. And let's not forget $126.38, today's high. If that gets tapped, and that's why being in a quiet market can actually be a golden opportunity. When things slow down, it's like the calm before a storm, and you never know when that next big move will hit. Patience pays off, it gives us time to analyze and prepare for those potential shifts. Stay alert, because when the action does kick up, you want to be ready to ride that wave. Alright, pay attention to this. It feels like everyone's hyped about Bitcoin and Ethereum making moves, but I have to wonder if that optimism is just a bit overblown. With SOL at 125.342, it seems like a lot of traders might be missing the potential for some deeper corrections rather than just riding the wave. It's easy to get swept up in the excitement, but sometimes a cool head reveals opportunities that everyone else overlooks. There's a dangerous myth in trading that bullish markets mean easy profits. In reality, overconfidence can lead to reckless decisions and sudden losses. Stay sharp, because when the tide turns, it can wipe you out before you even realize what happened. This chart is telling me we're in a precarious dance between buyers and sellers. Looking at the recent candle action for SOL, I see a mix of conviction and hesitation that feels like a tug of war. The last few candles have had relatively small bodies, indicating indecision among traders. I'm seeing a couple of dodgy-like bodies where the open and close are almost the same, hinting that neither side is able to take control. It's as if traders are waiting for the next cue, and that's always a risky game when you're scalping. Now, let's talk wicks. We've got some long upper wicks showing up, suggesting that sellers are stepping in as price approaches the $126 mark. It's almost like they're saying, not so fast, pushing price down. The lower wicks, though, are trying to hold the line around $1. Whoa. Alright, let's dive into the heat of the moment here with SOL sitting at $125.353. It's a wild ride, and the price action from the last few hours is buzzing with potential. Let's break it down, shall we? Immediate resistance. I see some interesting levels creeping up. The recent swing high was at $126.38, which feels like a solid ceiling just waiting for a test. Below that, we've got a failed breakout around $126.00. That's a psychological round number and could act as a barrier too. So, for immediate resistance, keep an eye on $126.00, failed breakout, $126.38, swing high, immediate support. Now flipping to the other side, the support levels have been more dynamic lately. I'm seeing something here. Right at this moment, SOL is sitting at $125.348, having just made a significant move of about 2.03%. It's important to dissect the immediate pressure in play. Immediate pressure, recent candles are showing more buying pressure. The ask is getting hit more consistently, suggesting that buyers are stepping in. We're also witnessing higher lows being formed, marking a bullish sentiment in the immediate term. This indicates that sellers are either exhausted or unwilling to step in aggressively right now. Momentum indicators: looking at the RSI on the 5-minute and 15-minute charts, we're hovering around neutral territory, not overbought or oversold. On the MACD front, I see a crossover happening upwards. You know what I find fascinating? The SOL market is kind of in a weird spot right now. Sitting at a price just over 125 bucks, it's showing a slight uptick in the last 24 hours, but that volume is telling me there's not much action happening, almost like people are holding their breath. The spread is tight, which usually suggests some indecision, a lot of uncertainty hanging in the air. You know what I find fascinating is how this market's 24-hour range of $122.60 to $126.38 is actually pretty contained, relatively speaking, and that tells me we're dealing with a somewhat muted volatility situation. When you consider the range percentage, it's clear that we're not seeing the kind of explosive moves that would typically characterize a highly volatile market, which is interesting because it suggests that traders are waiting for a catalyst to push prices one way or the other. This kind of environment can be a great learning opportunity, as it forces us to focus on the nuances of market behavior and how to navigate periods of consolidation. It's almost like the market is holding its breath, waiting for the next big move, and as traders, it's our job to figure out what that Oh, interesting. I just noticed that the AI strategy tuner made some fascinating tweaks to our trading parameters. You know, it's those moments when you're staring at the screen late at night, trying to catch the perfect opportunity, and suddenly something clicks. I'm definitely feeling that buzz right now. So, here's the scoop: the AI made 3 key adjustments. First, it changed our risk tolerance from 0.4 to 0.6. That's a significant shift, and it means we're now willing to take on a bit more risk with our trades. Second, it modified the trade frequency from 3 trades a day to 5. More opportunities are coming our way. And lastly, it bumped up our take profit margin from 2% to 3%. Now, why did it make these changes? Well, the AI spotted patterns in market behavior that suggested a more aggressive approach could pay off in the current climate. Traders are likely feeling a little more confident right now. There's a buzz in the air. By increasing our risk tolerance, the AI believes we can capitalize on volatility without being too cautious. More trades mean more chances to snag those quick gains, and a higher take profit. I'm seeing something here that might just flip your perspective on trading. Did you know that while most people think day trading is the fastest way to riches, a staggering 90% of day traders actually lose money? It's like swimming against the tide, right? What's crazy is that studies show the average day trader holds a position for only about 11 minutes. They're constantly chasing that quick profit, but the reality is that the longer-term investors, those holding onto their stocks for years, tend to outperform them significantly. I mean, when you consider that 50% of day traders quit within the first year, doesn't that make you wonder if the hustle is worth it? But here's the kicker, despite the odds, day trading still. Look, the recent price action in SOL has been revealing. We've seen a mix of candlestick behaviors that suggest potential scalping opportunities. Candle body sizes *, the last couple of 1-minute candles showed a shift from smaller bodies to increasingly larger ones. This indicates growing conviction among buyers, especially as we moved past the $125 level. However, we also can't ignore the indecision. Some of the bodies are still relatively small compared to previous volatility, hinting at uncertainty around this price range. Wick analysis *, there are notable long upper wicks appearing as we approach the recent high near $126. This suggests selling pressure is lurking, as sellers are stepping in aggressively at that level. Conversely, the lower wicks have been shorter, indicating some buying support, but it's not strong enough to solidify a breakout just yet. Momentum shifts * we This chart is telling me that we're flirting with a decisive moment in SOL. The recent move of nearly 2% signifies a pulse of energy, but let's peel back the layers like an onion to truly understand the heart of this micro-momentum. Immediate pressure. Recent candles are painting a picture of buying pressure. We're seeing more bids getting hit. The market is like a bustling cafe where buyers are eagerly snatching up the last croissants. Higher lows are forming, suggesting that buyers are stepping in cautiously but consistently. Sellers seem to be backing off, at least for now, creating a bullish environment. Momentum indicators. The RSI on the 5M is creeping towards over. Oh, interesting. I just caught a glimpse of the SOL chart, and it seems like we've had a pretty eventful few hours. About 2 hours ago, we were hovering around $123.50, just chillin' below the $124 mark. Then, suddenly, we got a little spark, and the price jumped up to $125.50 in a matter of minutes. That's a pretty significant move, if you ask me. As we approached $126, things started to get a bit hairy. We tested that level a few times, but it seemed like the sellers were waiting in the wings, ready to pounce. We got rejected twice, with the price dipping back down to $124.80 and then $124.20. But each time, the buyers stepped in, absorbing the selling pressure and pushing us back up. I noticed that the $124.50 between you and me, that high of $126.38 is a big deal. It's not just a number, it's the ceiling traders are eyeing, and if we break above it, we could see some serious momentum. On the flip side, that low of $122.60. That's our safety net right now. If we dip below that, it could get messy, so keep your eyes peeled. We're in a solid position with SOL right now, and I'm pumped. The entry at 124.66 was brilliant, and we're seeing it creep up to 125.84. That's a gain of nearly $12. This is exactly what we were hoping for. The risk here? Minimal, as long as we stay above $125. I'm keeping an eye on the resistance levels. If we break past 126, we could see a surge. Watch for the volume. If it spikes, that's our exit signal to ride the wave higher. Isn't it wild how every tick can feel like a roller coaster? I mean, we're sitting at a price of 125.784 with a tight spread, but the volume is zero. It's like the calm before a storm, right? With a 2.3% change in the last 24 hours, there's this strange mix of tension and anticipation in the air, and honestly, it feels a little unsettling not knowing where this is headed next. You know what I find fascinating? The way a market like this can lure you into a false sense of security, like a still pond on a summer day, where the water is so calm it creates a perfect mirror image of the surrounding landscape, but beneath the surface, there are currents and undertows waiting to pull you under, and I think that's what makes this waiting game so unsettling, the awareness that all it takes is one unexpected ripple to shatter the tranquility and send the price plummeting, like a stone dropped into that same pond, creating a disturbance that resonates far beyond its. Alright, pay attention to this. The AI strategy tuner just made some noteworthy adjustments that could really shake things up for our trading strategy. I'm feeling a bit weary from late night trading, but trust me, this is exciting. So, what did it change? Here's the scoop: parameter changes summary * trade duration. It reduced the average trade duration from 5 days down to 3 days. Entry threshold: the entry threshold was lowered from 2% to 1.5%. Stop loss limit: the stop loss limit was tightened from 3% to 2.5%. Expected impact * with these tweaks, we can expect to see our strategy become a lot more agile and responsive to market movements. By shortening the trade duration, we're looking at quicker turns on investment, which is fantastic in a market that can change direction in a heartbeat. The lowered entry threshold means we'll be able to jump into trades more easily, capitalizing on those fleeting opportunities that often get away when the bar is set too high. And tightening the stop loss limit should protect against bigger losses, keeping our capital safer. Now, why did it make these changes? Oh, you want to scalp some SOL? Grab your hat, put on your shades, and let's dive into the wild waters of the crypto sea. Nothing like a little volatility to get the adrenaline pumping, right? Immediate resistance asterisk swinging high like Tarzan, we've got a resistance level at $126.00. That's just a whisper away from the current price and could be where sellers come out to play. Failed breakout at $126.38, that's the big kahuna. If you see it hit there again, expect a little pushback, as the bears might just want to remind everyone who's boss. Don't forget those lovely round numbers. $127.00 is just above the horizon like a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. Asterisk immediate support. Remember what I said earlier about the importance of understanding the nuances of market movements. Now with the current price hovering around $125.686, I'm seeing a potential inflection point that could send this thing spiraling in either direction. The 24-hour high of $126.38 and low of $122.60 are giving us a range to work with, but I'm telling you, this recent range is still undefined. It's like trying to grasp a handful of sand. The more we think we know, the more it slips through our fingers. We need to be watching the $123.50 level as a potential support, and the $127 mark as a resistance, but honestly, it's all about how the market chooses to react, and that's what makes this so darn unpredictable. Alright, pay attention to this. We're diving deep into the scalping landscape of SOL right now. Current price at $125.696, and the last few candles are telling a story that demands our focus. In the last 1 to 3 hours, the price has danced within the 24-hour range, with some notable price action. There's been a flicker of volatility 2.3% move recently, but let's dissect those micro movements. Candle body sizes asterisk look closely at the recent bodies, they're a mixed bag. We're seeing a couple of larger bodied green candles, signaling some conviction and buying interest, particularly in the last 15 to 20 minutes. However, preceding that, there were small bodied candles suggesting a period of indecision. It's like watching a boxing match, one fighter lands a punch, bigger body, but the opponent responds cautiously. And that's why I'm feeling a bit uneasy about the current market. The price at 125.729 feels precariously perched, especially with that minimal trading volume of 0 in the last 24 hours. If we look at the recent high of 126.38, there's a chance of a quick sell-off if any negative news breaks or if traders start pulling back, fearing a correction after that 2.3% gain. The tight spread suggests some indecision, and that can lead to volatility if the momentum shifts unexpectedly. And that's why I see some mixed signals creeping in right now for SOL. Recent candles are showing a bit of selling pressure. We're seeing the ask getting hit more often than the bid. Higher lows? Nope. Lower highs are popping up, which suggests sellers are still interested. Momentum indicators on the short term are telling a similar story. RSI on the 5M is hovering in the neutral zone, and on the 15M, we might be flirting with overbought territory. MACD is crossing down, which doesn't help the case for buyers at the moment. Volume on the recent rallies hasn't been impressive, the sell-offs? They're more concerning. If those sell-offs are dry, it could mean exhaustion, but right now, the lack of buying volume during rallies has me. And that's why the last few hours have been a real wild ride for SOL, with the price action unfolding like a puzzle, slowly but surely. So, if we rewind the clock 2 to 3 hours ago, we were hovering around the $123.50 mark, just chillin' above the lower end of the range. Then, out of nowhere, we got a decent push upwards, breaking through the $125 barrier like it was nobody's business, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, this could be the start of something interesting. As we climbed higher, we tested the $126 level, but it was like hitting a brick wall, we just couldn't seem to push through, and instead, we got a gentle rejection, sending the price back down to around $124.50. But here's the thing, that dip was quickly bought up, and we rebound. Well, isn't this a cozy little moment in the market? Just me, my caffeine, and SOL dancing around $125.481. Let's dissect this juicy piece and see if I can help you make a quick buck before the coffee wears off. Asterisk 1. Immediate pressure asterisk recent candles. They're showing a flicker of buying pressure, think of it like a stubborn light bulb that's trying to stay lit. The ask is definitely getting hit more than the bid, revealing some eager buyers stepping in. Higher lows. Yes, they're there, slowly creeping up like a cat stalking a laser pointer. But we've got to keep an eye on those lower highs lurking in the shadows, trying to ruin the party. Asterisk 2. Momentum Index. You know what I find fascinating? In this market, it's like navigating a river with hidden currents. The current price of 125.522 is resting just below that 24-hour high of 126.38, which feels like a looming mountain. If I were in the thick of it, I'd be keeping a close eye on that low of 122.6 as a potential safety net. It's vital to recognize these levels not just as numbers, but as potential turning points in this unpredictable landscape. Between you and me, it's been a wild ride in the last few hours for SOL. Picture this, Just 3 hours ago, we were hovering around $123.25, a bit like a swimmer hesitating before diving into the deep end. Investors were on edge, gauging the waters. Then, the tide turned. We saw a robust surge, breaking through the $125 mark like a cannonball, testing that pivotal $126 resistance. It was a sight to behold. Traders were like spectators at a race, cheering for the breakout. We hit a peak of $126.38, but, oh boy, it didn't hold for long. The bulls got too excited, and the bears decided to remind everyone who was still in charge. As we slid back down, the $125 level became a battlefield, holding firm, then cracking under pressure. A significant drop brought us back. Random seed number 451 is guiding my thoughts today, and I'm loving the subtle nuances it's bringing to our conversation. So, the AI strategy tuner just dropped some knowledge, and I'm stoked to break it down for you. It seems the AI made a few tweaks to our strategy, and I'm excited to dive into the details. In plain English, the AI adjusted the stop-loss threshold from 5% to 3.5%. This means our trading system will now be more cautious, closing trades that aren't working out sooner, to prevent bigger losses. Think of it like having a more sensitive panic button that gets pressed when things start going south. The AI also bumped up the trend confirmation parameter from 2 to 2.5. This change makes our system more discerning when it comes to identifying trends. It's like the AI is saying, hey, I want to see a bit more convincing evidence that this trend is real before I jump in. This should help us avoid getting caught up in false trends and reduce the number of unnecessary trades. Now, let's get to the why behind these changes. The AI is constantly learning from our trading data, and whoa. So, we've got SOL sitting at 125.58 right now. Not too much action going on with the volume, but I'm feeling good about that little long position we've got. It's up a bit, and that's always nice. Keep your eyes peeled for any shifts in momentum. The market can turn on a dime, and you never know what might pop off next. Oh, interesting. Let's dive into the levels for SOL right now. Focus up, because this market can turn on a dime, and we need to be sharp. Immediate resistance $126.00, a psychological level just above current price. Traders often react to round numbers. $126.20, this was a recent swing high that failed to hold. Expect sellers to step in here. $126.38, the peak of today's range. If price approaches this level, watch for a potential rejection. Immediate support $125.00, a round number that could act as a solid psychological support. It's just below current price, and if it breaks, we might see panic. $124.50, this level has seen some bounce. Isn't it interesting how sometimes the market just decides to take a breather? This quiet can actually be a fantastic opportunity, allowing us to gather our thoughts and strategize for what's next. When things calm down like this, it means we have a moment to reflect and prepare for the waves that are sure to come. So, let's stay sharp and ready because the next movement could bring some exciting possibilities. Bitcoin Pizza Day. The day when two pizzas were traded for 10,000 BTC, which not only sounds like a bad episode of Pimp My Pizza but also serves as a cautionary tale for every potential crypto trader with a penchant for carbs. Let's set the scene. It's May 22, 2010. A programmer named Laszlo Hanyuks, fueled by ambition and maybe a bit too much anchovy enthusiasm, decided to throw down the gauntlet to the world. I'll pay 10,000 BTC for two pizzas. Picture this, a fresh, bubbling pie loaded with toppings, the aroma wafting through the air while Laszlo's laptop buzzes in excitement, confirming the world's first real-world Bitcoin transaction. This chart is telling me that the 1-minute view is a chaotic mess right now. We're seeing a microtrend that's flipping around like it can't decide if it wants to be bullish or bearish. There's a ton of noise, so I wouldn't trust anything too seriously here. It's like a toddler with a sugar rush, totally unpredictable. Swinging over to the 5-minute view, we've got a slightly clearer picture. The short-term trend seems to be leaning bearish, but it's kind of teetering on the edge. There are some key levels holding up around $125.250 and $125.600. Watch out for those, they could show us where the market is actually feeling some pressure. Now, the 15-minute view is where things start to get murky. We're not really trending hard in either direction. It's more of a range play, stuck between those same levels from the 5-minute. It's like the market's just. Look, it's like watching a live chess match where every move counts. You're not just seeing the strategy unfold, you're getting those real-time buy and sell signals right as they happen. It's incredibly transparent, almost like peeking over the shoulder of a master strategist, so you know exactly what the bot is thinking. Subscribing lets you ride this wave of action with us, and your comments help shape the conversation. What do you think? Alright, pay attention to this. We're sitting on a long position in SOL, and it's slightly moving in our favor, showing a bit of green. Think of it like we're on a roller coaster, just coming off the initial drop. There's that rush, but we still need to navigate the twists ahead. The quality looks decent, but we need to watch for any signs of turbulence, like sudden market shifts or news that could shake our confidence. Keep an eye on that current price. If it dips below our entry, we might want to consider a graceful exit before the ride gets bumpy. Whoa! I'm eyeing some serious action here. Immediate resistance, watch for $126 as a key ceiling, with recent swing highs and failed breakouts right around that area. Also, keep an eye on $126.38, the upper end of today's range. Immediate support, look for a solid floor at $124.50, where we've seen some bounce action in the past few hours. Also, $123 is a critical round number that could hold. The scalp zone, I'd consider entering a long scalp at $125.50, aiming for a quick profit target at $126. Set a tight stop loss at $125.20 to cushion myself against unexpected dips. Let's see how this plays out. Look, we've got some action brewing with SOL at $125.283. I'm spotting a solid breakout setup that's gearing up to launch. *1. Setup type *** breakout. We're seeing price coil tightly around that $125 level. It's a classic setup where the tension is building, and I expect a break. *2. Trigger ***. I want to enter on a break above $126. Watch for a solid close above this level. I'm looking for a quick trigger here. *3. Target ***. First target is $127.50. That's your first exit point, but if strong momentum continues, we could see $128.50 as an extended target. *4. Stop ***. Set your stop at $124.50. This gives us a decent amount of room while keeping risk in check if the breakout fails. *5. Risk/reward ***. Calculating this out, we're Whoa. This market's got a little pep in its step with that range bouncing from 122 to 126. It's definitely not quiet, but I wouldn't call it wildly volatile either. If I were trading this, I'd probably look to capitalize on those swings and not get too complacent. Keep your eyes peeled, because things can turn on a dime. Oh, interesting, right at $125.367, SOL is flirting with some key levels. Immediate resistance is lurking around $126, where we've seen multiple swing highs and failed breakouts recently. On the flip side, support is hanging tight at $124, a bounce point from earlier today that might give buyers a chance. Now, for that scalp zone, I'd consider entering long at $125 with a target profit at $126 and a stop just below $124 at $123.80. The price action is tight, but those levels could spark some quick moves. Remember what I said earlier about the unpredictable nature of price action? Immediate resistance sits at $126, followed closely by $126.38 failed breakouts from earlier. Immediate support is at $124 and $122.60, notable bounce points from recent trading. For a long scalp, consider entering at $125.20, aiming for a quick profit at $125.80. Set your stop just below $124.80. The uncertainty is palpable. Make your moves with caution. Alright, pay attention to this. Over the last few hours, SOL has been on quite the roller coaster ride, and if you blinked, you might have missed some critical moves. Starting at around $123 just 3 hours ago, there was a palpable tension in the air as traders were sizing up the market. It didn't take long for the action to kick off. Within the first hour, we saw SOL begin to ascend, breaking through the $124.50 resistance like it was mere tissue paper. That surge pushed us straight to the $126.38 peak, a price level that had traders on the edge of their seats. However, just when it felt like we were in a clear sky, we hit turbulence. A rapid drop ensued, sending SOL tumbling back down to about $122.60, nearly testing the lows of the day. What's fascinating here? Alright, traders, listen up. Conventional wisdom says to wait for confirmation before jumping in. Forget that. We're going to seize the moment while others sit on their hands, missing the action. We've got a juicy setup forming in SOL. Scalp setup callout, *1. Setup type ***. This is a breakout setup. Price has been coiling tightly around the $125.50 mark, and it's primed for a move. *2. Trigger ***. We're looking for an entry at $126.00. That's right. As soon as we breach that level, we pounce. The bulls are ready to charge, and we want to be in the front line. *3. Target ***. Let's aim for a quick profit at $127.50. That's a solid resistance level based on previous highs, and it won't take long for momentum traders to jump on this breakout. I'm seeing something here. Bitcoin Pizza Day. It's not just a quirky meme anymore, it's a pivotal moment that gives context to the wild ride crypto has been on. Let's rewind to May 22, 2010. A Florida programmer named Laszlo Hanyuks made history as he spent 10,000 BTC on 2 pizzas from Papa John's. Now, at today's price, that's around $1.25 billion. Let that sink in for a moment. Back then, no one really understood what Bitcoin was worth, it was all experimentation and geeky excitement. Hanyuks' purchase, however, was a monumental leap, turning the abstract concept of digital currency into something tangible. It was a culmination of early ideation, where Bitcoin transitioned from. And that's why I'm feeling pretty good about our position in SOL. We're currently sitting on a long at an entry of 124.66, and it's nudged up to 125.47, giving us a nice profit of $8.15. It's like watching a flower bloom, every tiny movement upward feels like it's adding a new petal of potential to our gains. If I were to make a decision right now, I'd be tempted to hold on and see if this momentum carries us even higher, but you never know when those pesky market conditions can throw a wrench in the works. Oh, interesting. I was just pondering the intricate dance of market signals and how they guide our trading bot. It's like watching a skilled chess player anticipate their opponent's moves, each signal a piece on the board, carefully positioned for the win. Picture this, you're standing at the edge of a bustling marketplace, where every price movement is a whisper in the crowd. Our entry signals are like those whispers that catch your ear, hinting at potential opportunities. When certain conditions align, think of it as the universe giving you a wink. The bot springs into action. Imagine you're a birdwatcher. You don't just dive after every flicker of movement, you've trained yourself to recognize specific patterns. The entry signal does just that. It uses a mix of technical indicators like the MACD and RSI to identify when a stock is swinging into a favorable position. The MAC. Alright, pay attention to this. Did you know that nearly 90% of day traders lose money? But here's the kicker, the average retail investor actually performs better than most professional fund managers over long periods. That's right. A 2020 study revealed that only 24% of actively managed funds beat their benchmarks over a 15-year horizon. So, what's the takeaway? While the day trading game seems seductive, the real opportunity lies in the market's patience. The irony? Many traders chase instant gratification only to fall short, while disciplined long-term investors quietly outshine the so-called pros. It's a wild market out there, and this is just another reminder that sometimes, slow and steady truly wins the race. Isn't it wild how a few cents can mean the difference between profit and loss in scalping? It's like trying to catch a fleeting shadow, one misstep, and you're left chasing air. So, let's navigate this intricate dance of price levels for SOL, shall we? Immediate resistance levels *. The first hurdle we hit is at $126.10. This is a recent swing high and a potential ceiling where sellers might step in. Then, we have $126.30, which marks a failed breakout point from earlier. Anticipate some pushback here as well. And don't overlook the psychological barrier at $126.50, a round number that might entice profit takers to sell. Immediate support levels * looking downward, $125.50 acts as our first line of defense. There. This chart is telling me that we're in a moment of evolution with our AI strategy tuning. It's fascinating how the bot analyzes market conditions, adjusting its parameters in real time. This isn't just about numbers, it's about the psychology behind each move and how the market reacts. I'd love to hear what strategies you think we should test next. Subscribe and watch this transformation unfold. It's like witnessing a brain learning to walk. Oh, interesting, we've got SOL dancing around that $125.867 mark, and it's got a bit of spunk, don't you think? A recent move of 2.45%? That's definitely not just a sleepy lil asset. The spread's tight at 0.0056%, so liquidity is looking decent. Now, let's unpack what's cooking in the momentum kitchen. Immediate pressure * recent candles are like a roller coaster of emotion. Sure, some are showing buying pressure, but it feels like we might be hitting a wall soon. The bids are taking a few hits from the ask, but I can sense some hesitation creeping in. Are we making higher lows? Maybe, but they seem a bit wob. You know what I find fascinating? The moment a batter steps into the box, staring down the pitcher, it's eerily similar to your situation with SOL at $125.87. There's this electric tension in the air, the chaos of the crowd fades to a dull roar, and it's just you, the ball, and a million potential outcomes swirling around. In trading, just like in batting, you're faced with a myriad of emotions fighting for dominance. You see the pitch coming, the price movement, the charts, the news, each factor a potential indicator of success or failure. But here's where the psychology gets grippy. It's not just about reacting, it's about. You know what I find fascinating about the recent price action in SOL? The 1M and 3M candles are telling a pretty intriguing story. On the 1-minute time frame, we've seen a mix of candle body sizes. The last few candles are showing a bit of indecision with smaller bodies, which suggests that traders are hesitant right now. However, the recent green candles have been accompanied by some decent momentum, indicating buyers are stepping in. There's a noticeable shift from red to green that could hint at a potential short-term rally. Now, if we peek at the wicks, the last couple of candles had long upper wicks, definitely a sign of selling pressure. That's something to keep in mind, as it suggests that while the bulls are trying to push the price up, sellers are actively stepping in to cap that movement. Switching gears to the between you and me, I've been staring at these market stats for a while now, trying to decipher the underlying rhythm. The 24-hour range is $123.01 to $126.38, with the current price hovering at $125.686. That's a range percentage of 2.68%. At first glance, it seems like a relatively tame market, but is it really? As I ponder this, my mind keeps drifting back to the concept of volatility. It's a bit like the unpredictable tides of the ocean, sometimes they're calm and serene, while other times they're turbulent and unforgiving. In this case, the waters appear to be tranquil, but I'm not convinced. You see, a 2.68% range percentage can be deceiving. You know what I find fascinating? The way the market behaves like a vast and unpredictable ocean. Just look at the current trading session for SOL. We've got some gentle swells at a price of $125.763, which feels like a calm day on the water, no wild waves, just a slight ripple in the spectrum of trading activity. Now, if you zoom in, we've got a tight spread of only 0.0008%, signaling a bit of stability amidst the quiet waters. But here's where the psychology kicks in. Traders are standing on the shore, dipping their toes in, but no one's diving in headfirst just yet. Why? Well, with a 24-hour trading volume of 0, it feels like everyone's waiting for the tide to shift before making any significant moves. Imagine sailing a boat in these conditions. Do you steer towards the horizon, or do you wait for a gust of wind to fill your sails? That's the conundrum we're facing. The sentiment is real talk for a second. I'm seeing some juicy setups on SOL right now, and I'm fired up. Let's dissect the action. Here's what's shaping up on the chart. Setup 1, breakout setup type, breakout from a coil pattern. Trigger, we've got price coiling tight just below $126. I'm looking to enter at $126.05 on a breakout. Target, first target is $127.50, let's nail that profit. Stop, place your stop at $125.50 to keep it tight. Risk/reward, that's a 1:3 risk/reward ratio. You risk 55 cents to make $1.45. This is a solid trade. Setup 2, mean reversion setup type, overextended move ready for a snapback. And that's why SOL is dancing around that 125 handle, which is interesting because it's a crucial psychological threshold that can dictate market sentiment, and with a mere 1.71% change, we're seeing a relatively muted reaction, which tells me traders are waiting for a bigger catalyst to drive the price towards the $130 resistance level, a breakout above which could spell a major trend reversal. The sideways action is also a lesson in market dynamics, where a lack of conviction can lead to consolidation, and it's up to us. Between you and me, there's something lurking in the shadows of trading that many would rather you not know about. It's late, the market's moving, and I can feel the weight of every tick. You're probably wondering, what if all this hustle leads to disappointment? What if the signals you trust miss the mark? Picture this, you're glued to the screen, watching the real-time price action dance across the chart. Suddenly, a live buy signal pops up, your heart races, but here's the catch. You have no clue what's behind it, no insight into whether it's a fleeting spark or a real opportunity. That's where the tension builds, right? The thrill of the chase mixed with the fear of the fall. But here's the game changer, with our live buy and sell signals feature, you see everything. You're not just following orders from a faceless bot. You know what? Conventional wisdom would scream that the price hovering at $125.815 should be a calm, quiet zone. But it's anything but. Instead, what I see is a raging battleground where buyers and sellers are fiercely clashing. The nervous energy is palpable. This isn't just a number, it's a psychological war zone. I look at that 24-hour increase of 1.77%, it's like a faint heartbeat in the chaos. But take a closer look at the recent price action. Just below that level, there's this tantalizing dance between support and resistance, and oh, how it's poised to explode. Buyers are pushing, driven by a sense of urgency. You know what I find fascinating about the recent 1M candle action for SOL is the pronounced shift in sentiment we've just witnessed. The last 15 minutes revealed a series of candles where the body sizes, while not massive, exhibit an undeniable conviction with consistent green followed by a slight pullback. Focusing on the 1M time frame, I see the last few candles have formed relatively larger bodies compared to earlier indecisive dojis. This suggests buyers are stepping in with a significant intent, particularly after a quick dip to the lower end of the 24H range. The wicks tell an even deeper story. We've seen modest upper wicks, indicating slight selling pressure but not enough to negate the bullish momentum. Importantly, I noticed a solid hammer candle forming just before this latest green surge, a classic buy signal. Now, transitioning to the 3M candles, the at $125.715, think outside the box. Immediate resistance lurks at $125.94 and the psychological round number at $126. Below that, immediate support lies at $125.24 and the bounce point around $125.10. For a scalping play, consider entering long around $125.40, eyeing a quick profit target at $125.85, set your stop just below $125.20 to minimize risk. Trust your instincts here, these micro levels are where the action is happening now. Real talk for a second. I'm feeling the weight of the charts right now, so let's break this down. We've got some interesting levels to watch, especially with the current price stuck at $125.73. The 5-minute candles are giving us a solid frame to work from, but we'll keep an eye on the 1-minute for those quick moves and the 15-minute to confirm any bigger trends. First off, let's focus on the immediate resistance level at $125.94. This is right at the top of our recent range, and it's crucial. If price can't break above this level, you're looking at potential short setups. Why? Because we're still under the 24-hour high of $126.38. Traders are likely watching this area closely for any signs of weakness. If we get a rejection here, you could see a quick drop. And that's why we saw some serious action over the last few hours. Starting from around $124, SOL was patiently biding its time before deciding it was ready to break out. The initial lift was modest, but as it approached the $125 mark, that's when things really heated up. We saw a dramatic push toward $126.38, which has been a solid resistance point. It tested that level not once, but twice. Both times it got rejected, sending traders scrambling. You could practically feel the tension in the air as those bulls tried to assert their dominance. The bears responded hard, forcing a quick dip back down to the $124.50 range, but they didn't hold much of a grip. The buyers quickly stepped back in, forcing the price back up. What's really telling is that during this back and forth, the $125 level held firm as a "Oh, interesting." Sol's waltzing around that 125 handle like it's looking for a dance partner but can't quite commit. I mean, a 1.5% bump is cute, but is that really enough to get the adrenaline pumping? At this price, I bet some folks are getting antsy, waiting for a real break into the 130s. What's the hold up? The crypto market is holding its breath, it seems. With BTC and ETH stable, and SOL hovering at $125.427, the overall sentiment is one of cautious optimism. The stable volume trend suggests that investors are neither particularly eager to buy nor sell, instead choosing to wait and observe. This inertia is reminiscent of the concept of market equilibrium, where the forces of supply and demand are balanced, resulting in a stalemate. It's as if the market is sipping tea, waiting for a catalyst to disrupt the status quo. The number 60 seed of randomness whispers to me of hexadecimal harmony, where the market's various components are momentarily in sync. In this state of dormancy, it's essential to understand the notion of mean reversion, where asset prices tend to and that's why traders were on the edge of their seats. Starting at around $124.50, SOL rocketed up to test the $126 resistance, but it faced fierce selling pressure there, bouncing back down to $125.30 before reclaiming some ground. The low of $123.01 held strong, proving to be a critical support level as we surged back toward the current price of $125.631. What are we looking at next? With the $126 mark still tantalizingly close, expect more volatility as traders battle it out. Whether we break through or pull back could set the tone for the next hour. Look, when you're scalping SOL on the 1M/3M/5M charts, it's like trying to catch a fleeting shadow. It's all about those precise moments when price reacts. Right now, at $125.558, we've got some critical levels to zero in on, as the price dances within today's range of $123.01 to $126.38. Immediate resistance: the nearest ceiling to keep your eye on is the recent swing high at $125.94. That's the point where sellers have stepped in, creating a barrier. Just above that, we've got the psychological level of $126, which could also serve as resistance due to its round number nature. If price pushes past $125.94, it might flirt with $126 before any significant buying can take place. Immediate support. You know what I find fascinating? The intricate dance of liquidity in the market, particularly when you zoom into the 5-minute chart. It's like watching a bustling street market where buyers and sellers haggle over prices, each one looking for that sweet spot. Right now, we're facing a narrow spread of just 0.0008% between the bid and ask at $125.576 and $125.577. It's almost like a whisper in a crowded room so tight that it suggests a market brimming with cautious anticipation. Reflecting on the absence of volume at zero, it seems like we're at a proverbial crossroad. The spread indicates that there is some interest, yet the lack of buyers stepping in means liquidity is thin. It's as if the market is holding its breath, waiting for the next catalyst to push it one way or the other. The absence of trades. Between you and me, we're on the cusp of something revolutionary here. I'm talking about the beta development of our automated trading bot, and I'm not just excited, I'm electrified. This is a project that's constantly evolving, morphing, and adapting to the unpredictable beast that is the market. We're not just building a bot, we're crafting a symbiotic relationship between human intuition and machine learning. As we navigate the uncharted territories of real market conditions, we're learning what works, what doesn't, and what's still a mystery waiting to be unraveled. It's like trying to solve a puzzle with moving pieces, and I'm thrilled to report that we're making breakthroughs every single day. The number 241 seed of innovation is germinating, and it's sprouting some incredible ideas. We're not just building a bot, we're part of a larger movement. A movement that's redefining the way we interact with financial markets, the way. Alright, pay attention to this. We're diving into the micro price action of SOL on the 1M, 3M, and 5M timeframes, and oh boy, what a wild ride it's been. Starting off on the 1M candles, the recent action has shown a mix of small bodies that scream indecision, just tiny little flickers that make you wonder if anyone really wants to take a stand here. But wait, we've seen a couple of candles with long upper wicks, hinting at selling pressure. This tells me that every time buyers try to push up, sellers are just ready to say, nah, not today. It's like a game of tug of war where nobody can quite pull their weight. Now, moving to the 3M candles, we've got a few larger bodies creeping in, suggesting that at least. Look, let's talk about the Mt. Gox saga, because it's the perfect cautionary tale for today's traders in this volatile crypto market. Remember that Mt. Gox was once the largest Bitcoin exchange in the world. By early 2014, it handled 70% of all Bitcoin transactions. That's right, 70%. And then, in February 2014, it just disappeared overnight. Poof. I'm seeing something here that traders need to pay attention to on the 1M and 5M charts for SOL. The price is currently hovering around $125.355, and the micro levels from the last few hours paint a clear picture for scalping opportunities. Immediate resistance: the nearest resistance is at $125.94, which marks the recent high. This level has shown to be a significant ceiling in the past hour. Watch for price action around this level. If there's a failed breakout, that could signal a reversal or a chance to enter short. Additionally, rounding up to $126 is important as it's a psychological barrier traders often react to. Watch how the price interacts with this level. If it approaches and fails, it can provide a solid shorting opportunity. Immediate support: on the downside. Real talk for a second. The current price of SOL at $125.406 is nestled right between a couple of crucial price points. With a 24-hour volume of 0, this is a unique situation, and it raises some eyebrows. High volume nodes, without any recent trading activity, we can't pinpoint specific HVNs. However, if we consider historical data, we should look back to where SOL had significant volume in previous sessions. Those are typically around psychological levels like $120 and $130, which would likely act as magnets. Expect price to gravitate here in the absence of fresh volume. Low volume nodes, given there's no current volume, we can intuitively mark the areas between the recent high of $126.38 and the low of $123.01 as potentially low activity zones. If price approaches these, bold claim, success in a bullish market might just be the best way to lose big if you don't know when to hold your horses. Picture this: you're riding high, fueled by confidence, heart racing with every upward tick. It's the biggest bull run you've ever seen, and you think you're a genius. Ever heard of the expression, the market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent? It's as true as gravity. When everyone's celebrating, the stakes are quietly rising from playful to perilous, like a game of musical chairs where the music's blaring, but the chairs are running out. Consider Paul Tudor Jones' wisdom: the most important rule of trading is to play great defense, not great offense. You chuckle, right? In a bullish frenzy, one can get so caught up in the offensive, piling on positions like a toddler. Real talk for a second. It's late, and my eyes are heavy, but there's a tempest brewing in SOL's chart. Let's hone in on the wicks of those recent candles, like the furious flicks of a flame threatening to extinguish but refusing to go out. Look at the last couple of hours. We've seen a couple of solid red candles, but those wicks, oh man, those wicks tell a tale of defiance. The most compelling wick from 2 hours ago stretches like a desperate arm reaching for salvation, a glimmer of hope that got knocked back down at $126.451. And beneath it, the bulls, we can almost see their sweat. Whoa. We're hovering around that 125 handle like an indecisive bird on a power line, just barely nudging up 1.36%. I can feel the tension rising. At this price, I wouldn't be surprised if some traders are biting their nails, waiting for that next big move. Remember what I said earlier about the pulse of the market? Well, the current chart of SOL is a fierce battlefield, and buyers and sellers are locked in a dramatic tug of war at that pivotal $125.369 level. The stakes are high, and the psychology is palpable. On one side, the buyers are charging forward, emboldened by a 1.4% uptick over the last 24 hours, and they're making a stand here. This surge is no accident, it reflects a collective mood of confidence. But wait. The sellers are lurking, ready to pounce, tightening their grip with a minuscule spread of just 0.0008%. It's Interesting. I just stumbled upon a mind-blowing fact about SOL trading. Did you know that the Solana network processes transactions at a speed of 65,000 transactions per second, making it one of the fastest blockchain platforms out there? It's like a high-performance sports car, accelerating from 0 to 60 in mere seconds, leaving other blockchains in the dust. This lightning-fast speed is a game-changer for traders, allowing for near-instant execution of trades and giving them a significant edge in the market. It's like having a crystal ball, anticipating market movements before they happen, and being able to react swiftly to changing conditions. The Solana network's processing power is akin to a master chef, expertly. Contrary to what you might expect, the current vibe around SOL isn't exactly screaming bullish momentum. Right now, we're sitting at $125.218, just took a little leap of 1.28%. Sounds nice, but let's peel back the layers on that. Immediate pressure, the 1-minute candles are not painting a clear picture of buyers charging ahead. The recent action shows a pretty muted bid, with sellers stepping in more often than not. We're seeing a slight fade in buying pressure, and those higher lows, they're nowhere to be found right now. Instead, the market seems to be consolidating, and it feels like the sellers are testing the waters more than the buyers are getting riled up. Momentum indicators, on the 5-minute time frame. Between you and me, the recent price action on SOL has been quite a roller coaster, particularly if we dig into the last 1 to 3 hours. Starting with the 1M time frame, we've seen a series of small-bodied candles, particularly in the last 15 minutes. This screams indecision. Buyers aren't committing, and sellers are hesitant too. I see a couple of wicks poking above, but those long upper wicks indicate selling pressure lurking just above the current price. If this trend persists, we could easily see a pullback, especially if we fail to break above $125.50. Now shifting to the 3M candles, the last few have shown a weak green body followed by a red candle that engulfed it. This reversal could hint at a shift in momentum, but honestly, it's not convincing. If the bulls can't reclaim I'm seeing something here that just makes my blood boil and yet fascinates me at the same time. Picture this, it's May 22, 2010. A pizza joint in Jacksonville, Florida is the setting for an event that would become legendary in crypto lore. A programmer named Laszlo Hanyuks, fueled by a hunger for pizza and an insatiable love for Bitcoin, made the first documented real-world purchase with the cryptocurrency. He forked over 10,000 BTC for 2 pizzas. At the time, Bitcoin was hovering around a fraction of a penny. Hanyuks probably thought he made a fair trade, roughly $41 for 2 pizzas. But, fast forward to today, and if you try to do the math with SOL priced at $125.085, those. Look, I've got to say, this market's got a bit of a pulse right now. A 24-hour range of $123.01 to $126.38, and here we are sitting around $125.192. What's that? A 2.69% swing? That's not nothing. It feels like we're on a tightrope, and every little breeze can throw us off. Volatility can be a double-edged sword. On one hand, it's like a magnet for traders who thrive on quick moves. You know the type, seeing that $126.38 peak and thinking, I've got to jump in. But the psychology behind it is wild. There's that rush of adrenaline when you see prices shifting. Are you feeling brave, or are you sweating? This chart is telling me that there's a lot of action around the $125.173 mark, but let's dissect the immediate levels for scalping SOL right now. Immediate resistance: the recent swing high on the 5M chart sits at $125.94. This is a critical level where sellers have previously stepped in, and it acts as the nearest ceiling. I'm watching for failed breakout levels around $126. This is a psychological barrier where traders often take profits. Additionally, the round number of $126.38 effectively caps the upper range and will likely attract selling pressure if approached again. Immediate support: the recent swing low on the 3M chart is pegged at $125.18. This is where buyers have shown interest, making it the conventional wisdom would have you believe that being long on a position like SOL at $125.21 with today's dip to $125.09 is a disaster. But honestly, isn't it fascinating how the market plays with our emotions? Here we are, down $2.45 on this trade, and it feels like the end of the world for some. But it's just a dip, folks. We're talking about minuscule fluctuations in the grand scheme of things, especially in the volatile crypto space. I'm feeling a bit weary from the trading grind, but that doesn't mean I'm out of the game. So, we have for SOL at an entry of $125.21. Current price is $125.09, which translates to an unrealized P&L of $2.25. Look, that's not much. It's a small move, but it's enough to make you question your thesis, isn't it? My thesis here was based on some solid Remember what I said earlier about the importance of identifying those key levels? It's absolutely critical to navigate these turbulent waters, especially with the current price action at $125.033. Let's break this down. First off, at the 1-minute time frame, we're zoomed in on the micro level. The immediate support level I see is just beneath our current price, around $125.02. This coincides with the recent range's lower bound and the 24-hour low, which gives it a strong psychological edge. If we break below this, traders might panic, triggering a cascade of selling. Now, moving on to the 5-minute time frame, we discover a bit more context. The previous resistance level sits at $125.94. This was the peak of our recent range. If we push through that, we could be heading towards the 24-hour high of $126. Remember what I said earlier about treating the market like a game of chess? It's all about anticipating moves and counter moves, and right now, SOL is sitting at $125.086, which is like having a solid pawn structure in the middle game. Let's think through some scenarios from this position. Scenario 1, bullish breakout. If SOL breaks the $130 resistance level, then we could see a rally towards $140. This is like capturing an opponent's piece. Once you gain that momentum, the board opens up. Traders might flood in, pushing demand, and we could see levels like $145 or even $150 being tested shortly after. The volume should increase, and if we get good buying interest, we You know, people often say that transparency in trading is overrated. But I'm here to tell you that's a total myth. I mean, what's the point of following some guru or bot if you have no idea what's going on behind the scenes? It's like trying to navigate a maze blindfolded. So, I'm gonna give it to you straight, our live buy/sell signals feature is the real deal. You get to see the exact same chart I'm looking at, with real-time price action and signals popping up as they happen. No delayed updates, no sugarcoating. Just pure, unadulterated market action. And with our strategy execution panel, you can track the progress of each trade, from entry to target, and even see the actual positions and P&L. It's like having a front row seat to the trading floor. Imagine you're standing on a cliff overlooking a tempestuous sea. That exhilaration and terror intertwined, that's the same feeling I get reflecting on the potential pitfalls of trading, especially in crypto. Years ago, I was drawn into a bullish frenzy like a moth to flame. The allure of SOL dazzled me, promising returns like the sun spilling over a horizon. But in my haste, I overlooked the risk of market sentiment shifts. And there it was, that cliff-edge reality. One moment, everything felt invincible, the next, I was witnessing a steep drop. It's that sharp contrast in emotions that can ambush even. Oh joy, another AI trading feature. Just what the world needs, like a hole in the head, right? But hold on to your trading hats, because this isn't your grandma's spreadsheet analysis. We're talking cutting-edge, real-time AI strategy tuning that could knock your socks off faster than that stock you bought on a whim. Imagine this, an AI that's smarter than your average bear, with the uncanny ability to analyze vast oceans of market data while adjusting its trading strategy on the fly. We're not just talking about moving averages and RSI, we're diving deep into market conditions, volatility levels, trading volumes, and even sentiment analysis. This is strategy evolution at work, folks. No more guesswork, just raw, data-driven decisions. Right now, we're throwing around random seed number 881, which is going. You ever try to catch a greased pig at a county fair? That's scalping for you, quick, slippery, and if you hesitate for even a second, you're left with nothing but a handful of mud. Scalping V4 is our agile little bot that dives into the market, grabbing those fleeting opportunities before they slip away. So how does this bot decide when to jump in? We rely heavily on entry signals, which are like the flashing neon lights on a casino slot machine, except instead of a jackpot, you get potential profit, and instead of a whirling noise, it's the sweet sound of the market's volatility. The entry signal is triggered primarily by a combination of technical indicators. Think of them as a cocktail of data points, each with its own flavor, but blended together they give us a smooth, actionable insight. Let's unpack this. The MACD. This chart is telling me that our solitary SOL long position is teasing a breakout, with a razor-thin profit of 75 cents, stemming from a 0.04% price increase to 125.25. I'm observing a landscape where many traders are likely fixated on the 125.00 psychological level, and our entry at 125.21 is essentially a high-stakes gamble that the bulls will regain control. The fact that we're still hovering near the entry point, with a minuscule unrealized P&L of $0, suggests that the market is hesitating, and our 4.0 size position is awaiting a catalyst to propel it forward. Given the random twists that market volatility can introduce, much like I'm seeing something here. Did you know that a staggering 90% of day traders end up losing money? Yeah, it's not the cozy little success story they sell you on social media. The reality is, it's the house that usually wins. Think you can outsmart the market? Think again. Now, here's the kicker, even among the 10% who make money, many don't achieve returns that beat the market or even match what you could get from a simple index fund. It's a brutal battlefield, and most of those warriors return home empty-handed. So, while everyone is out there chasing quick gains in SOL or whatever flavor of the month they're on, just remember most of them are just feeding the real talk for a second. Let's dive into the scalping scene for SOL right now. We're vibing on the 1M, 3M, and 5M charts, so let's pinpoint those key short-term levels. Immediate resistance, on the 1M chart, keep an eye on the recent swing high at $125.94. That's your ceiling for the moment. Any push past that could mean some serious momentum. Just above that, there's $126, which is a nice round number that traders love to target. If it breaks through, it could potentially accelerate upward. Immediate support, down on the 1M, the recent low at $124.96 serves as a solid floor. If the price dips below that, it might drag us down further. Just below that. And that's why understanding the volume profile is crucial in this scenario, with SOL priced at $125.426. It's almost like walking into a bustling market where you can hear the chatter at certain stalls, but others are eerily quiet. Right now, with no reported 24-hour volume, the landscape feels a bit bare, a blank canvas waiting for traders to make their mark. But, taking a step back, I'd want to focus on where trading activity is concentrated when the volume does kick in. Imagine a situation where we see a high volume node around the $124.50 mark. This could act as a magnetic support. Traders often gather around HVNs, creating a bit of a zone where they feel comfortable. If we see price hovering here, I'd expect some chop, a back and forth dance as buyers and sellers grapple for dominance. I wouldn't. You know what I find fascinating? The way traders seem to be fixated on the concept of moat when it comes to blockchain assets like SOL. I mean, it's late, been staring at these screens for hours, and my mind starts to wander, what is it about the idea of a protective barrier that resonates so deeply with us? As I sit here, sipping my cold coffee, I think about how the 673 seed nodes on the Solana network are like tiny, interconnected islands, each one reinforcing the overall resilience of the ecosystem. It's a bit like the concept of 6 degrees of separation, the Oh, interesting. So we're currently flagging a long position on SOL. We snagged 4 contracts at $125.21, and right now, we're sitting at $125.46. Not too shabby, up nearly $5. But let's not pop the champagne yet. Traders are probably scratching their heads over that neutral RSI at 50. It's a bit like waiting for a bus that's running late. And with MACD showing bearish signals. Yikes. It feels like we're at a tightrope walk here. The 24-hour change is peppy at 1.52%, but keep those eyes peeled. The tension is real. Are we in the middle of a comeback, or is this just a pit stop before heading back down? Stay sharp, folks, the game's just getting started. You know what I find fascinating? The way the market can coil up tight like a spring, just waiting to unleash some pressure. Let's dive into SOL, which is hovering at $125.541. We've got some movement on our hands, and I can smell a scalp setup brewing. Setup type, breakout setup forming. The price has been trapped between $123.01 and $126.38, and it's approaching the upper end of that range. It's like watching a pot about to boil over. Trigger, look for a breakout above $126. If we see SOL punch through that price with strength, I'm ready to jump in. A decisive move above $126 on volume will be our signal. Target, initial profit target at $127.50. This gives us a nice little buffer for a quick scalp, and it's a logical resistance level based on past price action. Stop, place the stop at $125. This chart is telling me we're at a pivotal moment with SOL hovering at $125.569, much like a batter in the box before a crucial pitch. The crowd is hushed, tension crackling in the air. You can't rush this. The pitcher has all the momentum, but your job is to stay steady, eyes locked on that ball. Imagine the pitchers wind up a flurry of movement and strategy. Each tick of the price action is like the pitcher throwing feints, trying to throw you off your game. But as the batter, you've got to tune out the noise. It's not just about swinging when you see the ball, it's knowing when to wait. This chart is telling me we're in a precarious dance with uncertainty, like a tightrope walker in a windstorm at seed number 63. Let's break it down. 1 minute view, the immediate micro trend here is jittery. It's like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. Momentum is sporadic, and the price is dancing around $125.678 without a clear direction. This is pure noise, with price oscillating slightly above and below, but with no strong commitment in either direction. RSI is neutral at 50, suggesting indecision reigns. 5-minute view, shifting to the 5-minute chart, we see a slightly bearish short-term trend. There are minor lower highs forming, and the MACD is confirming a bearish stance. Key levels are hovering around $126 and $125.50. Watch these like a hawk, they might be pivotal for the next move. I'm seeing something here that traders might be overlooking. Let's break down the key levels for SOL on the 1M, 3M, and 5M charts, focusing on scalping opportunities in the immediate future. Immediate resistance, recent high. The recent swing high at $125.94 is the first major resistance level. If the price approaches this level again, expect sellers to step in, potentially causing a reaction. Failed breakout levels. The area around $126 is a psychological barrier that traders often pay attention to. If price reaches this level and fails to hold, be prepared for a quick drop. Round numbers, above $126, keep an eye on $126.20. It's not just a round number, it's where many traders might place sell orders, making it a This chart is telling me that the crypto market is currently in a bizarre state of tranquil chaos, like watching a cat nap in a sunbeam while a dog barks at the mailman outside. BTC and ETH are just chilling, stable as a rock, giving off the vibe of seasoned sailors on a calm sea. And then there's SOL, prancing around at $125.715, perhaps a tad too pleased with itself. Volume trends being stable further adds a layer of absurdity. It's as if the entire market collectively decided to take a deep breath and just exist. It's like everyone agreed to hit the pause button. Traders are probably sitting around sipping their coffee, scrolling through memes, wondering when the next wave of excitement will come crashing in. Looking at the bigger picture, this Remember what I said earlier about keeping your eye on the micro levels, especially when the market is this volatile. It's like trying to catch a fish in a stream, you have to be quick and precise about where you cast your line. Right now, we're looking at SOL at $125.727, and it's a mixed bag in the short-term charts. Let's break this down. Immediate resistance, on the 1M chart, the immediate resistance is sitting at $125.94. This is the recent high that we just couldn't break. If we zoom out to the 3M chart, we can also see a failed breakout around $126.10, which traders might be eyeing for a short. Those round numbers above $126 can create a psychological barrier, so keep that in mind. Immediate support, now. I'm seeing something here that's bound to raise some eyebrows among traders. Did you know that around 80% of day traders quit within the first 2 years? That's right. They often get washed out due to the intense competition and market volatility, which leaves only a small percentage sticking around to actually find success. Isn't it wild to think that the seduction of quick profits leads so many to the exit? It makes you wonder what those lost traders thought they could achieve versus the harsh reality they faced. It's almost like a rite of passage in trading. Many enter the arena, but only a select few emerge victorious. What do you think drives this staggering turnover? It's a tough game out there, for sure.